What happened in White Cloud City shook barren state once again. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain had actually gone all the way there. If the city lord himself had not intervened, he would have slaughtered the Gongsun clan right there and then, just like how he did the Ning clan. It was an overwhelming show of force indeed. Furthermore, Yuan Hong had actually fought the city lord. Although both sides used only one move, many were able to feel that since none of the figures on the Barren Sky ranking actually fought each other straight up, if another such clash of the Titans type of battle was to ever be fought again, the rankings might actually see huge changes. Other than that, the appearance of Wuxia in White Cloud City was also something that shocked many. It seemed that the Gongsun clan's good days were long over. The happenings also made it very clear for all the top forces in the Barren State, there was yet another one of the younger generation that was deemed off-limits. The former number 1 on the low rank, the currently expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian. The expedition of the mass of demonic beasts down Taihang Mountain served as a very good deterrent. The very individual who sparked all this commotion, Yi Futian, seemed to still be recuperating and training in Taihang Mountain, knowing nothing about all that commotion he helped stir up. What he knew was only that Yuan Hong was definitely out to avenge him on that day when he led the golden great apes down the mountain. Time passed, and with the blink of an eye, it was the end of year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The scorching sun was hanging above Taihang Mountain, casting intense light and heat on everything below. Yi Futian stood at the cliffs and practiced a set of techniques. Every breath filled his internal organs with bursting vigor. His martial arts practice had reached grade 2 noble plane and was as steady as bedrock. He was one step away from entering grade 1 noble plane. It was not just him. Many of his acquaintances and friends saw varying progress in their respective cultivations. Their planes had finally and actually equaled out more or less. Long Ao and Madame Long came to Taihang Mountain and took Lingu away with them. They were right to worry after something like that happened. Furthermore, the end of the year was near. Hua Jieyu came beside Yi Futian quietly, looking at the vast mountains that seemed to spread out without end. Having not been out for so long, I kind of wonder what the barren state is like these days, Hua Jieyu said softly. Didn't second sister send someone over? I heard that third brother is finally out from his secluded training phase and is now a third-level sage. I guess his progress has been great, Yi Futian smiled and said. While he had been on Taihang Mountain all this while, he came to know what happened outside from Yuan Hong himself, including how the King of Apes went slaughtering the Ning clan and caused a commotion in White Cloud City. Yi Futian had also learned that there had been some small conflicts happening in the Holy Ji Palace. His teacher, Sage Dozhan, intended to have a trial with Ningxian but was rejected by the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was, after all, an expelled student, and it was impossible for the Holy Ji Palace to go punish an elder of the Tianqing Pavilion for his sake. However, while the Holy Ji Palace did not interfere with the matter, the score between him and Ningxian was far from settled. Ningxian was the mastermind behind it all. He knew that Lulan Shui and the rest were still in Battle Sage Palace, and as such, Yi Futian would definitely return for them. That was where the assassination attempt had taken place. If it had not been for Long Yiqian showing up, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Linger, and the others would have probably died in that battle that day. It was a score that could only be settled with blood, and there was no way Yi Futian would have just let it slide. But then again, what mattered most at the moment was his training. He needed to first make it to a grade 1 noble plane before attempting to break into sage plane. Another year is almost up. Yi Futian sighed. Hua Jieyu nodded. Indeed, time flies and yet another year is about to end. Year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was almost near its end, and memories of the case with Yi Futian's assassination attempt had softened considerably. The Holy Ji Palace returned to its usual peaceful days. However, many students could not help but feel something was missing. Maybe it was because someone in the past and in their midst had been too important a figure, and his absence caused some kind of vacuum in the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially so when the day of the sparring session arrived and Shimin Hanjiang was serving as the host. If that person was still around, he might have been the one to host the sparring sessions. He had once made himself famous on the sparring platform before, yet he left the Holy Ji Palace not having truly hosted one of those sessions. On that day, all students of the Holy Ji Palace stopped training and gathered around the sparring session grounds. It was indeed a lively event. The great figures watched the event from behind the scenes. They hoped that some other geniuses would rise to take the place of Yi Futian, Yushang, Huajieyu, and the others after since they left the Holy Ji Palace. However, the chances of something like that happening again were simply too slim. Geniuses of the likes of Bai Luli, Yi Futian, and Yushang were something that happened only once in 100 years. At that very moment, there was a group of mighty ones descending from the sky. The group of people exuded an air of exceptionality. There was a young man and a middle-aged man taking the lead, while many mighty ones followed closely behind. "Who are you people?" The guards of the Holy Ji Palace took to the air in attempts to stop them. However, at the very instant where they unleashed their might, intense pressure filled the air, causing the guards to feel suffocated. The group of people went straight into the Holy Ji Palace unannounced and uninvited, without any regard for the guards. "Someone has intruded the Holy Ji Palace," one of the guards shouted. Was there actually someone in the barren state who dared intrude the Holy Ji Palace? One mighty one after another leaped into the air in attempts to stop the intruders, but knew as soon as they felt the aura exuded by those intruders that they were utterly incapable of stopping them. They had no choice but to inform the lords. The young man who was taking the lead glanced at the people of the Holy Ji Palace and said, "Have you told Brother Jean about this?" "I did. We will meet in the sacred ground of the barren state," someone beside him answered. They were composed and paid no heed to the mighty ones around them. The Lord of Tianxing Pavilion arrived with a group of mighty ones to stop them. He looked incredibly serious as he questioned the intruders. "Who are you people?" He scanned the two taking the lead. The young man was calm and composed, exuding confidence in silence. It was as if he cared for nothing around him. The middle-aged man right beside the young man felt as if he melded entirely with his surroundings, bringing immeasurable might to bear. "We came from the sacred ground of Yu State, here to visit the sacred ground of the barren state," the young man said calmly. While he called the intrusion a visit, none of them bothered telling anyone about anything before they came throwing their weight about inside the Holy Ji Palace. It was obvious that they did not find the Holy Ji Palace a sacred ground on par with theirs. "Jisheng Cliffs," Sage Tianxing said. "The people of the sacred ground of Yu State came indeed, and they came right inside the Holy Ji Palace. I heard that it was Lu Chan who is in charge of the Holy Ji Palace." "Where is he?" the middle-aged man of immeasurable might asked. It was obvious that he knew of Lu Chan. Many of the students below looked up in the air and felt stunned. The mighty ones from Yu State came and asked directly for the assistant palace lord. They knew that the middle-aged man was some force to be reckoned with. "Kong Yao," a voice was heard. Many turned their eyes in the voice's direction and saw Lu Chan heading their way. His eyes were locked on the middle-aged man. He indeed knew of Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State, and Kong Yao was known to be the #1 figure below sainthood in Yu State. Many of the mighty ones ranked on the barren sky ranking had ventured outside the barren state before. They went on pilgrimages throughout all 9 states, and some even witnessed the attainment of sainthood and knew many people. Kong Yao left a very deep impression on Lu Chan. He had once killed several top-notch sages all by himself. However, even a figure like Kong Yao was unable to attain sainthood, but he remained adamant in his efforts to attain it. Lu Chan never thought Kong Yao, a figure renowned throughout Yu State, would have been among the intruders. In actuality, Kong Yao's name was renowned throughout all 9 states instead of just Yu State alone. Like the barren sky ranking, there was yet another ranking with even more authority spanning throughout all 9 states, the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. The saint ranking documented the existence of saints throughout all 9 states, as every saint was someone at the pinnacle of their respective states. The number of saints in all 9 states was few and far between. As such, every single saint was documented on the saint ranking. The sage ranking consisted of 81 places, made so from 9 times 9 equaling 81, and the number 9 served as a standard for all 9 states. Any state with less than 9 members in the ranking was deemed weak, while a state with more than 9 members in the ranking was deemed strong. Right now, however, there was no one from barren state ranked in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. As there was no saint from the barren state, it was only natural they were unable to be ranked on the sage and saint ranking. As such, the right to even be ranked on said ranking was taken from them, and only the Barren Sky ranking was known throughout the Barren State. In actual fact, however, the very ranking that was held in very high esteem throughout the Barren State was seen as a lesser ranking in the eyes of other states. Lu Chan especially thought that to be quite a shame. Due to the fact that Barren State had no saint, they were robbed of the right to even be ranked on the sage and saint ranking, and the sacred ground of the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace, ran the risk of being taken from them. It was due to such reasons that he was anxious to create saints. There were 81 sages in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, and Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs was one of them. He was ranked 9th and was near invincible to all below the saint plane. Throughout all 9 states, only 8 were deemed capable of beating him. Lu Chan. This is the son of Jisheng Cliffs, Qin Zhong. Kong Yao introduced the young man standing right beside him. I'm honored to make your acquaintance, Senior Lu Chan. Qin Zhong nodded as a gesture of respect. While he exuded plain, gentle respectability, it was unable to overpower his brimming confidence. Qin Zhong, one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, was known to be the one most talented among the 9. While he was only at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he did nothing to mask the admiration and importance Jisheng Cliffs showed him. Kong Yao, the number 1 on sage ranking, would not have been the one escorting him otherwise. Kong Yao himself was a figure who was standing right below the saint plane, and he was the most powerful one in the Jisheng Cliffs. There was only one explanation of having him escort a man who was his junior. This junior displayed potential for sainthood. Lu Chan nodded to Qin Zhong. He was able to tell that the youth before him was not some ordinary figure. Having Kong Yao by his side meant that he was probably the most exceptional one among the younger generations in Jisheng Cliffs. Sir, why is that all of the Holy Ji Palace's students are here today? Is there something going on? Qin Zhong asked Lu Chan. Today is the last day of the year, and the Holy Ji Palace is about to inspect the results of the students' progress throughout the year. It was a sparring session to be held among the younger generation. Lu Chan elaborated. What a great coincidence indeed. Qin Zhong smiled. Now that we're here in the sacred ground of the Barren State and we meet under such circumstances, would you mind if I had a look, sir? Please. Lu Chan nodded. Qin Zhong knew his manners, and he knew there was no way Lu Chan could have refused him asking in such a way. The group made it to the grounds where the sparring sessions were held. The students saw the group arriving and knew that those were the visitors from the sacred ground of Yu State. Please continue, Lu Chan said plainly. Shimin Hanjiang nodded and began hosting the sessions. The sparring sessions changed after the year Yi Futian first appeared. There were no longer cases of seniors bullying juniors in the sessions, and outright fights were replaced with verifications. If one proved to be of a higher plane, verifications were done to check one's comprehension in one's training, just like how Yi Futian battled Lian Yuqing using only skills on the Guqin. Due to having mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State visiting, the sparring sessions would perhaps turn somewhat more aggressive, as the students gave it their all to show the best of what they were. At the very least, they deemed it unacceptable to have the Holy Ji Palace lose face in the presence of people from the sacred ground of Yu State. Lu Chan, Kong Yao, and the rest watched in silence. Qin Zhong was doing the same. His expression was as still as the surface of a lake on a fine day. There was nothing to be read. The Holy Ji Palace was the sacred ground imparting the lineage of saints in the Barren State. The sparring sessions served as a showcase of the highest standards the youth of Barren State had to offer. It was no surprise that there were no saints to be found in the Barren State. What they were able to see so far said that the younger generation of Barren State proved less than desirable with their prowess. They also knew that there were familiar sparring sessions among the younger generation students in Jisheng Cliffs. But when the sessions of both sides were compared, the students of the Holy Ji Palace indeed proved inferior. Qin Zhong, you are the son of Jisheng Cliffs. What do you think about the younger generation of students of the Holy Ji Palace? Lu Chan asked. He had no intentions of bragging and was simply curious. He simply wanted to know how much of a difference there was between them and Jisheng Cliffs. Knowing such differences would serve well as motivation going forward. Sitting in a well, looking at the sky would easily breed arrogance. He hoped that the students of the Holy Ji Palace got to know there was a wider world out there. As such, he did not mind Qin Zhong's presence in the sessions at all. Would you mind if I spoke my mind truthfully? Xianxia asked Lu Chan. Not at all, Lu Chan answered. From what I've seen so far, I have yet to find someone exceptional among them. Xianxia then continued, of course, the best might have been saved for last. Xianxia did not bother lowering his voice as he said so, as his words were meant for all the students attending the sparring sessions. Many found his words to be hard on the ears. The sessions had been going on for some time and many mighty ones on lower rank demonstrated their abilities. Yet Xianxia claimed that he had yet found someone exceptional in their midst. Just how arrogant do you need to be to say something so blatantly insolent, paying no heed to the Holy Ji Palace? If it is indeed as you said, do you mind if I ask what you mean by exceptional? A student of the Holy Ji Palace asked in an irritated tone. Xianxia turned his eyes at the student who spoke and smiled. It is something rather impossible to be described with words alone. In that case, since it is the day of the sparring sessions, how about you come out and show us yourself what you mean by exceptional? Someone looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia looked at the one who spoke and scanned the students below. He had originally intended only to see the extent of talent among the younger generation of students in the Holy Ji Palace, with no intention of doing anything himself. He was even more reluctant to do so after seeing the extent of their capabilities. However, he understood that his words were not something that the students of the Holy Ji Palace would take easily, and they would doubt him. As such, Xianxia smiled and said, I'm now at the pinnacle of the noble plane, and if I were to be brash, I would say that no one in the noble plane in Jisheng Cliffs would be able to fight me at equal footing. As such, I see that I would be doing you all a disservice if I were to simply go into the sessions. If there is anything you would like to verify, please have the best among you do so with me. The students of the Holy Ji Palace thought that if he dared say something like that, it was apparent that he was some very renowned figure in Jisheng Cliffs, the sacred ground of Yu State. While they were rather irked by his comments, they knew well that he was indeed very powerful. Many cast their gaze at Shimin Hanjiang. With Yi Futian and Yu Xing expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, Shimin Hanjiang was the champion of law rank once again. As he stood at the top of the ranking, there was no doubt that he was the most powerful among the students in terms of actual prowess, and he might have proved to be a match for the #1 noble from Jisheng Cliffs. Seeing the eyes of everyone present on him, he stepped forward and said to Xianxia from afar, Shimin Hanjiang, student of the Holy Ji Palace, would you mind having a go? Be my guest. Xianxia nodded calmly and gestured respectably. Shimin Hanjiang then leaped onto the stage in the middle. Xianxia did the same, and both of them met in the air. While they were still quite a distance from one another, their auras were already unleashed. Everyone stared at the two in the air. Shimin Hanjiang still felt insulted from getting beaten by Yi Futian, who was 2 planes lower than he was. With that visitor from Jisheng Cliffs present, he wanted to prove what he was capable of. Coldness shrouded the air and frost covered the platform. Ice and frost were seen in the air as if the air itself was being frozen over completely. Everything in that space seemed to have ground to a halt. At the very next moment, a sword was unsheathed. It was a cold sword which came swiftly at Xianxia at blinding speeds. Xianxia watched everything unfold in silence. His body was partially covered in ice. He remained unfazed even when the sword came for him. He did not even move an inch when the sword was about to reach his throat. Xianxia pointed with his finger, and his movements were too quick for the eye to follow. His hands simply went knocking about in the air, and a crisp sound was heard at the very next moment. Shimin Hanjiang's sword veered off course, and even his body was thrown off. Shimin Hanjiang's sword was so fast that it was able to return and hit from the flanks. At that very moment, Xianxia still proved to be the faster one as he moved forward, leaving mirages behind. His finger landed right on Shimin Hanjiang's shoulder. Shimin Hanjiang's hand let go reflexively. The sword dropped and his body was thrown off as well. The sword that he dropped dissolved into spiritual qi and disappeared. Shimin Hanjiang was left standing there, his arm shaking slightly and his face pale. He lost. Many who witnessed the scene found it unbelievable. Xianxia was, after all, the #1 noble from Jisheng Cliffs. While the students did consider the possibility of Shimin Hanjiang losing and felt all right even if he were to lose, they still found the way he lost the fight to be rather unacceptable. Shimin Hanjiang, the champion of the law rank, was not even given the chance to bring his full power to bear. His opponent simply hit him with his fingers and he dropped his sword as a result. It was an insult like none other. Many looked at Shimin Hanjiang standing in the cold air. Is that really the genius of the Holy Ji Palace and the champion of the law rank? It was an irony like none other. It was as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a joke. Shimin Hanjiang considered the possibility of losing, but he never expected to lose in such a humiliating way. He lost without knowing why he lost. His opponent did not even bother fighting him. Is there even a more humiliating loss than this? Lu Chan felt himself trembling inside as he watched the events unfold. So that was how powerful the son of the Yu State's sacred ground was? The difference between Shimin Hanjiang and Qin Zhang was so great that Shimin Hanjiang was utterly helpless. Lu Chan's level was such that he understood that Qin Zhang was already halfway into the sage plane. It was entirely within reason that Shimin Hanjiang lost. When Hua Fan was in the period just before he broke into the sage plane, he might have had the ability to fight Qin Zhang. At the very least, the loss would have been a less humiliating one. Regardless, the fight allowed the students of the Holy Ji Palace to understand there was more to the outside world that met the eye, and they would have understood the Holy Ji Palace's pressure for it. If you are indeed the number one noble in the Holy Ji Palace, I must say that I'm rather disappointed regarding the sacred ground of Barren State, Qin Zhong said softly. Shimin Hanjiang went completely pale altogether. Many looked at Shimin Hanjiang in sympathy. That champion of the law rank was indeed going through hell at the moment. There was never a champion in law rank who was so humiliated like Shimin Hanjiang. However, Qin Zhong's tone was one that said that he did not seem to have any intention of humiliating Shimin Hanjiang. It was more like that he never considered his opponent in the first place. In Qin Zhong's eyes, the Holy Ji Palace was simply not worthy of his attention, which was why he was able to be so calm in the face of all that had happened. But then again, it was such an attitude that made the students of the Holy Ji Palace feel even more ashamed of themselves. Shimin Hanjiang's loss was their loss as well, as he was, after all, the champion of the low rank. Many could not help but recall that guy who was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace a while before. If he had been here, would he have been able to fight Qin Zhang on equal footing? Yi Futian might still have lost as he was of a lower plane, but at the very least, it would definitely have been one far less humiliating than the one Shimin Hanjiang suffered. Furthermore, if Yu Futian had been at the pinnacle of noble plane, there was no certainty that the sun would have been able to actually crush him. Yi Wuchen, Phoenix, Yun Shuixin, and all the others were there as well. They watched the events unfold without saying anything, casting their eyes at Lu Chan and the great figures of the Holy Ji Palace instead, wondering if they recalled that there were two genius-level figures in the Holy Ji Palace just several months ago, with one of them being the true champion of the law rank. Qin Zhang walked back outside the stage and came to Lu Chan's side. He then asked, "The students of the Holy Ji Palace represent the best Barren State has to offer?" Lu Chan was rendered silent for a while. While he had indeed wished for the students to know how powerful geniuses of the greater world were, he had never anticipated the loss to be so humiliating. Qin Zhong's question sounded especially awkward under such circumstances. If Yi Futian and Yu Shang were still in the Holy Ji Palace, he would have said yes to the question without hesitation. Yi Futian had, after all, crushed Di Gang, the champion of the western region, Shimin Hanjiang, champion of low rank, and Huang Zhouge, the number one of the sovereign family in Zhongzhou City, as just a grade 3 noble. Such a talent would have definitely been the best Barren State had to offer. Yushin was not far behind either. With both geniuses of such caliber expelled, the Holy Ji Palace had lost their right to claim such a thing. The students looked at Lu Chan, who was silent, and they knew that the battle was difficult for him to look at. Cultivation has no inherent limits, and I dare not say that the ones studying in the Holy Ji Palace are definitely the best. The Barren State is a huge place, and there are definitely be other top-notch geniuses out there. As such, I dare not say that the Holy Ji Palace serves as the symbol of the very best. Of course, when you're talking about things as a whole, it is indeed so, Lu Chan replied in a tactful manner. Qin Zhong nodded without saying much. At that moment, there were others showing up with people of the Holy Ji Palace leading the way. "Brother Qin, you're here?" It was Zhan Xiao and the others with him. They arrived by air and smiled as soon as they saw Kong Yu beside Qin Zhong. Since Kong Yao is here, all has been settled then. He knew that someone like him would not have been able to have Kong Yao show up. As such, he called for Qin Zhong instead. "Brother Zhan." Qin Zhong nodded. Uncle Kong. Xianxia bowed slightly at Kong Yao. Kong Yao nodded in response. My name is Xianxia. It is my pleasure to meet all of you, seniors of the Holy Ji Palace. Xianxia nodded at Lu Chan and the others. His attitude towards them was noticeably different than what he showed Kong Yao. It was something Lu Chan and the others in the Holy Ji Palace took note of. That son of Jisheng Cliffs was obviously feeling rather superior in the sacred ground of the barren state. It was probably them who had arrived at the Zhuge family several months ago, intending to take Gu Donglu away. Brother Zhan, the Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of barren state, a place of similar lineage with Jisheng Cliffs. I'd say. We all descended from Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, after all. As this is a matter concerning the barren state, it would be best to have Palace Lord Lu handle this. That would probably make things easier to handle. Qin Zhong looked at Zhan Xiao and said, How about you tell Palace Lord Lu what happened? Indeed. Zhan Xiao nodded and asked Lu Chan, Is it convenient for you here, sir? Walk with me, Lu Chan said. He told the students of the Holy Ji Palace. Carry on. They left soon after. Lu Chan, Sage Tianxing, and the group of mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs walked into the Holy Ji Palace, heading for Holy Sage Pavilion. While the group from Jisheng Cliffs had made their entrance in a rather rude manner, they still hailed from the sacred ground of Yu State, and that place had saints. With that said, the foreigners indeed proved superior when compared to the Holy Ji Palace's members. As such, Lu Chan had no choice but to let the matter slide and treat them as honorable guests. What made you come all the way here to the barren state? Lu Chan asked. Palace Lord Lu, I'm sure you've heard about the incident with the Zhuge family a while ago. I've heard that the clan leader of the Zhuge family graduated from the Holy Ji Palace. If you are willing to lend a hand, the matter will be over soon, Zhan Xiao said. You mean the incident with Gu Donglu? Lu Chan asked. Indeed, Zhan Xiao nodded. I found a saint's ruins about a year ago. Some of the secret zones proved rather dangerous. As such, a lot of sages were invited to probe the place. Many of them were from renowned clans in Yu State. I saw Gu Donglu as a dashing and exceptional figure, so I invited him to come along, becoming friends with him, thinking him to be a man of honor. We made a deal that the sacred relic would be made mine when we acquired it, as I was the one who found the sacred ground. He was, of course, welcome to take any of the other treasures found. However, I apparently underestimated how great a person's greed can be. Gu Donglu took the relic for himself and deliberately activated the traps there, killing all of the other sages, and then ran to the barren state with that relic with him. Members from various forces from Yu State are after him as we speak, and we from Jisheng Cliffs have only been pursuing him this far due to having sages with expertise in tracking. While that man exuded the air of a man of honor, he was actually vile and despicable, stealing the sacred relic and killing our comrades. As such, even if he agreed to surrender what he stole, I will not just let him go. I made that very clear back when we were in the Zhuge family estate. Zhan Xiao continued elaborating. My uncle and junior have come all the way here to settle the matter as well. But my junior reminded me that we are in the barren state and the Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of barren state. If you are willing to help us get the Zhuge family to hand Gu Donglu over, the matter will be settled and you will have one less vile person to deal with in the barren state. Lu Chan was unfazed by Zhan Zhao's words, appearing calm as Zhan Xiao explained his case. If there was one thing that Lu Chan learned from all the years he had been alive, it was to never listen to only one side of the story and believe it to be the entire truth. Zhan Zhao's words might have been the truth, but there was no way he would have simply believed it just because Zhan Xiao said so. While he indeed was on rather bad terms with Gu Donglu over what happened to Bai Luli, from that one battle he was able to tell that Gu Donglu was indeed someone worthy of being in legends, sporting incredibly exceptional talents. He had to admit at least that much about the young man. Lu Chan, what do you think? Kong Yao asked, seeing that Lu Chan had not said anything in response. The day you mean, I assume, would be the engagement day of Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue. As such, Gu Donglu is now the son-in-law of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Qingfeng was indeed a student of the Holy Ji Palace and was my junior. However, it is due to such reasons that if I were to ask Zhuge Qingfeng to hand his son-in-law over, I would be put in a tight spot, as such actions would be rather dishonorable. Lu Chan then continued calmly, I'm afraid that it would be rather inconvenient for the Holy Ji Palace to interfere with the matter you speak of. Zhuge Qingfeng had already shown his bias for Gu Donglu that day, and Lu Chan was very angry about it. However, the two cases were still two separate cases. He deemed it inappropriate to invest his personal feelings into matters when greater rights and wrongs were involved. The group from Jisheng Cliffs went there to ask the Zhuge family to hand over who they deemed responsible, and even others like Yu Qi, who was present, forbade them to simply take Gu Donglu away. It was a clear statement saying that while Jisheng Cliffs was indeed a sacred ground of Yu State, even the son of the place had no business bossing people around in the Zhuge family estate. As such, if the Holy Ji Palace decided to interfere, problems with morality aside, the people of the barren state would see the Holy Ji Palace in an unfavorable light. It is due precisely to such reasons that if some vile creature like Gu Donglu were to be allowed to stay in Zhuge family, he would make a mess of them. There would be dire consequences, and it is imperative that you be involved. Xianxia continued. Lu Chan waved his hand and said, Kong Yao, I am obliged to treat you all well as guests coming all the way from the sacred ground of Yu State. However, the Holy Ji Palace does not meddle with the affairs of the barren state, and as such, it would be inconvenient for us to get involved in the case you speak of. I understand, Kong Yao said plainly. In that case, Jisheng Cliffs will not hold you against your will. We will look into it ourselves. Very well then, Lu Chan nodded. I will order for a feast to be prepared. There is no need for that. We deemed it necessary to pay a visit here as we all hail from sacred grounds of the 9 states. We will not hold you any further as we have that matter to deal with. Kong Yao's voice sounded noticeably colder. He stopped walking right afterward and said, Lu Chan, we will be on our way. In that case, I will not hold you either. Lu Chan did not say anything further. Kong Yao and his people from Jisheng Cliffs left shortly after. Lu Chan and Sage Tianxing stared at the figures leaving the place and felt rather uneasy within. It was especially so for Lu Chan. Kong Yao was known to be invincible to all below the Saint Plane. He had also witnessed firsthand what Kong Yao was capable of. He was ranked 9th on the Sage ranking, and if Zhuge Qingfeng were to insist on refusing to hand Gu Donglu over, Kong Yao's forceful temperament would mean a war between him and the Zhuge family. It seems like the Zhuge family will be in deep trouble now, Sage Tianxing said. If the Zhuge family had the gall to refuse Jisheng Cliff's request, they will naturally have to deal with the problem. If Jisheng Cliffs indeed tried to throw their weight around in the barren state, they will definitely not be getting their wish, Lu Chan said, knowing well that the true mighty ones of all sacred grounds of the 9 states were still the saints. The barren state needed saints to emerge as soon as possible. If there were saints among the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace, Kong Yao and the rest of his group would not have acted as rudely and arrogantly as they did. On the other hand, Xianxia said when his group had left the Holy Ji Palace with the barren state in such a rundown state now, I'm surprised that Lu Chan had the gall to be so uncooperative. Even with you here, uncle, he didn't bother giving you any face. This is normal. All who hail from sacred grounds have their own pride. What happened back there was within our expectations, Kong Yao said. If you'd known that it'd turn out as such, why did you bother going to them in the first place? Xianxia asked. Zhuge Qingfeng graduated from the Holy Ji Palace, and this is still the barren state. What we did will at least ensure that they won't be sticking their noses where they don't belong, Kong Yao explained. If the Holy Ji Palace had interfered and ended up standing against them, things would have gotten even more complicated. As such, he went asking Lu Chan for help. If Lu Chan made sure to stay out of this, they would be allowed to carry on with their own business without interference. You are one of the top 10 figures on the Sage ranking. Why do you need to be concerned so much with the now rundown barren state? Xianxia asked. The barren state is indeed not what it used to be, but it still bears the lineage of saints. The case is not as simple as you think, Kong Yao explained. Sacred grounds definitely housed sacred relics. Jisheng Cliffs had saints. As such, sacred relics were in the hands of the saints instead of being in their control. I understand. Xianxia nodded. The group headed straight for Xuanwu City in the northern region of Zhengzhou City by air. There had been quite a lot happening in the barren state. Starting with the incident with the engagement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingwei, there were visitors from the sacred ground of Yu State. An assassination attempt at Yi Futian, and golden great apes venturing outside Taihang Mountain. Every single incident shook the barren state as a whole. The people of the barren state somehow felt that there was an undercurrent at work, and something huge would break out at any given moment. However, it was still little more than a hunch, and no one was able to make clear of what would happen next. Zhuge Qifeng was caught at the center of the whirlpool, and as such, his awareness of such developments was more acute than most. In truth, when he saw Yi Futian demonstrate who he really was, Zhuge Qifeng felt that the peaceful days of the barren state were about to be over. When geniuses of such caliber emerged, shockwaves in the form of multiple great incidents followed in their wake. Furthermore, the pressure from Jisheng Cliffs never actually disappeared. He knew the mighty ones of Jisheng Cliffs would soon strike again. Zhuge Qifeng was meditating in Wind Residence, and Crouching Dragon Mountain was not any different that day. His eyes opened all of a sudden as he set his gaze far away. What was to come finally came. He had no idea, however, who it would be this time. A group of people landed above Crouching Dragon Mountain. In that very instant, an extremely stifling pressure encompassed the entire mountain. Worse still, many in Xuanwu City not far away from the mountain were able to sense the appalling pressure as well. They turned their eyes at the air right above Crouching Dragon Mountain and were able to see figures standing high and mighty in the air. Everyone from the Zhuge family walked outside and looked at the mighty ones in the air. Gu Donglu halted his training in Moon Tower and looked at the sky. What was to come had finally came. He had witnessed Zhang Xiao kill everyone that day, and he had been the only survivor. He came to understand that Zhang Xiao would not have stopped until he was no more. Jisheng Cliffs was a sacred ground of Yu State, and Zhang Xiao was the son of the place. Among the many sages that he killed, there were geniuses from renowned clans. If that information were to make it outside, it would have affected Jisheng Cliff's reputation and damaged Zhang Xiao's status as the son. There was no way he would let Gu Donglu live. While Gu Donglu knew that Zhang Xiao would have lied, nothing would have put the villain at ease better than to see him dead. That was the very reason Gu Donglu did not elaborate his reasons for running in front of everyone. If it was simply Zhang Xiao as an individual who wanted him dead, there was still wiggle room for Gu Donglu to free himself. If he was accused of damaging the reputation of Jisheng Cliffs itself, however, people of the entire place would want his head. As such, he knew that there were things he had to keep to himself no matter what. Zhuge Mingwei came to him and took his hand, saying, "Don't worry too much about this. If father has allowed you to stay, he definitely has a way of settling this." "Easier said than done," Gu Donglu replied. Zhuge Qifeng was seen in the air shortly afterward. "I'll go after father-in-law." "It's best that you stay here, Mingwei." Gu Donglu took to the air after saying that. Zhuge Mingwei smiled and went after him nonetheless. They were now finally together. No matter what was going to happen in the future, she deemed it necessary for them to face adversities together. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingwei arrived behind Zhuge Qifeng in the air shortly. Zhang Xiao glared at Gu Donglu with cold, murderous intent in his eyes. "Zhuge Qifeng." Kong Yao looked at Zhuge Qifeng and said, "I believe we have met." "We have indeed." Zhuge Qifeng nodded. "That was more than 10 years ago. I'll spare you the chit-chat." Gu Donglu stole a sacred relic from the son of Jisheng Cliffs and killed many of Yu State sages. "I will be taking him away," Kong Yao said without bothering to beat around the bush. His forceful voice was heard throughout the entire estate. "I have heard Donglu talk about this. In the ruins of saints, anyone is free to take sacred relics. If the sacred relic fell into Donglio's hands, then they'd naturally be his. As for the sages, the traps of the secret zones are to blame," Zhuge Qifeng said. He knew everything that took place through Gu Donglu, but he did not tell the truth in front of everyone, trying to downplay things and end it without incident instead. If he had simply gone about telling the truth, Kong Yao would have denied it, regardless if he believed it or not, accusing Zhuge Qifeng of slandering Jisheng Cliffs instead. Such would have been Kong Yao's stance on things. Kong Yao's aura was a cold, stern one as he glared at Zhuge Qifeng and said, "We at Jisheng Cliffs will the one deciding who is right or wrong here. I'll say this one more time. Hand Gu Donglu over to us." Zhuge Qifeng looked at him, and he naturally knew who Kong Yao was, the figure ranked 9th on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. He knew the weight of a sacred relic. There was no need for right or wrong to be determined when such items were concerned. The innocent would be made guilty if it served their interests. Furthermore, the sacred relic was something that Gu Donglu had taken from Xianxia. Even someone like Kong Yao would not have a sacred relic with him, as he was not the lineage of a saint. There was no way for him to acquire one in conventional ways either, due to Jisheng Cliffs having saints among their ranks. When it came to acquiring a sacred relic, it was entirely within reason for Zhan Xiao to kill everyone around him to get it. Even Kong Yao himself would not have spared anyone mercy if he was in Zhan Zhao's shoes. As such, it was deemed adequate to simply make one's stance clear. There was simply no need for further explanations. "I'm afraid I can't comply with that," Zhuge Qingfeng answered in a straightforward manner. An oppressive air permeated the sky above Crouching Dragon Mountain for a time. Many looked in their direction from outside the estate, and they were able to sense that stifling aura. Are the super powerful ones from Jisheng Cliffs about to fight Zhuge Qifeng, who ranks 6th on the Barren Sky ranking, right inside the Zhuge family estate? Might emanated from Kong Yao's body. In that very instant, everyone in the Zhuge family on Crouching Dragon Mountain felt as if a mountain had fallen on their heads. Kong Yao took one step forward, and that one step showered the power of rules down below. A thunderous rumble was soon heard after. Crouching Dragon Mountain was shaking. P18. Many within the Zhuge family of weaker training went pale and spouted blood. They lifted their heads to look at the figure standing tall in the sky, their bodies wobbling. Is that something even doable for a human? One step and terror of the scale follows. Are you sure? Kong Yao's eyes were sharp as he glared at Zhuge Qifeng. A terrifying pressure swept over him, leaning hard on his spiritual willpower. Zhuge Qifeng had never fought someone of such caliber who ranked 9th on Sage ranking. Kong Yao's combat capacity probably belonged on the top 3 of the Barren Sky ranking. It would not be a surprise even if his powers were comparable to the champion of the Barren Sky ranking. The Sage ranking was filled with the most powerful 81 sages found in all 9 states. Even if every state were to have only one on the rank, there would still be 9 in total. Even as the number 1 sage in the Barren state, there was no certainty he would have been ranked among the top 9 on the sage ranking. In the case of the Barren state, Kong Yao's combat capacity was definitely among the absolute top. Zhuge Qingfeng's expression was incredibly severe. His body was dazzling with incredible brilliance, and it brought unparalleled brightness to all of Crouching Mountain Dragon instantly. Deep within the mountain, there was a mysterious power being unleashed. Sky blue brilliance encompassed Zhuge Qingfeng, and the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain was thrown into very bright daylight. Endless runes shone throughout the mountain, and an incredibly huge matrix appeared, 8 trigrams matrix. Afterimages glittered around Zhuge Qifeng, turning into silhouettes of lightning. They took their places in different corners of the 8 trigrams matrix. They multiplied rapidly, and soon, the entire matrices were filled with shadows of Zhuge Qingfeng. "I'm certain," Zhuge Qingfeng replied with a steely, adamant voice. As a top-notch sage, he had no intentions of backing down easily from what he had determined to accomplish. There was simply no way for Jisheng Cliffs to throw their weight around in the Zhuge family so easily. The sacred relic. Kong Yao sensed the power and knew there was a sacred relic in the Zhuge family. While Zhuge Qingfeng was unable to wield the true power of the item, he was nonetheless able to borrow its powers to boost his own. That very 8 trigrams matrix that covered all of Crouching Dragon Mountain emanated an immovable feeling. Zhuge Qifeng extended his hand, and all of his shadows followed suit in an instant. In the very next second, every shadow shone with the frightening power of lightning throughout the sky. His powers encompassed the group of mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. The devastating lightning flashed about like death-bringing bolts. Many mighty ones felt spiritual while rocking about. The light was infused with extremely devastating spiritual attacks rampaging about in their minds. If Zhuge Qifeng had gone through with it, the scene would have really turned into a disaster. It was apparent that what he pulled was in retaliation to what Kong Yao did earlier. It would have served at least as a reminder to Kong Yao. Boom! Kong Yao took another step forward. Godlike statues appeared in the air and brought their might down upon the 8 trigrams matrix. It shook violently as a result. However, the matrix burst with tremendous light. The force of the attacks it took was spread throughout the entire matrix, ensuring its integrity. At the very same time, Kong Yao vanished into thin air. The people below were unable to even track his movements, making it seem as if he disappeared from existence altogether. He then appeared in the air right before Zhuge Qingfeng. He clenched his fist and punched. Godly conjuring appeared around his fist, seemingly capable of moving the heavens and the earth. Zhuge Qingfeng responded with a punch himself without even flinching. Boom! The entire mountain shook as the punches connect. As both fists collided, light burst from the matrix on the mountain, shooting heavenward. The entire matrix's light coalesced on Zhuge Qingfeng's body, which had his robe and black hair billowing about. At the moment, Zhuge Qingfeng felt it was not Kong Yao who punched him, but an incredible huge godlike figure. Kong Yao's arm vibrated. 9 fist will exploded forth instantly. His godlike conjuring went on a stampede, howling in Zhuge Qingfeng's mind as if it was trying to stomp him to death. It was a harrowing sight to behold. At the same time, Kong Yao burst with endless brilliance of devastation coursing about his body. Boom! A powerful light exploded, shattering Zhuge Qingfeng's shadows. Kong Yao's body returned to where it had been before as if he never moved in the first place. Yet another illusory shadow coalesced and manifested into Zhuge Qingfeng. It was as if the person that was destroyed before was a shadow instead of his true body. However, the one who launched the attack was none other than Zhuge Qingfeng himself. I have to hand it to the sacred relic. Working under it renders one's defense impenetrable indeed. Kong Yao looked at Zhuge Qingfeng. With protection provided by a sacred relic, one was almost guaranteed victory and total immunity from being killed. The members of Zhuge family continued watching the battle in the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain and were able to deeply feel the immense power of Kong Yao as he was capable of holding himself well against the powers bestowed by a sacred relic. That was also the first time most of them came to know the power of the sacred relic. It was said that the relic was precisely what the Holy Ji Palace and the City Lord of White Cloud City were after from the Zhuge family, which was the very reason the marriage alliance between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue was arranged in the first place. Bai Luli's talent was that if he were to reach the pinnacle of sages, armed with the sacred relic in the Holy Ji Palace as well as the one in the Zhuge family to walk on the divine path, he might have very well ended up the most powerful, second only to saints. With that said, the probability of him attaining sainthood would be almost absolute. It was no surprise why all the great figures in the barren state wanted so badly to get the alliance up. They wanted to create a saint. You will not be taking Gu Donglu away. I advise you all to return to where you came from. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Kong Yao and said, that one strike before was more than enough to have him experience how truly frightening the one ranked 9th on the sage ranking was. A simple punch that seemed to have been imbued with the might of major rules capable of wiping everything in its path. If it had not been for the sacred relic boosting Zhuge Qingfeng's defenses earlier, it would have been very difficult for him to fight against Kong Yao. I have come all the way here and I will not leave without taking who I came for, Kong Yao said with a forceful tone. He turned around once he was done and told the ones from Jisheng Cliffs, let's go. Xianxia glared at Zhuge Qingfeng and Gu Donglu. With Gu Donglio's item accounted for, there were 2 sacred relics in the Zhuge family estate. Qin Zhong was very calm throughout the fight. They might have left Crouching Dragon Mountain, but they did not leave Xuanwu City. They instead took up residence in one of the inns in Xuanwu City, not far away outside Crouching Dragon Mountain. All of the guests checked out without hesitation, as they did not want any trouble with the big shots from Jisheng City, fearing that they may have ended up offending those visitors somehow. So long as the Zhuge family is armed with such a relic, it will be very difficult for us, Qin Zhong said. Xianxia, you've been in barren state for quite a while now. Do you have any ideas on how to go about this? Kong Yao said to Xianxia. While it was possible for them to fight a war of attrition with the Zhuge family, he thought his energies could be better spent elsewhere. As such, it was still more preferable to get the matter settled as soon as possible. The day I found Gu Donglu was not during his engagement banquet, it was one meant for the proud son of White Cloud City, Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyue. The very reason why the Holy Ji Palace formed an alliance with White Cloud City was due to the sacred relic on Zhuge Qingfeng. But Gu Donglu went to steal the bride that day and Bai Luli ended up giving up. As such, the city lord of White Cloud City, who ranks 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, definitely felt very frustrated. It was said that he held an intense grudge when he left that day. Xianxia elaborated. So Bai Luli was that proud student of the Holy Ji Palace who ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking and possesses huge potential for sainthood. It was obvious that Kong Yao knew a thing or two about the Barren Sky ranking. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. It seems that the Holy Ji Palace is very desperate to nurture a saint. The city lord of White Cloud City is Bai Luli's father, and it's only natural for him to wish for his son to become a saint. Kong Yao smirked and continued, "Pay a visit to White Cloud City. Tell him that when the deed is done, I will help look after Bai Luli when he goes on his journey to sainthood. If this proves inadequate, tell him that the sacred relic in the Zhuge family will be his if we manage to get our hands on it." "Will do, uncle," Xianxia smirked and said. White Cloud City had been going after the Zhuge family's sacred relic all this while, and they would not simply let a chance like this slip through their fingers. Of course, it would have been better if White Cloud City would have simply agreed to their first proposal, as that would have meant them bagging 2 sacred relics. Xianxia left Xuanwu City and headed straight for White Cloud City. He went telling everyone of Gu Dongliu's crimes along the way. Since Gu Donglu had his reservations about telling the truth, he would simply need to claim his side of the story to be the true story, making his lie a complete truth. The news spread far and wide soon. Bai Gu left White Cloud City and headed for the Zhuge family's Xuanwu City months after he had last been there. The incident shook the Barren State, and both Xuanwu City and Crouching Mountain Dragon quickly found themselves isolated. Forces gathered right under their noses, and they were in a crisis. It seemed as if both places could collapse soon. Yi Futian remained focused on his training at Taihang Mountain. He wanted to become a saint as soon as possible and had dedicated himself to comprehending the rules of Sage Plain, making good progress for the time being. However, when news from Crouching Dragon Mountain reached him, the tranquility within his mind was shattered in an instant. The city lord of White Cloud City had actually wanted in on this and had even allied with Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State to achieve it. A rumble was heard on Taihang Mountain. A group of golden great apes took to the air with a man standing on one of them. Yuan Hong descended the mountain once again, and this time with Yi Futian in tow. The Barren State appeared to show signs of turmoil. Since the previous incident, the White Cloud City city lord would definitely have a hatred for the Zhuge family. However, everyone did not expect that the White Cloud City would join forces with the Jisheng Cliffs to target the Zhuge family. This was probably their official falling out. The White Cloud City Lord and Zhuge Qingfeng were once the Holy Ji Palace's prodigies, but now they were on opposing sides because of a younger generation's marriage. This caused many people to sigh. Crouching Dragon Mountain currently appeared to be in a dire situation. No faction dared to interfere with Xuanwu City. Even factions that used to be affiliated with the Zhuge family only dared to watch from afar. Neither Jisheng Cliffs nor White Cloud City was a force that they could touch. After Bai Gu descended upon Xuanwu City, he did not immediately attack the Zhuge family with Jisheng Cliff. Zhuge Qingfeng had a saint-level defensive implement in his hands, so it was not easy to deal with him. As long as they were in Xuanwu City, they were already applying enough pressure on the Zhuge family. Now, the Zhuge family was already internally in a mess. After all, the majority of the Zhuge family had supported Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's marriage not long ago. In the eastern region of the Barren State, Alchemy City City Lord Office, Yu Qi naturally knew about the unrest in Xuanwu City. He had even sent men to Xuanwu City. But today, a group of experts appeared suddenly within his office. A herd of giant golden apes had landed and Yi Futian's group had jumped off them. Yu Qi had a suspicious expression as he looked at the many figures that had appeared before him. Xuanwu City was in unrest and Crouching Dragon Mountain had been surrounded. But Yi Futian was still freely coming here. Little brother. Shui Yi and Yu Xi appeared. Now, Yu Xi's belly was already quite big, as it was not long before the child would be born. As such, Shui Yi had been in a terrible condition these few days. Yuan Hong. Yu Qi looked at the group of people before his eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard from Grandfather Ape that Senior has asked him to come to Alchemy City." "I am here for that," Yi Futian replied. "What weapon do you want?" I can forge anything for Yuan Hong. Yu Qi smiled and said, I would like to borrow Senior's Saint Instrument. Yi Futian replied. The Alchemy City was the Barren State's holy land for armory. Sage Dozhan had once said that the Alchemy City had saint-level ritual implements. A strange expression appeared on Yu Qi's face. The number of saint instruments in the Barren State was few and far between. It was an extremely precious item. Yi Futian said that he wanted to borrow a saint instrument. It sounded extremely ludicrous. Even if Shui Yi asked him for it, he might not lend it to him. You should understand what a saint instrument means, Yu Qi said to Yi Futian. What did the experts from the Jisheng Cliffs come all the way for? For saint items. The Alchemy City's saint instrument was the same as the Zhuge family's. They were both saint-level ritual implements and not just ritual implements that had been used by saints. Senior also knows about my relationship with Brother Shuiyi. After this matter, I will definitely return it to Senior. Other than that, I am willing to use a battle technique in exchange for it. The Ape Clan's 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, Yi Futian said. What does Senior think about that? Although the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques is indeed a high-level attacking technique, it does not have much use to me and is far inferior to the Saint Instrument, Yu Qi replied. What he was saying was the truth. To them, they were all trapped in the same cultivation level, so no matter how strong their attack techniques were, they were superfluous. On the other hand, the Saint Instruments were more pragmatic. Moreover, you want to borrow my Saint Instrument to deal with Jisheng Cliffs. In that case, won't my Alchemy City be dragged into it too? Yu Qi continued. I do not wish to be involved. The Alchemy City had a transcendent position in the Barren State and did not need to be involved in worldly affairs. Nobody would touch the Alchemy City. On this matter, I owe Senior a favor. In the future, if Senior has any wishes, I will accommodate them, Yi Futian said, looking at Yu Qi. Oh. Yu Qi smiled and asked, what would I want a favor from you for? The divine path. Yi Futian looked at Yu Qi and replied. In the future, I will definitely enter the divine path. If there is a chance, I will do my best to assist Senior to enter that plane. Yu Qi stared at Yi Futian. To him, the Saint Plane was indeed attractive. However, it was extremely hard to attain. How many geniuses from the Barren State had tried to attain the divine path but had ended up dead? However, with Yi Futian's potential, it was indeed possible. Father, Yu Qi called out to him from beside him. Father-in-law. Shui Yi also called out to him and said, Father-in-law should know who my master was brought away by back then. Master has definitely seen the most elite figures, but when little brother joined us, Master once said little brother was the person he was waiting for. Father-in-law saw my third brother's potential when he fought with Bailuli that day. Even so, Master's hopes for little brother were still higher than for third brother. Is that not enough to prove something? Shui Yi continued. The palace has placed its hopes on Bailuli. Father-in-law can make a gamble on little brother's future. Back then, the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools Starry School Chief Chin Yuan did that as well. Yu Qi looked at his daughter and son-in-law. These two fellows, this was a Saint Instrument. Did they know what it meant? What if you fail, something happens to Yuan Hong and the Saint Instrument gets taken away? Yu Qi asked. If Senior lends us your Saint Instrument, what will happen? Do you not trust Grandfather Ape's strength? Yi Futian looked at Yuan Hong and asked. Yu Qi, even without the Saint Instrument, my combat ability is not beneath yours. Yuan Hong said as he looked at Yu Qi. Moreover, Grandfather Ape specializes in attacking. I have a saint item as well. Although it has only been used by a saint and is not an actual saint ritual implement, it still has a strand of saint will within it and has exceptional offensive ability. It is able to complement Grandfather Ape's attacking techniques. If he has another Saint Instrument, I believe that Grandfather Ape will be able to take on the Jisheng Cliffs expert by himself, Yi Futian said. The polearm of divine destruction was just right for Yuan Hong to use. Looking at Yi Futian, Yu Qi smiled and nodded, saying, all right, I'll lend him a defensive ritual implement that is enough for him to stay undefeated. Adding on to the attack ability that you're so confident in, even if anything unexpected happens, he should be able to escape unscathed. Thank you, City Lord. A smile appeared in Yi Futian's gaze. He had only come here to try his luck. He had not expected to be able to convince Yu Qi. Come with me. Yuchi turned around and brought Yifutian's group into the most secret location of Alchemy City. Not long after, they all came out. Will you be heading directly to Xuanwu City? Yuchi asked Yifutian. No. Yifutian shook his head. This is the western region. The White Cloud City is obviously closer. A glint appeared in Yuchi's eyes as he looked at Yifutian and said, Treat this like you've never come here. This matter has nothing to do with me. Now, I'm just waiting to carry my grandson. His voice was lethargic. Who knew how long this battle would last for? I understand. Goodbye. Yifutian and Yuan Hong flew into the air without managing to say anything to his brother. It looks like father-in-law originally wanted to lend it to little brother. Shui Yi was quite grateful as he said, Did I? Yuchi looked at him but was actually thinking now the situation in the barren state is quite interesting. The Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City wanted a saint to appear and they chose Bai Luli. However, why was Taihang Mountain following Yifutian? Also, Zhuge Qifeng changing his stance definitely had Yifutian's involvement. All this was rather intriguing. Perhaps many people also wanted a saint to appear, but the person they had chosen was Yifutian. In White Cloud City, when a group of golden ape descended, countless people in the city tensed up. It had been a short while, but Taihang Mountain had set out once again, this time to the White Cloud City. Hurry and inform the city lord, someone in White Cloud City said. The city lord isn't around, someone else replied. At that moment, their expressions all hardened. The city lord should have been in Xuanwu City. Who would be able to stop the Barren Sky rankings 18th, Yuan Hong? The Gongsun clan is finished. This was the thought on many people's minds. At that moment, the Gongsun clan was completely oblivious to the danger that was befalling them. Previously, the White Cloud City Lord had stepped out and intimidated the Taihang Mountains experts, forcing Yuan Hong to retreat. Gongsun Jing had thought that he would be safe in White Cloud City. Crash. A loud sound was heard. Many people from the Gongsun clan were shocked. This sound seemed rather familiar. Next, the loud sounds continued. Gongsun Jing and a few other sage plane cultivators released their spiritual energy, and soon their faces became pale. Clan members, listen up. Go now. Gongsun Jing immediately gave the order, and as his voice landed, he saw a golden light glaring in the air. An immeasurably huge golden figure came down from the skies, just like a demon god. Yuan Hong, why can't you just give us a way out? Gongsun Jing's body flew into the air and he was in despair. Now, the White Cloud City Lord was not around. Who would have expected Yuan Hong to come again? When you sent people to kill me, did you think about that? A voice sounded and only then did Gongsun Jing see a handsome teen on Yuan Hong's back. It was Yifutian. Gongsun Jing was in despair. He had not expected that Yuan Hong's relationship with Yifutian was this close. Why was this so? He could not understand. A giant rod swung down from Yuan Hong's hands and crushed down from the skies. At that moment, the sky was filled with shadows of the rod and smashed down onto the Gongsun clan, covering the skies and surrounding the entire clan residence. I regret it. Gongsun Jing howled and wanted to block it at the expense of his life. However, the rod shadows landed and he was completely powerless before it. He was crushed to death and the remaining shadows landed on the Gongsun clan. In a split second, the newly built residence had become debris. Yuan Hong, a voice sounded from far away. The Yun clan leader, Yin Hao, had rushed over and shouted in anger, Are you crazy? To the city lord office, Yifutian said. Yuan Hong nodded and started walking towards the White Cloud City Lord office. As he heard that, Yin Hao's expression became flustered. He had just noticed that this time, Yuan Hong had come to the White Cloud City, not just for the Gongsun clan. The 10,009th year of the divine prefecture calendar was fated to be tumultuous. The barren state appeared to not have the same end-of-year atmosphere as the previous year. The barren state would welcome a storm. However, the White Cloud City Lord office was still in a festive mood. The White Cloud City Lord was the 4th on the Barren Sky ranking and one of the most influential figures in the entire barren state. No matter what happened outside, the place where his clan resided could handle the situation calmly. This was the authority and status brought to them by power. The City Lord office would not have any sense of crisis. After all, who would dare touch the White Cloud City? As such, even though an ear-splitting sound could be heard outside the city lord office as though the earth was shaking, they still did not realize what had happened. Many people ordered their subordinates to have a look. When the group of people flew into the air and looked into the distance, their gazes froze and they started shivering. It was the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain. They naturally knew that the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain had already come a few months ago. The White Cloud City Lord, Baigu, had stopped them from eradicating the Gongsun clan. But now, the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain had descended once again. What did this mean? Moreover, they were headed straight for the City Lord office. Soon, the influential figures in the City Lord office felt that something was off. They started flying into the air, and the sight that awaited them was the golden apes landing from the sky in the air above White Cloud City. A group of figures with strong auras moved towards them. They were the White Cloud City's experts and had extraordinary strength. "What is Taihang Mountain doing in our White Cloud City Lord office?" Someone looked at Yuan Hong and asked. "Go in," Yifutian said. Yuan Hong stepped forward into the City Lord office. With a deafening crash, the gate to the City Lord office was smashed to smithereens and cracks appeared in the ground. "You impudent!" someone shouted, and Yuan Hong looked at the person. His golden eyes filled with demonic qi, causing the other party to shudder. Yuan Hong. Yun Hao followed him all the way and looked at Yuan Hong, saying, "White Cloud City has no enmity towards Taihang Mountain. You're not afraid that the City Lord will assault Taihang Mountain if you invade the City Lord office. You're still here." Yu Futian looked at Yun Hao and asked. Yun Hao's gaze moved towards the teen on Yuan Hong's back. He appeared to just realize that what Taihang Mountain was doing was this teen's will. He was the deciding figure. "Still not going to Xuanwu City?" Yi Futian smiled coldly and said, "Help me to tell the White Cloud City Lord that I'll be here for a few days. If a hair falls from my third brother or second sister's head, as long as he has participated, I will make sure that the White Cloud City Lord office is destroyed." Yun Hao stared at Yi Futian. A noble plain cultivator actually dared to claim that he would destroy the White Cloud City Lord office. Although it sounded like a joke, Yu Futian had really done it. Now, the younger generation actually dared to be this crazy. "You dare," an expert from the White Cloud City shouted and raged. Yu Futian actually dared to make such ravings. "Too noisy, make them shut up," Yu Futian said coldly. Yuan Hong stepped forward and a giant golden foot crushed down on the person who had spoken. Within a second, the heavens had formed an overbearing might and crushed down alongside the foot. The expert had a terrified expression as he felt his body being restrained by the power of the heavens. Bang! With an echo, a strong sage plane expert had been trampled to the ground, creating a human-shaped hole. If it was not for Yuan Hong withdrawing his foot in time, it would have crushed the other party. In an instant, the people in the residence all fell silent and watched Yuan Hong blankly. He really dared. "I'll go to Xuanwu City right now, but you better think carefully about what you're doing. If anything happens to the people in the office, you better think of the consequences," Yun Hao said, then moved in a flash and left at the fastest speed he could towards Xuanwu City. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the other party. He naturally knew that with his current cultivation level, it was not a wise choice for him to clash with such a huge faction like White Cloud City. After all he could do now was to leverage others' strengths. The White Cloud City Lord Baigu could easily crush him. However, there were some things that he needed to do. The White Cloud City had actually joined forces with Jisheng Cliffs to deal with the Zhuge family. Now, Crouching Dragon Mountain was in peril, and the other party's objective was his third brother. If his third brother was taken away, he did not need to guess to know what would happen to him. What the White Cloud City Lord was doing was forcing his third brother and second sister to their deaths. Under such a situation, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Even if he was opposing the fourth on the Baron Sky ranking, he spared no expense. Of course, he also understood that although Yuan Hong's strength had increased substantially, he would not be favored in a match against the White Cloud City Lord. Moreover, there were strong figures from Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian naturally did not hope that his actions would implicate Taihang Mountain, so he had gone to Alchemy City to borrow a Saint Ritual implement. Now, he was unsure how the storm would play out, but Jisheng Cliffs appeared to be determined to achieve their goal, and that was something he would definitely not let happen. Countless cold gazes looked towards Yi Futian. They remembered this younger generation noble plain cultivator who was once the first on the law rank. You all best pray that the White Cloud City Lord doesn't do anything. Yi Futian saw them staring at him with killing intent and said ruthlessly. Yi Futian and the experts from Taihang Mountain entered the White Cloud City Lord office. White Cloud City was in unrest. For many years, there had not been someone who dared to be so audacious and kill their way into White Cloud City. The news spread very quickly and caused a huge commotion. When the Holy Ji Palace received the news, many people were furious, including a few experts from the Sage Palace. The White Cloud City's father and son trio all cultivated in the palace. Now, Bai Luli was even the palace's future. That day, after his battle with Gu Donglu, Bai Luli had left the barren state to go out and train by himself. Bai Zhe was still cultivating in the palace, but Yi Futian had actually led the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain into White Cloud City, first eradicating the Gong Sun clan, then entering the City Lord office. At that moment, the Sage Palace was filled with experts, and many influential figures had arrived. Ning Xian said, "Palace Lord, Yi Futian is so presumptuous. If the palace still does not step in and he really does something, what will happen on Bai Luli's side?" Lu Chan had a frigid expression. The day he knew that the White Cloud City Lord had entered Xuanwu City, he had sighed in pity. After all, both Bai Gu and Zhuge Qingfeng had graduated from the palace. However, Zhuge Qingfeng's actions on the day of the engagement must have made Bai Gu extremely displeased. Moreover, because of the saint item, Bai Gu completely broke off ties with Zhuge Qifeng, but he had not done anything too out of line yet and had only asked the Zhuge family to hand over Gu Donglu. However, Yi Futian's actions were going to light the entire barren state on fire. The reason the palace had such a huge reaction was naturally because of Bai Luli. They felt that the White Cloud City Lord had not done anything too out of line. However, it was different when standing in Yi Futian's position. His third brother's position in his heart was similar to Bai Luli's position in the hearts of the palace's influential figures. Making the Zhuge family hand over his third brother had evidently breached his bottom line. If someone asked the palace to hand over Bai Luli, what would the palace do? Bai Gu headed to Xuanwu City. Since the palace did not interfere, we have let the storm brew. Now why are we interfering with Yi Futian? Isn't this helping Bai Gu deal with the Zhuge family? Sage Dozhan said. Could it be Zhuge Qingfeng is not a disciple of the palace? Zhuge Qingfeng's actions on the day of the engagement were already not in line with the palace's will, Ning Xian said. That was because the palace stood in Bai Luli's position and wanted the Zhuge family to make a sacrifice. White Cloud City was naturally willing, Sage Dozhan replied coldly. In this matter, since the palace did not interfere from the start, we should not interfere at all. Lu Chan frowned. He turned towards Sage Wanxiang and asked, "What do you think?" Sage Wanxiang maintained his silence. He had did a divination for the palace the other day. It was a divination of crisis, the palace's crisis. It was probably very hard for them to avoid it, but he was unsure where the crisis would come from. However, as of now, it seemed that the highest possibility was that the crisis came from Jisheng Cliffs. After all, the only force that could shake the palace now was the Yu State's holy land, Jisheng Cliffs. You make a decision by yourself in this matter. Sage Wanxiang did not say anything more. Now, the situation in the barren state was complicated and turmoil had already spread. He wondered how long more it was to the palace's crisis. What about you too? Lu Chan then looked at Sage Daozong and the Sword Demon. Since Wanxiang doesn't know, how could we know what to do? Sage Daozong shook his head bitterly, sighing in his heart. The White Cloud City Lord and Zhuge Qifeng, Bai Luli and Yi Futian, 2 generations of geniuses both standing at opposing ends. This storm had involved 2 generations of people. The Sword Demon was also silent. Although he valued Bai Luli, he also appreciated Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen was his disciple as well and showed potential. What a pity. The 2 of them could have created a generation together, but they were now on opposing sides. If Bai Luli knew that Yi Futian had led Taihang Mountain's clan into his house, what would he think? Lu Chan, a frail voice sounded and Lu Chan turned around. Everyone's expression became somber and they turned around and looked in that direction. Brother, Lu Chan called out. The person who had spoken was the real palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the first on the barren sky ranking. Since the palace's will has already been unfulfilled, What is there to hesitate about? There are some things that we must do even if we know they are wrong. As long as our mindset is flawless, it is correct. Luli will be the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, so nothing bad must befall his family. I hope that I can witness a saint being born in the barren state before I die. The voice sounded gradually. It was heavy yet solemn, but there was an undoubtedly firm will behind it. The barren state having a saint, that was his desire. Even as the first on the barren sky ranking, he had experienced danger on the divine path. He did not wish that the palace would become a thing of the past after he died. If that was so, he would be letting his master down. Yes, brother. Lu Chan bowed slightly, coming to a decision in his mind. His brother was right. Since he had already made up his decision a long time ago, what was he hesitating about? Tianqing, Sword Demon, bring a few people from your palaces to White Cloud City and get Yufutian to leave White Cloud City. Try your best not to injure him, Lu Chan said. Yes. Sage Tianqing nodded. The Sword Demon was helpless. Why him? He did not want to see this kind of situation. Dozhan, don't interfere with this. I've already told them not to injure Yifutian, Lu Chan said and looked towards Sage Dozhan. Sage Dozhan looked profoundly at Lu Chan but eventually did not say anything. Although they would not injure Yifutian, the palace's stand was equivalent to pushing Yifutian to the opposite side. Xuanwu City outside Crouching Dragon Mountain. A group of people stood in the air looking down upon the Zhuge family on Crouching Dragon Mountain. The two teens at the front were two of the 9 sons of Jisheng Cliffs, Qin Zhang and Zhan Xiao. Brother. This time, Uncle Master has joined forces with White Cloud City Lord. They should be able to take down Crouching Dragon Mountain. Zhan Xiao looked at the two figures who had stepped towards the Crouching Dragon Mountain and let out a faint smile. White Cloud City Lord was rather interesting. That day, he had gone to White Cloud City to discuss some terms. If White Cloud City Lord was willing to offer a helping hand, his Uncle Master Kong Yao would help out his son Bai Luli when he was trying to attain the level of a saint. Evidently, Bai Gu had been tempted by that. Everyone in the 9 states knew how dangerous the divine path was and how many elite geniuses would be there. His Uncle Master was an elite figure, the 9th on the sage ranking. Coupled with Jisheng Cliff's power, if he promised to take care of Bai Luli, it would be equivalent to another safeguard for Bai Luli. However, White Cloud City Lord had claimed that he would come to Xuanwu City to apply pressure on Zhuge Qingfeng. If they could cause the Zhuge family to concede without a fight and hand over Gu Donglu, he would agree. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, he wanted the saint instrument in Zhuge Qingfeng's hands. If it did not become an all-out fight, they would not have completely fallen out, so he could accept the first condition. The White Cloud City Lord evidently knew what it meant, so once war broke out, he would immediately try to take Zhuge Qingfeng out. He would then snatch the saint instrument. It seemed like he had everything thought out. Although the treasure in the White Cloud City Lord's hands is not a saint-level one, it also falls into the classification of a saint instrument. Adding on his Uncle Master's strength, the battle was originally unfair, so there will be no tension. Qin Zhong opened his mouth and said, on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 experts had already descended and countless people were watching with astonishment. Would the Zhuge family be wiped out in this storm? Younger brother, I'll try to persuade you once again. Gu Donglu robbed the Yu State's holy item and ruined Luli's marriage. You should know what kind of person he is. It's still not too late to regret and hand him over. Do not continue your errors. The White Cloud City Lord stood in the air, looking down upon the Zhuge family. Zhuge Qingfeng stood there with an indifferent expression in his eyes. He had not expected the first person from the barren state to deal with him would be his brother. Everything was really unpredictable. Clan leader, let's hand him over, many people from the Zhuge family said as they looked at Zhuge Qingfeng. Zhuge Qingfeng, you can't be thinking of using the entire Zhuge family's future as a wager for one person? A figure from the older generation looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and asked. Evidently, they agreed with handing Gu Donglu over. There is no way to obtain the best of both worlds. Since I have already decided, there is no need to persuade me, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Are you really trying to ruin the Zhuge family? Someone shouted at him. We haven't even tried. How will we know if we will fail? If I am defeated, I hope that brother and Kong Yao will not indiscriminately kill innocent people, seeing as we are all from the 9 states' holy lands. If he was defeated, he was willing to sacrifice his life. If he survived this calamity, the barren state would definitely return to an era with saints. His Zhuge family would definitely have a saint. He did not know what Yi Futian's relationship with Emperor Yi Qing was, but no matter what it was, the Saint Plane was definitely not the endpoint for him. Since little brother is willing to sacrifice yourself for a cause, I will fulfill your wish, Bai Gu replied emotionlessly. In an instant, both he and Kong Yao released a monstrous might, shrouding all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Do it, Zhuge Qingfeng said. An 8 trigrams formation appeared and surrounded Crouching Dragon Mountain with many shadows moving at the same time. Kong Yao stepped forward and countless statues of gods appeared in the area, the heavens feeling as though it would collapse. The boundless gravity crushed down upon everyone in the Zhuge family. A sage plane figure's will could reach the heavens. One thought could manifest itself as rule power in the surroundings. Wait a minute. At that moment, a voice sounded. Kong Yao frowned and the White Cloud City Lord looked back and saw a figure descending rapidly. He frowned as well and asked, Yun Hao, why are you here? Yi Futian has brought Yuan Hong from Taihang Mountain and many other golden apes into White Cloud City, eradicating the Gong Sun clan. They are now in the City Lord office, Yun Hao replied. The White Cloud City turned around and his expression immediately became foreboding, his killing intent engulfing the area. You mean that Yu Futian and Yuan Hong are in my residence? Bai Gu's voice had a frigid killing intent in it. Yes. Yun Hao nodded. He also asked me to bring a message. If anything happens to his brother and sister, as long as the City Lord has participated, he will make sure that the City Lord office is destroyed. Bai Gu raised his head and looked in the distance, a horrifying killing intent emanating from him and roaring in the skies. Nobody had ever dared to barge into White Cloud City. Apart from the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple, Bai Gu had the highest rank on the Barren Sky ranking. Now, a kid in the Noble Plane dared to barge into his residence and threaten him, the 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, with his family's lives. What a joke. Both he and Yuan Hong were courting death. Brother Kong, I can only temporarily give up on this matter. Bai Gu turned to Kong Yao and said, I'll be back after I kill that bastard. Kong Yao frowned. They were already preparing to strike, but such an interference appeared suddenly. Who was it that dared touch White Cloud City? Who was Yu Futian? Why had he never heard of such a person? Shouldn't he be an expert on the Barren Sky ranking? Moreover, who were his brother and sister? Bai Gu turned around and left, leaving after images in the sky and heinous killing intent. Everyone could see how infuriated the White Cloud City Lord was. In the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qifeng also had a shocked expression. He had not expected the little fellow to strike White Cloud City now. It had temporarily alleviated the situation here. However, Yuan Hong would find it very hard to deal with Bai Gu. Wasn't this putting himself in danger? Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue looked at each other. Little brother had actually gone to White Cloud City. They were very worried about him. This incident started because of me. Gu Donglu sighed. If it really reached the worst-case scenario, he would resolve the matter himself. Don't overthink. Zhuge Mingyue held his hand and said, Little brother knows his limits. He won't do something that is beyond him. Okay. Gu Donglu nodded lightly. Although he was now a high-level sage, his cultivation level was still too low. Kong Yao looked at Zhuge Qingfeng, thinking how lucky the Zhuge family was. He stepped back and the pressure disappeared from the Zhuge family. Kong Yao walked to Xianxia and asked, Who is Yi Futian? Xianxia had arrived in the barren state earlier than him, so he should know more than him. Xianxiao's expression became unnatural. Of course, he knew who Yu Futian was, but it was because he knew who he was that he found it strange. A noble plane cultivator had actually managed to turn the situation around and foil his plan. He is Gu Donglio's little brother who used to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace and was expelled by the palace because of Bai Luli and Gu Donglio's enmity. According to many people in the barren state, he is the number 1 noble in the barren state, Xianxia replied. However, a mere noble plane cultivator dares to interfere with our Jisheng Cliffs matters and threaten the White Cloud City Lord. How reckless. A noble plane cultivator? Kong Yao's expression became confused as well. It was ludicrous that a noble plane would be able to ruin their plans. The Baron State's #1 noble? Qin asked curiously. So that means that the palace's Shimin Hanjiang is not the strongest noble in the Baron State. Previously, when he dominated Shimin Hanjiang, he had asked if the palace's disciples could represent the Baron State's highest standards. But Lu Chan had not given him a straightforward reply, and the palace's disciples did not acknowledge him either. Before Shimin Hanjiang, the first on the low rank was Yi Futian. Shimin Hanjiang's first on the low rank was replaced by him. It was rumored that the difference in potential between Shimin Hanjiang and Yi Futian was huge and could not even be compared. Xianxia continued, "Of course, no matter how outstanding he is, he cannot compare with little brother. Why care about the Baron State's nobles?" "It's not that I care." Qin Zhong shook his head and replied, "The #1 noble in the Baron State, huh?" He wanted to experience it, although he did not feel that there was any noble in the Baron State who could be stronger than him. Yi Futian must have had exceptional combat ability to be titled the first in the Baron State. "Let's wait for Bai Gu to settle matters on his end," Kong Yao said impatiently. He had originally wanted to settle the Baron State issue quickly, but he had not expected so many hiccups to appear. In White Cloud City, Bai Gu had not arrived, but the people from the Holy Ji Palace had. In the empty area above the City Lord office, Sage Qianxing and the Sword Demon had led many of their palace's experts there, and the people from the Bai clan were delighted to see them. On the other hand, when Yi Futian saw the figures appearing in the air, his heart went cold. He stood on the ground, watching the experts arriving in the air without saying anything. He looked calm that day in the Zhuge family. He had already said that he would not be enemies with the palace if they let the matter rest. However, now that 2 of the palace's palace lords had descended on White Cloud City, he naturally knew that they were not here to help him. He was very clear what the appearance of the 2 palace lords meant. It meant that they could forsake the Zhuge family, but he could not touch the Bai clan. The Sword Demon saw the teen looking calmly at them and was speechless. The palace's stance shifting was the truth, however. Since it was a decision made by the 2 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace, he was powerless to change it. The main palace lord had suffered injuries he could not recover from, and nobody knew how many years he could live. He wished to see a saint in the Baron State while he was still alive. It was also the wish of many in the palace. "Yi Futian, the things that you have been doing recently are too audacious. Leave White Cloud City immediately and the palace will treat this matter like it never happened." Sage Qianxing looked at Yi Futian and said, "He was in charge of punishments in the palace, so he naturally had an authoritative aura." "When have I been audacious?" Yi Futian looked at Sage Qianxing and questioned. This time he did not salute or bow, but questioned him directly. "Eradicating the Ning clan and Gongsun clan, then allowing Taihang Mountain to barge into White Cloud City and causing unrest in the Baron State," Sage Qianxing replied. "According to you, I should have allowed the Ning clan and Gongsun clan to kill me. The Zhuge family should be eradicated by the White Cloud City Lord. Then there will not be unrest in the Baron State?" Yi Futian looked at Sage Qianxing and asked. "Senior handles punishment in the palace, and the palace has a reverent position in the Baron State. However, the palace is not restricting the ones who started the dispute, but have come to look for me. Why is this so? You are getting more and more impudent. The assistant palace lord has asked me not to injure you on account that you were once a disciple of the palace." "We have already shown mercy," Sage Qianxing replied. "I have entered White Cloud City. The Holy Ji Palace may not harm me, but what about the White Cloud City Lord?" Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Is the palace going to shield me from the White Cloud City Lord's anger?" Sage Qianxing did not reply. Yi Futian had a self-mocking smile and said, "In a conflict between 2 parties, the palace only restricts one side. What a joke. Once one has their self-interest at heart, their actions will no longer be fair and just. Since the palace now has its interests, there is no longer any need to keep up the facade of righteousness." Yi Futian said slowly. When the 2 palace lords appeared, the palace was no longer a holy land. The Holy Ji Palace's self-interest was naturally Bai Luli. Yi Futian was thoroughly disappointed. In order to have Bai Luli become a saint, not only was the Holy Ji Palace fine with sacrificing Zhuge Mingyue, but they were even all right with sacrificing the entire Zhuge family. When the city lord of White Cloud City descended upon Xuanwu City, the Holy Ji Palace would have intervened if that was not the case. He came to White Cloud City to confront the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace is free of personal agendas, Sage Tianxing said plainly. The two palace lords were ready to do anything in order to nurture a saint for barren state. Sage Tianxing did not find that to be something personal. It was the mission of the Holy Ji Palace, a great endeavor undertaken for the good of all. He understood that some of Yi Futian's words made sense, but sacrifices needed to be made in order to get certain things done, and it was something inevitable. If I refuse to leave, what do the two of you plan on doing? Yi Futian was in no mood to argue any longer. He went straight for the core of the problem instead. Then we will have to remove you by force, Sage Tianxing said. Yi Futian laughed. He looked at the two palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace and said, "If that is the case, please, after you." Yi Futian, while Yuan Hong ranks 18th on the Barren Sky ranking, the Sword Demon and I are also mighty ones ranked on the Barren Sky ranking. We are both not that far in rank compared to him. If we were to fight Yuan Hong, he would definitely lose. Furthermore, when you came into White Cloud City, did you not think about the city lord who was ranked 4th? Didn't you think you would end up dragging Taihang Mountain into this? The Lord of Tianxing Pavilion said, "Yi Futian, I advise you to give up now. If you were to really become a saint in the future, you would be able to reclaim everything you've lost," the Sword Demon said, looking at Yi Futian. He was speaking genuinely from his heart, as he did not wish for Yi Futian to be embroiled in this maelstrom. The circumstances worsened by the second, and he was concerned that there was no way for Yi Futian to back away if the young man insisted on getting himself into it. It would be a pity for him to die as a noble. If I become a saint in the future, what is lost will remain lost. There will be no point to any of it by then. You of all should understand that cultivators need to listen to their heart, and there are things that should never be done. If the Holy Ji Palace decided to go on with it, then there is no need for both of you to hesitate anymore. Yi Futian then went on to address Yuan Hong. "Grandpa Yuan, I assume you've never used the 9 heavenly attacks in battle before, right? I'd like to see you use those techniques today." "Very well." Yuan Hong nodded. "Where would you like to see the show? I'll take a seat somewhere on you." Yi Futian leaped and landed on Yuan Hong's shoulder. He was attempting to develop comprehension of the powers of sages, and there was no better chance at the moment for him to do that than to witness the battle between sages that was about to happen. While he had developed comprehension of said plane from many sages, those were still powers left behind by sages of old, and they were poor substitutes of what could be gained from seeing a true battle being fought. Boom! Yuan Hong stepped forward and took to the air. Sage Tianxing and the Sword Demon shot up in the air as well, coming to face Yuan Hong. The battle between the three mighty ones on the Barren Sky ranking attracted the attention of many below. Many outside the city lord office looked up in the air while feeling the tremors within. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain, lords of Tianxing Pavilion and Sword Palace from the Holy Ji Palace. The huge golden body stood tall in the air, and Yuan Hong's might spread far and wide. He extended his hand and coalesced spiritual qi into a staff, brimming with immeasurable power from top to bottom. Sage Tianxing did not dare let his guard down. He knew too well of the potency of the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, which was the signature skill of the apes of Taihang Mountain. The set of techniques was an offensive skill of unparalleled power. Streaks of golden lightning rained down from his body as a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. Golden lightning was unleashed from the weapon, like punishing lights imbued with unfathomable devastating power. The power spread far and wide in the air. The sky soon looked like doomsday was near as the scene turned to be an appalling one. It seemed like it could have even easily torn any conventional sage apart. Yi Futian stood on Yuan Hong's back. A golden screen of light covered his body, protecting him from external encroachment. Despite the measures taken, Yi Futian was still able to sense the punishing power of rules permeating the air at the moment, which was similar to that student who tried to assassinate him back then. The magnitude of the skill's power, however, was several orders of magnitude higher when it was being used by Sage Tianxing himself. He had no doubt that if he dared to even take a step outside, a flash of light would have rained down on him right there and then, reducing him to ash. "Punish," Sage Tianxing said with a cold voice. Endless light of punishment rained down like crosses of light, enabling no place for escape. Such overpowering spells could have only been fended off by sheer defensive powers. Yi Futian took a look at the light of punishment raining down on them. It was a terrible spell of rules which was capable of wiping out a whole army effortlessly. It was also a testament to the sheer ferocity of top-class mighty ones. Yuan Hong burst with terrifying martial arts will as he swung his staff about. Countless shadows of staffs appeared in the air. The shadows materialized as light screens covering his entire body. Stifling noises were heard throughout the sky, and whoever was watching the fight, inside or out of the City Lord office of White Cloud City, was able to feel a suffocating pressure permeating the air. The winds howled and the forces between the heavens and the earth roared. Dazzling lights sparked as the light of punishment hit the screen of staff shadows, yet totally incapable of penetrating it. Sage Tianqing's eyes turned incredibly serious in a second as he felt terrifying pressure bearing down. One shadow of golden great ape after another appeared in the air. They were all conjured by Yuan Hong, and everyone below was able to tell that they were not tangible constructs. The shadows were simply illusory products of martial arts will. However, when many of the incredibly huge golden great apes danced about with their golden staffs, the visual impact was one that had many feeling that the air itself was on the verge of being split apart by the staff. It was a stunning sight to behold, and the hearts of many raced. Yuan Hong is more powerful than he once was. The expressions of Sage Tianqing and the sword demon turned solemn. More terrifying light of punishment rained down on them as the shadows filled the air. Sage Tianqing held tightly onto his halberd. Endless light of punishment fell onto the halberd, and terrifying lights penetrated the air as his might grew increasingly strong. "Sword demon, I might need your help in this," Sage Tianqing said. The sword demon nodded. He was able to feel that the aura bursting from Yuan Hong was a little too fearsome. Storms of blades whipped about in the air all of a sudden. They danced in a crazed manner in the air, yet were unable to penetrate the staff shadows filling the air. "We can't wait any longer," Sage Tianqing said. His body vanished right as he spoke. The sword demon's body seemed to have moved with him, as they went catching Yuan Hong in a pincer attack. At that very moment, the thousands of staff shadows coalesced into one staff. The overwhelming force encased everything in its vicinity as if the air was about to burst. Light from the heavenly halberd pierced the air, and the sword of the sword demon lashed out with ferocious force. Endless sword aura swirled in the air as it cut apart anything in its path. When their attacks met that one staff, everyone was able to feel the intensity with the attacks. The boundless force from the staff threw both of them off. "That is so powerful," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. While Yuan Hong's experience with the 9 heavenly attacks was far less than his, the ape's high plane level and understanding of the martial arts was not something Yi Futian could have compared with. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly attacks evolved from the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. Yuan Hong had been steeped in that signature technique of his people enough to be able to easily grasp their evolved form. What Yuan Hong demonstrated right there and then was bringing the attacks of the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques to new heights, and the force packed within was even more fearsome. Sage Tianqing's arm went somewhat numb. He knew how powerful his halberd techniques were, but the halberd of punishment, known for its devastating power of destruction, was utterly incapable of breaking the attack of that staff technique. They later found that Yuan Hong never stopped attacking. The ape took a step in the air, coalescing an even more powerful storm of martial arts will with the residual raging force. The air felt even more unbearable right there and then. It was yet another whip with the staff. The myriad of staff shadows went straight for Sage Tianqing. His expression turned incredibly serious as he burst with blinding light from his body, heading for Yuan Hong. He brought his halberd to bear once again, like a rainbow shooting up at the sky, penetrating everything in its path. The sword demon stopped attacking and stared at Yuan Hong. The aura permeating the ape's body had not dissipated yet, but the pressure grew increasingly strong. Boom! Yuan Hong headed straight for him. Devastating sword aura appeared in the surroundings of the sword demon's body. Countless black mirages appeared in the sky at the very next moment. Streaks of black sword shadows appeared as they cut through the air, encasing Yuan Hong within. Yuan Hong swept away with his staff. The staff shadows in the air covered every angle around him, shattering all incoming sword aura. Yuan Hong stepped forward once more. When Sage Tianqing made his way back, he felt the might around Yuan Hong to have grown to a critical point. Yuan Hong danced about with his staff, encasing everything in the space, all of them occupied with the shadows of his staff. At that very moment, both Sage Tianqing and the sword demon felt covered by the will of the staff. Bam! A stifling sound was heard as Yuan Hong's fifth attack hit the air. Both of them felt the endless staff shadows hit them squarely before the attack even connected. They burst forth with their full power, attacking the shadows of the staff as if they were real. Both felt irresistible force being brought down onto them. A thunderous rumble was heard as their bodies ended up being thrown far away. They grunted and blood was seen at the corner of their mouths. Their internal organs felt rattled as they struggled to quiet their breaths. The thousands of techniques were helpless before sheer overwhelming power. Despite them having many tricks and tactics up their sleeves, they were nothing before Yuan Hong's overwhelming staff techniques. They did not even get to use the tricks they had with them. If both of you want for me to leave White Cloud City, then I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with that, Yifutian said, looking at Sage Tianqing and the sword demon, who were both thrown off. They looked incredibly serious. Yuan Hong's prowess had them feel that this power was not something coming from someone ranked 18th on the Barren Sky ranking. The people of the City Lord office of White Cloud City were utterly startled. Despite having two lords from the palace and pavilions from the Holy Ji Palace on their side, they were still incapable of kicking Yifutian out from White Cloud City. People who watched the battle from outside the City Lord office were utterly stunned. To many, it was an incredibly rare opportunity to see mighty ones ranked on the Barren Sky ranking battling it out. They got what they came for, and they witnessed Yuan Hong throwing off two major lords of the Holy Ji Palace through sheer, overwhelming force. They would have probably needed the City Lord to return before they had a chance of stopping Yuan Hong. Sage Tianqing and the sword demon stared at the battlefield in the air. The sword demon had been there to see Yifutian in action back when he was entering the Holy Ji Palace 4 years ago. He knew that the staff technique that Yuan Hong used was the same as the one used by Yifutian back then. That was probably where they were connected. That staff technique was naturally suitable for the apes, and the evolution of the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques was also apparent. Did Yuan Hong see Yifutian's immense potential and as such, pass down the staff techniques to him? Is Taihang Mountain trying to create a saint as well? The aura in the air was terrifying. Many were shocked to their cores. Yuan Hong, who was ranked 18th on Barren Sky ranking, defeated the one who ranked 4th on the same ranking. It was impossible for anyone to not find it shocking. It was no surprise why Yuan Hong and Yifutian dared throw their weight around in White Cloud City. Both of them came prepared. The City Lord of White Cloud City lifted his head. The murderous intent in his cold eyes grew even more terrifying as he glared at that golden monster. It was totally unexpected for him to be beaten by a beast. He ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, and his renown as the City Lord of White Cloud City brought him immense prestige throughout the entire Barren State. There was no one who did not know him. He went on to fight yet another mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking after many years. The entire Barren State was watching. It was one fight he could not afford to lose. Black, devastating storms hung high in the sky. The entire space turned gray. The light of the spell scroll glittered. One painting after another was arranged in a stack, and a shadow emerged from the last one on the stack. The shadows that subsequently emerged were all that of the City Lord himself. A pair of huge gray eyes appeared in the sky, devouring all powers in the vicinity, and turned the space into a world of sorcery. Countless shadows of the City Lord appeared within Yuan Hong's mind, intending to put his mental powers on lockdown. The devastating storm whipped about outside. Yuan Hong felt his spiritual will faltering. Yet another storm of an even more terrifying nature coursed throughout his body. He stood while countless shadows of golden great apes appeared around him, dancing about, wielding the staff techniques. Irresistible powers emanated from the techniques, and Yuan Hong's body seemed to have resonated with the entire space around him. He lifted his head and let out a roar of the apes. Rumbling noises were heard as the countless shadows of golden great apes roared as well. Yuan Hong's body grew even larger, turning into something like a true golden ancient god. As he stood proud in the air, the powers of the world that were placed under lockdown seemed to be free of their shackles. Kill! The city lord conjured a shadow and boundless spiritual will went assaulting Yuan Hong's mind. Kill! Yuan Hong uttered the same word with a roar. The pole arm of divine devastation was brought down upon the city lord. Many felt themselves trembling within. They knew that if both parties ended up unable to kill each other, things would become peaceful between them as a ceasefire agreement would be reached. But if they were actually able to kill each other, neither of them would have hesitated to do so. Devastating storms consumed the entire space they were in. The golden body, which resembled a demonic god, lashed out with a staff attack. The hearts of many jumped as if the attack was something meant for them as well. The scene was simply too terrifying to behold. Stifling sounds were heard as the formless storm engulfed the air. Many below closed their eyes, feeling as if they were being consumed by the storm. When everything turned quiet after a while, Yuan Hong was caught panting, yet his golden body stood proud in the air. The city lord was sent flying far away, his expression ashen and his clothes bloodied. The city lord of White Cloud City has been defeated. The hearts of many jumped crazily. Baigu, who ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, lost to Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain. Is the Barren State going to shake after this? There is no doubt that the ranking on the Barren Sky ranking will see changes soon enough. If the ranks were to be rearranged, Yuan Hong might have been able to take the place of the city lord of White Cloud City after that battle and be ranked 4th. The eyes of Sage Tianqing and the sword demon were practically frozen. That battle shook their minds as well. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain ventured outside and swore to protect Yifutian in an unwavering manner. Now he defeated the city lord of White Cloud City to announce his presence. Even the Holy Ji Palace would have been unable to ignore him after all that. You planning to snuff out Taihang Mountain? Yuan Hong's voice boomed as he glared at the city lord of White Cloud City coldly. Baigu looked incredibly distressed. There was to be no talk of destroying Taihang Mountain, given that he was not even able to kill Yuan Hong. If he insisted on destroying Taihang Mountain, Yuan Hong could just crush White Cloud City right there and then. Nobody was an island. Baigu, if you insisted on meddling with the affairs of my third brother after this battle, don't blame me if I go mess with Bailuli, Yifutian threatened him in a chilling tone. If the city lord of White Cloud City dared lift a finger against Gu Donglu again, Yifutian would show him no mercy. Sage Tianqing and the sword demon were practically frozen hearing Yifutian's words. Bailuli was more than just the young city lord of White Cloud City. What Yifutian said practically made him an enemy of the Holy Ji Palace itself. The sword demon sighed. If Yuan Hong had been crushed, things would have been simpler. Now, things in the Barren State would definitely take a turn for the worse. If Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs was here, he would definitely not sit by idly and just watch. Grandpa Yuan, let's go, Yifutian shouted. Yuan Hong nodded and lowered his body. Yifutian leaped onto the ape's back and left with the rest of the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain. The city lord office of White Cloud City was left shivering as if the place were to fall anytime soon. The once renowned and prestigious White Cloud City was weakened considerably following that battle. Taihang Mountain would be known to all in the world. Baigu clenched his fists tight seeing Yifutian and Yuan Hong leave. The murderous intent in his eyes was still as terrifying. Yet the sword demon was seen cupping his hands and said, Baigu, we will return to the Holy Ji Palace. Right? Baigu nodded. The people of the Holy Ji Palace left soon after as well. However, things were unable to quiet down in White Cloud City for a very long time. The news of that battle spread out throughout the Barren State at a frightening speed. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue were worried while inside the Zhuge family estate. Zhuge Qingfeng felt rather uneasy as well. While Yifutian's action of bringing Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain to White Cloud City had saved them from their predicament for the time being, the city lord of White Cloud City had returned. What could Yifutian and Yuan Hong have done about it? At that moment, two silhouettes were descended from the airspace above Crouching Dragon Mountain. Many turned their heads to the sky and saw both silhouettes to be demonic beasts. One was a golden great ape while the other, a black-winged condor. Are they from Taihang Mountain? Someone from the Zhuge family asked as the golden great ape was a symbol of Taihang Mountain. Zhuge Qingfeng, Gu Donglu, and the others took to the air. Seeing that black-winged condor, Zhuge Mingyue said, "That is little brother's demonic beast." The black-winged condor shot down from the air and came before Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. It then said, "My master sent me to keep an eye on things here. If Baigu dares lift a finger against the Zhuge family, they will crush White Cloud City right away." The black-winged condor's words had Zhuge Qingfeng stunned. "You share a telepathic link with your master?" "Indeed." The black-winged condor nodded. Zhuge Qingfeng felt himself trembling slightly inside. Yifutian was apparently being serious. He had let a sage among the golden great apes bring the black-winged condor to Crouching Dragon Mountain, while he and Yuan Hong went to White Cloud City. "How are things on little brother's side?" Gu Donglu asked. If they indeed shared a telepathic link, the beast would know what was happening there. The Holy Ji Palace intervened and sent Sage Tianxing and the Sword Demon to White Cloud City to tell my master to leave. They fought against Senior Yuan Hong and were defeated. The city lord returned to the city and yet another battle broke out. The city lord ended up being defeated. The black-winged condor reported. "What?" Surprise was seen in Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes. "Are you saying that Yuan Hong defeated Baigu?" "Indeed. Senior Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain has just left White Cloud City with my master. They are heading for Xuanwu City." The black-winged condor nodded and elaborated. Zhuge Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had not expected things to unfold as such. However, he was hardly happy about how things turned out. In fact, he felt rather bothered about it all. The Holy Ji Palace had gotten themselves involved in this, and he knew well what that meant. The Holy Ji Palace's participation saddened him. "Little brother loved creating miracles," Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile. With the city lord of White Cloud City defeated, he would probably never show up in the Zhuge family estate again. "But Jisheng Cliffs will probably not just let things slide," Gu Donglu said softly. He felt heavy inside as well. He did not wish for anyone to get involved in this. Yet, what Yifutian did for him had officially gotten him tangled up in the mess. Jisheng Cliffs would probably hate him for it. What happened in White Cloud City would take some time to reach Xuanwu City. Yuan Hong and Yifutian got there at blinding speed. Zhuge Qingfeng went to greet him personally after they arrived at Crouching Dragon Mountain. His eyes looked rather peculiar seeing Yifutian standing on the back of Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong had just defeated a figure ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking. His name would have been known throughout the Barren State soon enough. "Little brother, you shouldn't have gotten yourself involved in this," Gu Donglu said to Yifutian. The storm would throw Yifutian into the vortex. No one knew what lied ahead for him. "Third brother," Yifutian looked at Gu Donglu and said with a smile, "The students of the cottage will always stand together. No one is allowed to mess with any of us." Seeing Yifutian smile, Gu Donglu smiled as well. The news of that battle in White Cloud City eventually reached Xuanwu City and it kicked up quite a fuss. Furthermore, the news became the talk of the Barren State. The peace that had been kept in the Barren State was falling apart. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs residing in Xuanwu City had, of course, caught wind of the news. Kong Yao had not anticipated that Yuan Hong, who ranked 18th on the Barren Sky ranking, was actually able to defeat Baigu. Their plans had obviously failed. Now, with Yuan Hong siding with the Zhuge family, it became unthinkable for him to move them. "I never thought a noble would have screwed up our plans," Xianxia said with a cold tone. The source of the whole mess was Yifutian, the one said to have been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. "Xianxia, you have any thoughts about this?" Kong Yao asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "Uncle, it is not something difficult to settle. With the Barren State being at peace for so many years, all of the forces have grown to harbor their personal agendas. Yifutian had offended quite a number of them. Since he insists on getting involved in this, we will simply proceed to make a bigger mess out of the Barren State and have the forces of Barren State move against the Zhuge family." Sage Tianxing and the Sword Demon stared at the battlefield in the air. The Sword Demon had been there to see Yifutian in action back when he was entering the Holy Ji Palace 4 years ago. He knew that the staff technique that Yuan Hong used was the same as the one used by Yifutian back then. That was probably where they were connected. That staff technique was naturally suitable for the apes, and the evolution of the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques was also apparent. Did Yuan Hong see Yi Futian's immense potential and as such pass down the staff techniques to him? Is Taihang Mountain trying to create a saint as well? The aura in the air was terrifying. Many were shocked to their cores. Yuan Hong, who was ranked 18th on Barren Sky ranking, defeated the one who ranked 4th on the same ranking. It was impossible for anyone to not find it shocking. It was no surprise why Yuan Hong and Yi Futian dared throw their weight around in White Cloud City. Both of them came prepared. The city lord of White Cloud City lifted his head. The murderous intent in his cold eyes grew even more terrifying as he glared at that golden monster. It was totally unexpected for him to be beaten by a beast. He ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, and his renown as the city lord of White Cloud City brought him immense prestige throughout the entire Barren State. There was no one who did not know him. He went on to fight yet another mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking after many years. The entire Barren State was watching. It was one fight he could not afford to lose. Black, devastating storms hung high in the sky. The entire space turned gray. The light of the spell scroll glittered. One painting after another was arranged in a stack, and a shadow emerged from the last one on the stack. The shadows that subsequently emerged were all that of the city lord himself. A pair of huge gray eyes appeared in the sky, devouring all powers in the vicinity, and turned the space into a world of sorcery. Countless shadows of the city lord appeared within Yuan Hong's mind, intending to put his mental powers on lockdown. The devastating storm whipped about outside. Yuan Hong felt his spiritual will faltering. Yet another storm of an even more terrifying nature coursed throughout his body. He stood while countless shadows of golden great apes appeared around him, dancing about, wielding the staff techniques. Irresistible powers emanated from the techniques, and Yuan Hong's body seemed to have resonated with the entire space around him. He lifted his head and let out a roar of the apes. Rumbling noises were heard as the countless shadows of golden great apes roared as well. Yuan Hong's body grew even larger, turning into something like a true golden ancient god. As he stood proud in the air, the powers of the world that were placed under lockdown seemed to be free of their shackles. Kill! The city lord conjured a shadow and boundless spiritual will went assaulting Yuan Hong's mind. Kill! Yuan Hong uttered the same word with a roar. The polearm of divine devastation was brought down upon the city lord. Many felt themselves trembling within. They knew that if both parties ended up unable to kill each other, things would become peaceful between them as a ceasefire agreement would be reached. But if they were actually able to kill each other, neither of them would have hesitated to do so. Devastating storms consumed the entire space they were in. The golden body, which resembled a demonic god, lashed out with a staff attack. The hearts of many jumped as if the attack was something meant for them as well. The scene was simply too terrifying to behold. Stifling sounds were heard as the formless storm engulfed the air. Many below closed their eyes, feeling as if they were being consumed by the storm. When everything turned quiet after a while, Yuan Hong was caught panting, yet his golden body stood proud in the air. The city lord was sent flying far away, his expression ashen and his clothes bloodied. The city lord of White Cloud City has been defeated. The hearts of many jumped crazily. Bai Gu, who ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, lost to Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain. Is the Barren State going to shake after this? There is no doubt that the ranking on the Barren Sky ranking will see changes soon enough. If the ranks were to be rearranged, Yuan Hong might have been able to take the place of the city lord of White Cloud City after that battle and be ranked 4th. The eyes of Sage Tianxing and the Sword Demon were practically frozen. That battle shook their minds as well. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain ventured outside and swore to protect Yi Futian in an unwavering manner. Now, he defeated the city lord of White Cloud City to announce his presence. Even the Holy Ji Palace would have been unable to ignore him after all that. You planning to snuff out Taihang Mountain? Yuan Hong's voice boomed as he glared at the city lord of White Cloud City coldly. Bai Gu looked incredibly distressed. There was to be no talk of destroying Taihang Mountain given that he was not even able to kill Yuan Hong. If he insisted on destroying Taihang Mountain, Yuan Hong could just crush White Cloud City right there and then. Nobody was an island. Bai Gu, if you insisted on meddling with the affairs of my third brother after this battle, don't blame me if I go mess with Bai Luli. Yi Futian threatened him in a chilling tone. If the city lord of White Cloud City dared lift a finger against Gu Donglu again, Yi Futian would show him no mercy. Sage Tianqing and the Sword Demon were practically frozen hearing Yi Futian's words. Bai Luli was more than just the young city lord of White Cloud City. What Yi Futian said practically made him an enemy of the Holy Ji Palace itself. The Sword Demon sighed. If Yuan Hong had been crushed, things would have been simpler. Now, things in the barren state would definitely take a turn for the worse. If Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs was here, he would definitely not sit by idly and just watch. Grandpa Yuan, let's go, Yi Futian shouted. Yuan Hong nodded and lowered his body. Yi Futian leaped onto the ape's back and left with the rest of the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain. The city lord office of White Cloud City was left shivering as if the place were to fall anytime soon. The once renowned and prestigious White Cloud City was weakened considerably following that battle. Taihang Mountain would be known to all in the world. Bai Gu clenched his fists tight seeing Yi Futian and Yuan Hong leave. The murderous intent in his eyes was still as terrifying, yet the Sword Demon was seen cupping his hands and said, Bai Gu, we will return to the Holy Ji Palace. Right? Bai Gu nodded. The people of the Holy Ji Palace left soon after as well. However, things were unable to quiet down in White Cloud City for a very long time. The news of that battle spread out throughout the barren state at a frightening speed. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue were worried while inside the Zhuge family estate. Zhuge Qingfeng felt rather uneasy as well. While Yi Futian's action of bringing Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain to White Cloud City had saved them from their predicament for the time being, the city lord of White Cloud City had returned. What could Yi Futian and Yuan Hong have done about it? At that moment, two silhouettes were descended from the airspace above Crouching Dragon Mountain. Many turned their heads to the sky and saw both silhouettes to be demonic beasts. One was a golden great ape while the other, a black-winged condor. Are they from Taihang Mountain? Someone from the Zhuge family asked as the golden great ape was a symbol of Taihang Mountain. Zhuge Qingfeng, Gu Donglu, and the others took to the air. Seeing that black-winged condor, Zhuge Mingyue said that his little brother's demonic beast. The black-winged condor shot down from the air and came before Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. It then said, my master sent me to keep an eye on things here. If Bai Gu dares lift a finger against the Zhuge family, they will crush White Cloud City right away. The black-winged condor's words had Zhuge Qingfeng stunned. You share a telepathic link with your master? Indeed. The black-winged condor nodded. Zhuge Qingfeng felt himself trembling slightly inside. Yi Futian was apparently being serious. He had let a sage among the golden great apes bring the black-winged condor to Crouching Dragon Mountain while he and Yuan Hong went to White Cloud City. How are things on little brother's side? Gu Donglu asked. If they indeed shared a telepathic link, the beast would know what was happening there. The Holy Ji Palace intervened and sent Sage Tianqing and the Sword Demon to White Cloud City to tell my master to leave. They fought against Senior Yuan Hong and were defeated. The city lord returned to the city and yet another battle broke out. The city lord ended up being defeated. The black-winged condor reported. What? Surprise was seen in Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes. Are you saying that Yuan Hong defeated Bai Gu? Indeed. Senior Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain has just left White Cloud City with my master. They are heading for Xuanwu City. The black-winged condor nodded and elaborated. Zhuge Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had not expected things to unfold as such. However, he was hardly happy about how things turned out. In fact, he felt rather bothered about it all. The Holy Ji Palace had gotten themselves involved in this, and he knew well what that meant. The Holy Ji Palace's participation saddened him. Little brother loved creating miracles, Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile. With the city lord of White Cloud City defeated, he would probably never show up in the Zhuge family estate again. But Jisheng Cliffs will probably not just let things slide, Gu Donglu said softly. He felt heavy inside as well. He did not wish for anyone to get involved in this. Yet, what Yi Futian did for him had officially gotten him tangled up in the mess. Jisheng Cliffs would probably hate him for it. What happened in White Cloud City would take some time to reach Xuanwu City. Yuan Hong and Yi Futian got there at blinding speed. Zhuge Qingfeng went to greet him personally after they arrived at Crouching Dragon Mountain. His eyes looked rather peculiar seeing Yi Futian standing on the back of Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong had just defeated a figure ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking. His name would have been known throughout the Barren State soon enough. Little brother, You shouldn't have gotten yourself involved in this, Gu Donglu said to Yi Futian. The storm would throw Yi Futian into the vortex. No one knew what lied ahead for him. Third brother Yi Futian looked at Gu Donglu and said with a smile, the students of the cottage will always stand together. No one is allowed to mess with any of us. Seeing Yi Futian smile, Gu Donglu smiled as well. The news of that battle in White Cloud City eventually reached Xuanwu City and it kicked up quite a fuss. Furthermore, the news became the talk of the Barren State. The peace that had been kept in the Barren State was falling apart. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs residing in Xuanwu City had, of course, caught wind of the news. Kong Yao had not anticipated that Yuan Hong, who ranked 18th on the Barren Sky ranking, was actually able to defeat Bai Gu. Their plans had obviously failed. Now, with Yuan Hong siding with the Zhuge family, it became unthinkable for him to move them. I never thought a noble would have screwed up our plans, Xianxia said with a cold tone. The source of the whole mess was Yi Futian, the one said to have been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. Xianxia, you have any thoughts about this? Kong Yu asked. Xianxia smiled and said, Uncle, it is not something difficult to settle. With the Barren State being at peace for so many years, all of the forces have grown to harbor their personal agendas. Yi Futian had offended quite a number of them. Since he insists on getting involved in this, we will simply proceed to make a bigger mess out of the Barren State and have the forces of Barren State move against the Zhuge family. The news of the battle at White Cloud City spread all over the Barren State. More news followed right afterward. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs had invited all the top forces in the Barren State to gather at Xuanwu City in order to find ways to create a saint. That piece of news soon became the talk everywhere. There was no one who did not know that Jisheng Cliffs intended to clash with the Zhuge family. There was no one who was able to fathom the meaning of the people of Jisheng Cliffs inviting mighty ones from all over the Barren State to gather at Xuanwu City at a time like this. The news that the people of Jisheng Cliffs released was reserved, with the only notable thing being the intention of the search of divine paths. However, no one outside of the Zhuge family knew what lied behind such an event. But Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs knew that those ranked on the Barren Sky ranking knew what he meant. The end of year 10009 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was an unsettling time. Many in the Barren State felt they were at the precipice of an epoch, witnessing the arrival of chaotic times. When year 10010 of the Divine Prefecture calendar finally arrived, Yi Futian was training in Moon Tower at Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was the day before was the very last day of the year 10009, yet there was no banquet to celebrate the arrival of the new year. The place was not lively and was completely devoid of any festive mood. Yi Futian sat silently, sensing the spiritual qi around him. Other than training his spiritual powers, he was also trying to develop a comprehension of the sage will. Ever since he came to the Barren State, he had been visiting many ruins to experience the power of the sage's past. He had even stood on Yuan Hong's back just a while ago, experiencing how sages fought firsthand. He became very knowledgeable of what kind of power sages possessed. However, knowing was one thing, and comprehending it was another thing altogether. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingwei walked up to him quietly from behind. They had no intentions of interrupting Yi Futian's training, yet he opened his eyes and turned to face both of them. He then smiled and greeted them. Second sister, third brother. Little brother, are you trying to comprehend the will of the sage here? Gu Donglu asked. Yeah, Yi Futian nodded. I seem to have grown to understand something, but I can't pinpoint what it is yet. That's normal. Gu Donglu nodded and continued. You're only a grade 2 noble. While your highly exceptional intellectual capacity allowed you to sense a sliver of the sage will, you're still unable to get to it just yet. That is because when nobles advance to become sages, the very nature of the plane changes. In all the cultivation stages before reaching sage plane, it can be said that you see mountains when you see mountains and water when you see water. Yet when you reach the sage plane, you don't see mountains when you see mountains, and you don't see water when you see water. Third brother, I think you're making it a little too deep for me. Yi Futian smiled and commented. Gu Donglu looked forward. He activated his will and a leaf fell before them. He then asked, what powers do you feel when you see the leaf fall? I feel the will of the wind, Yi Futian answered. Gu Donglu did not respond to his answer. His eyes remained on that very leaf, tracking it as it kept falling. finally ending up on a rock. The leaf had no way of continuing its path. Yet at the very next moment, Yifutian's eyes were practically frozen by what he saw. That seemingly light, helpless leaf went on to break the rock open. The very weak, powerless leaf had surprisingly functioned like a very sharp knife, cutting the rock it landed on. Wah! Yifutian felt touched somewhat. This is what you'd call will. The will melds with the heavens and the earth, and the will of sages is the very will of the heavens and the earth. When you have finally developed comprehension of that rule, you will find your will to be everywhere, turning into rules. That leaf you saw was infused with my will, and with that, it came to possess the power of rules of the sword. Gu Donglu elaborated. I understand now. Yifutian nodded, feeling himself having touched something, yet it slipped through his fingers before he could grab it. All the elemental spiritual qi of the world can be used to bolster the power of rules. But some more powerful rules were born from the elements themselves, yet they cast off the nature of elemental powers. You have begun to grasp this very level. When you were using the powers of noble will, that will itself was a fusion that gave birth to all new willpowers. Gu Donglu continued. Right, I know about that, Yifutian said while nodding. His teacher back in the cottage all those years ago guided him to practice fusion spells to serve as a backing for future training. You're versed in powers of all elements. The way with cultivation dictates that the higher your plane level, the more apparent your elemental advantage becomes. Sorcerers who train with a single element will develop comprehension of rules that aren't all that different from others doing other elements. Yet at the sage plane, the difference between one individual to another can be frighteningly huge. It goes without saying that it works the same with saints. As such, there's the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states all across the 9 states. Any from the Barren Sky ranking who are able to make it onto that ranking would definitely be the stuff of legends. Gu Donglu elaborated further. If the Barren Sky ranking was to be rearranged, you'd definitely be able to get ranked on there, Yifutian said with a smile. Of course, his third brother definitely had no interest in the Barren Sky ranking. These things hardly matter. Gu Donglu shook his head. Fame and fortune were little more than fleeting clouds to him. I'm going to go train with the staff for a bit, Yifutian said. From the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly attacks, he became able to touch some of the powers of the sage. Right? Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue nodded, and they both left soon after. Is Jeyu still on Taihang Mountain? Gu Donglu asked Zhuge Mingyue. Our little brother is naturally concerned for her. With things being so shaky all over the barren state, and Crouching Dragon Mountain being the center of this whirlpool, there is a risk of the odds stacking against us. He won't let her come here, and that is for her own good. It was only natural for Zhuge Mingyue to understand what Yifutian's thought. But that kid won't be able to fool Jeyu for long. Zhuge Mingyue sighed. It was impossible for Yifutian to bring Hua Jeyu along when he went to White Cloud City back then. He also came to Crouching Dragon Mountain instead of returning to Taihang Mountain, leaving her there instead. If Hua Jeyu knew what he intended to do back then, she would have followed him to White Cloud City, as there was no way she would have let him leave her behind. The apes of Taihang Mountain listened to Yifutian, and that meant it would have been difficult for Hua Jeyu to come to Crouching Dragon Mountain alone. Gu Donglu did not say anything. Xuanwu City gradually turned more lively over the next few days as mighty ones from faraway lands came. Many masters and leaders of top forces arrived one after another. There were even some mighty ones ranked on the Barren Sky ranking that were hardly seen anywhere. Xuanwu had never been so busy. Many were unable to fathom why Kong Yao's words carried such weight, being able to call such an impressive crowd. Are these forces that show up here really going to ally with Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs to take out the Zhuge family? They wondered. The Zhuge family estate on Crouching Dragon Mountain was seen to be a city in crisis at the moment, one that could collapse any moment. Mighty Ones of Jisheng Cliffs released more news that they would be meeting the Mighty Ones of the Barren State at the center of Xuanwu City, Xuanwu Tower. Mighty Ones of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City stayed in one of the palaces of Xuanwu City. Huangxi of the sovereign family came personally. Huangxi was training with his eyes closed in one of the compounds of the palace. A young man was seen there, and it was none other than Huang Jioge. Jisheng Cliffs is obviously trying to do something against the Zhuge family, with the meeting of the mighty ones from all over the Barren State set up at Xuanwu Tower and all. Why do we even need to be here? Huang Zhuge asked. No harm in coming to see the event. Huang Shi opened his eyes to look at Huang Zhuge and said, furthermore, 2 of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs are here. One of them is Qin Zhang, who is known to be the #1 among the nobles of Jisheng Cliffs. When he fought Shimin Hanjiang in the Holy Ji Palace, Shimin Hanjiang was rendered totally helpless. Don't you want to see the one known to be the top-class genius, invincible among all under the Sage Plane from Yu State? Invincible among all under Sage Plane, huh? Huang Zhuge thought. While the skills of that person were indisputable given how he had easily defeated Shimin Hanjiang, there was still no certainty that he was indeed invincible. During the engagement banquet at Zhuge family estate, Yi Futian demonstrated what he was capable of as a grade 2 noble, and the one known to be #1 among nobles of the Zhuge family had been helpless against Yi Futian as well. You thought of Yi Futian, didn't you? Huang Shi asked. Indeed. Huang Zhuge nodded. Here's that you're impressed of. I guess he's probably the first one, and that speaks a lot about him. But getting involved with the matters of Jisheng Cliffs and bringing the demonic beasts from Taihang Mountain to kick up a fuss in White Cloud City, he indeed seemed like he had a death wish. Huang Shi added. You probably need to be concerned for that friend of yours. The Zhuge family had divine implements, and Yuan Hong defeated the city lord of White Cloud City. Jisheng Cliffs can't do anything to move Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are those forces from the Barren State really going to lend their hand to a foreign force? Huang Zhuge asked. You are familiar with the Orthodoxy's creation of saints, aren't you? Huang Shi looked at the sky and added, who would actually give up the chance to become a saint? How many were there in every generation who pursued that goal single-mindedly and without regret? With the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace completely silent, is everyone in the Barren State going to really believe that he is simply training in seclusion? He definitely had suffered grave injuries in that battle. Other than that, it's anyone's guess how many of those legendary figures died from that battle. Jisheng Cliffs is sacred ground in Yu State with a saint. Even with the saint taken out of the picture, the power that Jisheng Cliffs have under their control is also been incredibly frightening. Kong Yao is ranked 9th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. Those people also understand that the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs are also after the same goal of creating a saint, and they aren't helping the foreign force for real. But if such efforts gain Jisheng Cliff's favor and they are able to form good relations with each other, there will be more hope for them all. When it comes to the matter of saints, even such slivers of hope would prove tempting. The further up one's place on the Barren Sky ranking, the stronger the temptation. Huang Shi knew of their thirst for the saint plane, as he had been after the same thing. Huang Zhuge went silent. He did indeed hear about such things, but he was still too far away to be able to consider such things. Just wait and see. That day will be just as lively as that engagement banquet back then, Huang Shi said. Huang Zhuge nodded and left. Just as Huang Shi had predicted, Xuanwu Tower was in chaos when the day actually came. The group from Jisheng Cliffs sat quietly. There was a banquet thrown and many mighty ones arrived at Xuanwu Tower. We are from the Nantian House and it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Kong. A group of mighty ones from Nantian House arrived at Xuanwu Tower. I have heard stories about the godly spear of Nantian. Kong Yao nodded and said, we are from the Sword Saint Villa. A voice was heard far away. Sword aura whooshed above and a group of mighty ones was seen arriving, riding on their swords. The one who took the lead was none other than the leader of the Sword Saint Villa, the Wuji swordsman, a renowned figure ranked on the upper spots of the Barren Sky ranking. I've heard that the place used to be a sacred ground of the sword. Kong Yu smiled and said, if some among those who were there were to combine forces with him, taking out Crouching Dragon Mountain would be as easy as squishing an ant. Many other forces, such as the Vermilion Bird Sect, Shiman Clan, Taishian Mountain, and Sacred Fire Sect, came one after another. More than half of the mighty ones from all over Barren State were gathered inside and out of Xuanwu Tower. What was more notable was that all who showed up were big shots. The place had never been busier. Some from the far corners of Xuanwu City watched all of that, feeling extremely restless. Crouching Dragon Mountain was in danger. A crowd gathered before Xuanwu Tower as various powerful individuals arrived. Huang Shi from the sovereign family had come as well. Sitting down, Huang Shi looked towards a figure standing a short distance away. Clad in black robes, the figure was entirely shrouded in darkness. That was the Dark Sage, an incredibly prominent figure within the Barren State. The dark sage had many enemies. It was completely unexpected that he would appear as well. Everyone. Kong Yao spoke from a pavilion high up on Xuanwu Tower. The space instantly quietened down, and everyone looked towards him before he continued. You all know that I come from Jisheng Cliffs. It is a great fortune that I am able to meet so many of my peers here in the barren state that I have heard much about. I have invited everyone here for two reasons, the first being the divine path. It has been 10 years since the time Xia Emperor started the orthodoxy battle. Back then, many of you participated in the battle, and you have witnessed how cruel it was. Yet how many people actually managed to enter the Saint Plane? At Kong Yao's words, many people began to remember that battle 10 years ago. Indeed, it had been a ruthless fight. Those at the top of the barren sky ranking were all already at the peak of the Sage Plane. But even so, the path to attaining the Saint Plane was built upon the bones of many. Many amongst these people had even been afraid to participate in this most vicious of battles. There had been many before them who had lost their lives there. This had been the case for generation after generation, where countless battled to their deaths without regret. Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace had not left the palace after so many years, and everyone present had a vague idea why. Kong Yao said, I know the barren state has not had a person of the Saint Plane in many years. Is it simply a lack of ability on the part of the people here? Most of you here are incredibly talented, and for you to have been able to reach this stage, who would call themselves weak? An opportunity is what you all need. In every orthodoxy battle, the Holy Ji Palace is the one leading armies into the fight. But compared to the other powers in the 9 states, the barren state has historically been the state with the weakest overall capabilities. I'm not saying this to belittle you. I'm merely stating the truth. This is why people from the barren state have not stood a chance at the orthodoxy battle. He then continued, the divine path is an incredibly difficult one to take. Death is a constant threat not just to everyone here, but to me as well. If you all are willing, join me at the next orthodoxy battle. You can increase your chances of success by fighting alongside Jisheng Cliffs. Everyone listened quietly. Even as they knew Kong Yao was speaking the truth, they were careful not to take his word completely. However, they had come here to meet him after all. Some had just wanted to catch a glimpse of Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs to at least get to know him a little. Others had just come to see what was up. Of course, if Kong Yao was convincing enough, they would not have minded joining forces with Jisheng Cliffs. As long as they were able to completely wipe out the Zhuge family, there would be no repercussions. After all, the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City were also at odds with the Zhuge family as of now. As such, Crouching Dragon Mountain had truly been isolated by the barren state. If it hadn't been for Yi Futian involving Taihang Mountain in this matter, Kong Yao would have already teamed up with the city lord of White Cloud City to attack the Zhuge family. What do we need to offer? A voice rang out. That voice belonged to Yan Wuji, the Wuji swordsman of the Sword Saint Villa. He was 17th on the Barren Sky ranking and the successor of the Blade Saint. As such, the intensity of his interest in the divine path was stronger than most other people. If there was no Blade Saint, Sword Saint Villa would not live up to its name. Yan Wuji's own protege, Yan Jiao, had arrived as well. But Yan Jiao had lost his edge ever since his crushing defeat at Yi Futian's hands in the Holy Ji Palace. Yan Qingwu was training at the palace now and had actually gained some respect for Yi Futian. It was evident that they would not be able to reach Yi Futian's level, making it hard for Yan Wuji to count on the next generation. After all, not everyone had a Bailuli within their ranks. Kong Yao looked at Yan Wuji. Indeed, swordsmen were forthright with their words and intentions. Senior, Gu Donglu of the Barren State stole our treasure and massacred the sages of the Yu State. Yet the Zhuge family insists on protecting such a despicable man. Right now, even the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City can no longer tolerate this injustice, but some people are causing a ruckus. And why is this so? Zhan Xiao, who was standing next to Kong Yao, piped up. Naturally it is because they want to take the treasure for themselves. For someone to dare to snatch the treasure of Jisheng Cliffs and to go to such murderous extents, they deserve to be punished at the hands of everyone here from the Barren State. As such, my Uncle Master has invited all of you here in hopes of joining forces with you to defeat the lowlifes of the Barren State. Everyone looked calmly at Zhan Xiao. As much as he had been all righteous with his speech, he was only doing this for the treasure as well. But that Gu Donglu had been bold indeed to even dare to snatch the treasure of Jisheng Cliffs. The leader of the Sacred Fire sect was an elder, and he spoke up calmly. The Zhuge family is no ordinary power within the Barren State. Yuan Hong of Taihang Mountain has attacked White Cloud City previously. If this were to fail, what would be the consequences? Jisheng Cliffs would not be affected very much, but all of us here at the Barren State will probably be counterattacked out of revenge. This risk does not seem to be worth it if we're just acting on a promise Mr. Kong is giving us. This was a thought many other people had as well. The risk really did not seem to be worth it at all. Do not worry about this. I will give the Zhuge family one more chance to hand over the person. If they still refuse, then they cannot blame us for being ruthless and exterminating all of them. With all of us acting in the name of justice, how could we fail? Kong Yao's voice had a mighty air to it, and many people nodded in response to his words. Kong Yao was 9th on the sage ranking. As long as he and the rest participated, there was no possibility of failure. As for the promise everyone is worried about, does my reputation as the 9th in the sage ranking across all 9 states not speak of my credibility? Kong Yao responded calmly. Everyone was silent. Kong Yao would not be disadvantaged in any way by this matter. If he had publicly made a promise, indeed he should not renege on his word later on. If they really were intent on their journey in the divine path, then a chance to live longer was akin to an additional chance to aim for the Saint Plane. Over at the divine path, being alive alone was an opportunity on its own. In one of the quarters within Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gu Donglu and Yi Futian were standing together, gazing towards Xuanwu City in the distance. They both knew that Xuanwu City was having a banquet this very moment that was organized by Kong Yao, who had invited various powerful individuals in the Barren State. They also knew that many of the Barren State's best fighters had arrived as well, including many powerful individuals in the Barren Sky ranking. By now, Yi Futian knew the reasons behind the bad blood between Gu Donglu and Xianxia and understood why Xianxia didn't just want the treasure but also to take his third older brother away as well. Youngest brother, do you still remember what I said to you before? In this world, reason is undeniable, Gu Donglu said calmly. Yes, I remember. You told me that was what teacher said, though reason may be undeniable. Fists are even more powerful than reason. So oftentimes, it's more effective to talk using fists than with reason. Yi Futian nodded. Exactly. That's why reason right now seems insignificant, because Jisheng Cliffs packs a great punch. Gu Donglu spoke slowly. Once a person has something they want to protect, they become wary and afraid of many things. From then on, they become cowardly as well. Third older brother isn't afraid for his own safety, of course, Yi Futian responded. He knew what his third older brother was referring to. Fear is fear. There is no point trying to sugarcoat it, Gu Donglu said, not minding the implications of his words. At the same time, it is exactly because one has something to protect that sometimes fear turns into courage as well. When one truly reaches that point, they'll be able to let go of everything. Yi Futian remained silent as he looked at his third older brother. I may be sorry about certain things in my life, but I don't regret anything. Gu Donglu began to float up slowly. Third older brother, Yi Futian replied, his gaze hardening. If I could relive this life, I wouldn't change a thing, Gu Donglu said, before turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing from where he was in a flash, charging out of Crouching Dragon Mountain. A brilliant streak of light shot through the sky, almost like a comet. Yi Futian's heart seized up and he leaped into the sky, shouting, Grandfather Ape! Thump! At the bottom of the Zhuge house, a crack of thunder was heard and Yuan Hong leaped into the air as well. Yi Futian landed on Yuan Hong's shoulders in a flash and said, Let's go. Third older brother was right. If one thought what they were doing was right, then there was nothing to be regretful about. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing left to fear. Since those people wanted to massacre the Zhuge family and take third older brother away, why should they wait at Crouching Dragon Mountain for their arrival? Thud! Yuan Hong stepped through the sky, causing it to shake. Everyone at the Zhuge house looked up towards the sky to see Yuan Hong leaving Crouching Dragon Mountain in just a few steps. Afterward, a greater thundering sound was heard as the demon ape of Taihang Mountain chased after Gu Donglu. Many figures began leaping into the sky. There was no sadness in Zhuge Mingyue's eyes. On the contrary, She was absolutely calm, a radiant smile on her face. When he had appeared that day at the wedding, she had already prepared herself. Whether she lived or died didn't matter anymore. He had not been wrong, and he would not have any regrets at the end of it. In a flash, she too turned into lightning and chased after him into the distance. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Zhuge Mingyue and spoke up. Everyone, listen up. Countless people in the house looked up towards Zhuge Qingfeng. Could it be that the head of the family was really going to launch an attack first? All of you, stay here at Crouching Dragon Mountain. You are not to go out and join in this tussle, Zhuge Qifeng ordered before catching up to Zhuge Mingyue. Everyone at Crouching Dragon Mountain looked at Zhuge Qingfeng's disappearing figure and felt a sense of bleakness. This was the strength of one who was head of the family. He took on everything upon himself. Before Xuanwu Tower, many people had gathered, and the powerful figures from Jisheng Cliffs were mingling and chatting. It was a lively atmosphere. But then, the ground began to rumble, and Kong Yao, who was seated within the Jisheng Cliffs pavilion, frowned. He gazed towards the distance before his expression changed. Could it be that those people were coming down from the mountain on their own? Everyone looked towards the distance as well. Very quickly, they saw a handsome scholar in a white shirt moving through the sky towards them. It was Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu, Xianxia stared at him and laughed coldly. You finally have the guts to face us yourself. Xianxia, you only know how to hide behind the power of your sect. Though you have the reputation of being one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, you are nothing but a despicable fellow. I, Gu Donglu, am humiliated to be associated with you. Gu Donglu shot Xianxia a cool gaze before turning to Kong Yao. When I was training in the Yu state, I often heard of the sacred grounds, the Jisheng Cliffs, as well as your name. It's better to see for myself than to just listen to hearsay, and what I have seen of the people from Jisheng Cliffs so far does not live up to the prestige of those sacred grounds. At Gu Donglio's words, countless eyes fell on him. Back then at Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement banquet, Gu Donglu had made a solitary appearance on Crouching Dragon Mountain to announce to the whole world that Zhuge Mingyue was the woman he wanted. In the battle with Bai Luli that followed, Gu Donglu had then shown himself to possess incredible talent that was in no way inferior to Bai Luli's. However, after that, Gu Donglu had gone into hiding on Crouching Dragon Mountain in response to the pressure being exerted on him by Jisheng Cliffs. Now he had finally made an appearance once more before insulting Xianxia, one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, and then disrespecting Jisheng Cliffs as well. It seemed like Gu Donglu really had a death wish. Kong Yao looked up, the look in his eyes sharp as a knife. How dare Gu Donglu claim that the cultivators at Jisheng Cliffs were not worthy of its illustrious reputation? Gu Donglu, how dare you insult the holy grounds of the Yu state? Xianxia spat coldly. Take him down. Boom! With a loud crash, a giant golden ape stepped out from behind Gu Donglu, and cracks spread throughout the ground. Yuan Hong stood there, his golden eyes surveying the crowd. Many people looked towards Yuan Hong. A couple of days ago, he had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City, who had been 4th in the Barren Sky ranking. Xianxia, you killed all those sages in order to get to the treasure. If it hadn't chosen me, I would probably have also died right there at the relic, Gu Donglu said, staring straight at Xianxia. Which is why, firstly, I did not steal the treasure. It chose me. Secondly, I did not kill those Yu state sages. You know fully well who that despicable villain really is, though I don't know if everyone else who came from Jisheng Cliffs knows as well. It's not hard to verify everything I just said as well. If anyone wants to see for themselves, I will project what happened using spiritual will. Admit it, you're trying to snatch the treasure for yourself and silence me. Don't bother with all those lofty excuses. Everyone was in shock at Gu Donglio's words. The vast space surrounding the Xuanwu Tower was silent. While everyone knew there was a possibility Xianxia had not been speaking the truth, Gu Donglu had never contradicted his words. As such, there had been the impression that even if Xianxia's words were not completely truthful, they had not deviated greatly from what had actually happened. The fact that Gu Donglu had presented an account completely contrary to what Xianxia had said was a jaw-dropping twist to this turn of events. Furthermore, the last point Gu Donglu made had been especially persuasive as well. Xianxia's expression darkened instantly, and he snorted coldly. How bold of you to push the blame for what you did onto me. And now that people from Jisheng Cliffs have come for you, You besmirch the illustrious name of our holy grounds out of your own petty need for revenge. Gu Donglu. Such underhanded means you're resorting to. What impudence! Kong Yao stood up, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the vast space. Though he did not completely trust Zhang Zhao's account, he did not want to believe that what Gu Donglu said could be true. After all, Xianxia was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. If Gu Donglu really was speaking the truth, then Xianxia truly was a disappointment. It wasn't so much that he had killed those sages in order to get to the treasure, but that the treasure had chosen Gu Donglu over him despite him being one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Gu Donglu had even managed to get away from him. All this was contrary to what Xianxia had told Kong Yao. But it didn't matter what the truth was. The moment Gu Donglu had blurted out everything the way he did, he deserved to die already. The issues with Xianxia would be dealt with once they got back to Jisheng Cliffs. It makes no difference whether or not I was impudent, Gu Donglu said calmly. Previously, I was willing to hand over the treasure, even if that meant taking on a bad reputation for being despicable. But since all of you from this supposed holy ground were not willing to let me off, then I no longer had any room to be civil. Xianxia, if you're going to boast about being from holy grounds, then fight me in battle. If I lose, you're free to take me back with you and I'll hand over the treasure. If you lose or are unwilling to even battle, then you may kill me. But don't think about getting your hands on the treasure so easily when previously you didn't even want it in the first place. We'll know everything for sure once we take you back to Jisheng Cliffs. The treasure will still be ours no matter what, Kong Yao retorted strongly and stepped forward. The terrifying rule power of a divine elephant descended upon the space. The pressure of it was endlessly immense, and many people felt like they were being immobilized. Thump! Kong Yao stepped out again, and an incredibly heavy pressure began to press down on Gu Donglu. At this point, both Gu Donglio's body and spiritual will felt as though they were being subject to a stampede of many divine elephants, and he could not help but grunt at the sudden assault. However, his eyes remained lucid, and he stared straight at Kong Yao. Yuan Hong took a step forward, making the earth shake, and stood before Gu Donglu. Explosive energy was contained within his golden body. This sheer power was the specialty of the golden apes. Even if demonic beasts were at some disadvantage compared to humans, they too had certain abilities they were born with. Kong Yao snorted coldly at the sight. He had heard of how Yuan Hong had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City, who was 4th on the Barren Sky ranking. But it didn't matter to him. Even if the city lord of White Cloud City was 4th in the Barren Sky ranking, it still could not compare to his own ranking as 9th on the Sage ranking. Each step Kong Yao took had everyone feeling as though divine elephants were stampeding across their bodies, and many of those who were on lower planes stood behind their seniors. This pressure was terrifyingly immense, causing Xuanwu Tower to shake and creak, seemingly at risk of collapsing any moment. Yuan Hong waved the divine destruction polearm in his hand, and many golden ape shadows appeared around him. As the golden apes twirled their pole arms about at the same time, the surroundings began to change as well. At this, everyone at the banquet began to retreat quickly, finding refuge somewhere far away from there. The range of such a battle would be incredibly vast, and the power involved was immense. Anyone below the sage plane would probably be killed in the crossfire. Kong Yao stepped out towards Yuan Hong and swung a fist towards him. Despite seeming like a casual punch, Kong Yao's fist contained a power that could suppress all under heaven. Endless numbers of divine elephant shadows appeared and charged through the space, emanating overpowering energy that struck fear into everyone's hearts. In an instant, the golden apes around Yuan Hong were all reduced to nothing. Even then, Yuan Hong stood tall and unshakable still, continuing to twirl the polearm about. As a roar resounded through the sky, he raised the divine destruction polearm and attacked, seeming to split the sky apart with one strike. Yuan Hong tore through the divine elephant shadows and went straight at Kong Yao's fist. Yet Kong Yao showed no fear at all, instead allowing his bare fist to hit the divine destruction polearm that swung through the sky towards him. The power of his fist will was surprising, and a glow emanated from it that seemed to look just like an enormous divine elephant. Thump! With a loud sound, the divine elephant was destroyed. However, the might of the staff technique was cut off as well. A frightening hurricane formed around the two and rolled off into the distance. Meanwhile, Xuanwu Tower was completely reduced to rubble. There was no way it was able to withstand the power of such a battle. Right then, Zhuge Qingfeng walked over to stand before Yuan Hong as well. Since the battle had begun, he too would not back off. Kong Yao looked at the two figures before him. Zhuge Qingfeng was equipped with a holy ritual implement. On the other hand, while Yuan Hong's strike just now had only been a test attack, he was undeniably strong as well. It would be troublesome to have to take down the two of them alone. Turning his gaze to everyone else, Kong Yu spoke, "Everyone, since the person we are looking for has come down from Crouching Dragon Mountain, this makes things easier then. Whoever is willing to stand on my side will be a friend of Jisheng Cliffs from now on." There were many sparkling eyes among the crowd at his words. Some were hesitant, knowing that if they were to participate in this now, then they would have to ensure that Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong were taken care of on the spot. If not, trouble may ensue in the future. Both Gu Donglio's speech and the actions of Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng were akin to declaring war on Jisheng Cliffs. As such, Kong Yao would definitely not let them off. Kong Yao would have no problem taking on Zhuge Qingfeng. However, Yuan Hong was powerful enough to defeat the city lord of White Cloud City, which made him a troublesome figure to deal with. If only one or two of them were to participate in the battle, then it would be a risk to their own lives. "Zhuge Qifeng, since Gu Donglu stole from Jisheng Cliffs, you should just hand him over," a voice rang out, and Zhuge Qifeng looked towards its owner. It was the leader of the Sacred Fire sect, an elder who had lived for many, many years. This person had always gone about his affairs in a rather shady manner. Besides, if he didn't break through to the next plane soon, he would begin to grow frail with age. As such, his desire to break into the Saint Plane was especially strong. In speaking up, the elder had basically made a statement that he was going to side with Jisheng Cliffs. "My son has the potential to break into the Saint Plane. Right now, he's working on transcending into the Sage Plane. Brother Kong, would you be able to recommend him to Jisheng Cliffs so that he could train there?" Dikai looked towards Kong Yao as he spoke. He had great expectations of his son Di Gang. With his son's talent, he definitely had what it took to enter Jisheng Cliffs and even become a prominent figure on the level of a son. However, one needed a recommendation in order to enter Jisheng Cliffs. Kong Yao was obviously a suitable person to seek a recommendation from then. While Dikai could turn his nose up at the Holy Ji Palace, there were people of the Saint Plane at Jisheng Cliffs. If Di Gang could be accepted there to train, it would definitely be an added advantage in his journey to enter the Saint Plane. Evidently, Di Kai was intending to pave the way forward for his son Di Gang. "That will definitely be no problem," Kong Yao agreed breezily. After all, Di Gang was 12th on the Baron Sky ranking. "Count me in too," the Wuji swordsman, head of the Sword Saint Villa, piped up as well. He was not doing this so that his descendants may enter Jisheng Cliffs, but rather for himself. The Sword Saint Villa had to have an individual of the Saint Plane. As such, it was imperative that he set foot into that plane. Yan Wuji has joined in as well. The eyes of many gleamed at this turn of events. Yan Wuji had a holy item in his possession as well. At this point, there was no doubt about how this battle would go. "Looks like the majority is against you, Zhuge Qingfeng." "Why go against the current?" The Nantian godly spear of Nantian House spoke up. It was evident he too wanted to join in the fray. Gu Donglio's gaze swept across all these people before he calmly commented, "I've heard from my teacher that the Saint Plane is a state of flawlessness. If your heart is flawless, then you will attain sainthood. Though all of you are ranked within the Baron Sky ranking, as of today, there are already flaws in your divine path. Attaining sainthood is probably an unattainable dream for you now." "What do you mean by flaws?" Yan Wuji looked towards Gu Donglu. His conviction was absolute. He would be willing to go all out for even the smallest shred of hope, which meant his state of mind was flawless as well. If you don't believe in yourself, your heart in pursuing the divine path falters, which becomes a flaw. Yi Futian spoke from where he was behind Gu Donglu. "Third older brother is right, you all are probably not fated to walk the divine path in this lifetime. A whole load of nonsense." Yan Wuji's expression faltered. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian's words seemed to have generated some sort of disturbance within his frame of mind, causing him to question himself. However, Yan Wuji was unwilling to suspect his own feelings. This would be playing straight into Yi Futian's hands, proving that he was faltering in his will to pursue the divine path and that his frame of mind was flawed. Yi Futian laughed derisively. Perhaps these people had already understood his words, but it was just that they were still unwilling to accept the truth and wanted another try. Whether all of you admit to this fact or not, your actions today prove that you all do want to rely on Jisheng Cliffs because you don't think much of yourselves. With such a frame of mind, the Barren Sky ranking will be the highest point you will reach. What's so good about Jisheng Cliffs anyway? You'll still encounter the same sort of cultivators there, Yi Futian declared. You will all regret this. He then looked towards Yuan Hong. Grandfather Ape, Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs is yours. All right, Yuan Hong nodded. Kong Yu glanced at Yuan Hong. It was true that Yuan Hong had defeated the city lord of White Cloud City and was able to become one of the top 5 in the Barren Sky ranking. But for Yuan Hong to want to defeat him, who was 9th in the Sage ranking, Yuan Hong really was getting ahead of himself. By that logic, the Sage and Saint rankings of the 9 states would be placed below the Barren Sky ranking, which was an absolute joke. In a flash, Kong Yao moved up into the sky, his will emanating from his being. Instantly, it seemed as though countless divine elephant shadows had appeared in the vast sky. The central area of Xuanwu City seemed to be besieged by a monstrous pressure, and many found it hard to breathe. Sage intent merged with heaven and earth to turn into rules. At the Sage Plane, Kong Yao was almost an unrivaled existence. One could imagine the magnitude of the power that would be released when the willpower of the rules was truly activated. Yuan Hong stepped forward, sending massive cracks running throughout the earth. The Xuanwu Tower area seemed on the verge of being reduced to rubble as the giant golden ape endured immense pressure to rise up into the sky. With a roar, thousands of ape shadows seemed to appear at the same time, soaring through the sky. Countless people looked up into the sky. Demon elephants and demon apes were both demonic beasts known for their sheer strength. Now that an actual golden ape was about to face off against divine elephants on their own turf, it was unimaginable just how frightening the clash would be. The power of Kong Yao's divine elephants was no longer of the elemental kind. Instead, it had been transformed into the rule power of divine elephants. An enormous demon elephant shadow appeared behind Kong Yao. Its height reached about 1,000 feet, and it was even wearing a demonic crown as if it were the king of demon elephants, the real divine elephant. The trumpet of an elephant sounded, and many people instinctively covered their ears with both their hands. However, it was no use. Their legs turned to jelly and they fell to their knees. Despite moving to a great height in the sky, the pressure that emanated from Kong Yao as he engaged in battle was still immensely overpowering. Zhuge Qifeng lifted his head to look at Kong Yao as well. 10 years ago, he had encountered Kong Yao back at that place. Back then, he had used this unparalleled divine elephant rule power in order to kill many top-notch sages. Kong Yao could even be said to have been absolutely undefeatable at that point. It had been a vicious battle, and Kong Yao had performed majestically to the point of being unrivaled. He had polished his divine elephant rule power to the maximum such that he held sway over everything. The divine elephant life spirit seemed to contain an endless rule power which emanated a great pressure. Kong Yao's gaze leaped to where Yuan Hong was as the latter continued to ascend through the sky, and he stomped downwards. While it seemed like a casual movement, an impressive sight appeared in the sky. A large number of elephants trumpeted together before tens of thousands of divine elephants led a stampede through the sky. The sky itself seemed to be on the verge of being flattened, and within the army of divine elephants, a humongous divine elephant stormed towards Yuan Hong and raised its leg to stomp on him, the attack seeming like it was descending from the heavens itself. Yuan Hong raised his head to look at the sky, and his golden pupils emitted a brilliant dazzle. With a loud roar, he shapeshifted into a golden demon god and twirled the divine destruction polearm in his hands about. Many golden ape shadows appeared at once as he struck out with the polearm, tearing through the sky with his attack. Deafening cracks were heard as countless divine elephant shadows were shattered into nothing by the attack. The humongous elephant foot that descended towards Yuan Hong was struck apart as well. Everyone was blinded by the dazzling golden rays of light, and with his magnificent stature, Yuan Hong looked just like a god of war. Humph! Kong Yao let out a cold snort that sounded surprisingly sullen before he started walking towards Yuan Hong. Every step he took felt like a divine elephant was stomping directly on the hearts of everyone present. The scene in the sky was even more frightening. With every step Kong Yao took, divine elephant shadows struck out in the sky. Even as Yuan Hong cut an impressive figure with his mighty golden body, in the face of Kong Yao walking towards him, everyone got the impression that he was on the brink of being taken down ruthlessly. This was exactly the kind of aura that Kong Yao gave out. It was an indomitable aura that seemed unshakable. He's insanely powerful. Many people felt their hearts pounding within their chests. This was a person in the top 10 of the sage and saint ranking. The power of a single step from this man was enough to kill a top-notch sage, and considering how every step he took contained this sort of might, there was no doubt that Kong Yao was absolutely terrifying. Right then, the golden glow that emanated from Yuan Hong's body grew even more dazzling. The rays of light gathered together to form a curtain of golden light that covered his body. The power of the divine elephant, which had been so frighteningly mighty, was immediately dulled greatly as it made contact with the curtain of light. It barely affected Yuan Hong at all. That is, the eyes of many influential characters lit up at the sight. "It's a divine implement," said Yen Wuji of the Sword Saint Villa, whose gaze was sharp as a blade. He felt the energy emanating off the divine implement, as did many others in the crowd. Kong Yao definitely felt it the clearest, and his expression immediately darkened. Kong Yao was 9th on the sage and saint ranking, but he still didn't have a true divine implement within his possession yet. Sage-level ritual implements were of little use to him. He was already at the peak of the sage plane, and his attacks contained the maximum power a sage could have. He would not be able to break through this limit even with the help of ritual implements. Only saints had the right to use divine implements at Jisheng Cliffs, and they were only entitled to borrow these divine implements while going on extremely important missions. Now that Kong Yao had come to the barren state and met two opponents one after the other, he had initially thought that he would be able to just kill them without any problem. However, his opponents had both revealed that they had divine implements on them, and it pissed him off to no end. "Where did this ritual implement come from?" asked the head of Nantian House, who looked incredibly troubled. Could this be an heirloom passed down by the ancestors of the apes? Everyone knew that there had been an ape emperor who accompanied Emperor Yi Qing as he went about conquering the world. However, the golden apes had long been integrated into the barren state since then, and should not have any more connection to that ape emperor. Yet, where had they gotten that divine implement from? A single divine implement alone could potentially affect the outcome of this fight. If Zhuge Qingfeng had been the only one to possess a divine implement, then things could still be resolved easily. As long as Kong Yao managed to keep Zhuge Qifeng in check, they would be able to kill Yuan Hong before helping Kong Yao to get rid of Zhuge Qifeng. It would have been an easy win, which was why they had joined in the fight in the first place. However, now it seemed as though things would not go as planned. "Are you all not going to make your move?" Kong Yao spoke calmly from where he was in the sky. Yuan Hong's own power surpassed that of the White Cloud City Lords. With the addition of this defensive divine implement, Yuan Hong was enough of a threat to keep Kong Yao occupied. As such, Kong Yao could only let the rest join forces to kill Zhuge Qingfeng. A gleam shot through the eyes of Yen Wuji and the rest before they began to release mighty energy. Since they had made a promise to Jisheng Cliffs, they were all in the same boat now. There was no backing out at this point. If Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng were to get out of this alive, they would be in deep trouble. "Let's go," Yen Wuji commanded, and he leaped up into the air. Sword Qi whistled through the air, and a holy sword appeared behind him, merging into one with his life spirit. This was the holy sword Yen Wuji's ancestors had passed down to him. The holy sword shot through the air, and even those who stood a great distance away felt as though their bodies were about to be torn apart. Everyone began to retreat further still, even those who were at the sage plane. This was a battle between those at the top. Zhuge Qingfeng stood within an 8 trigrams formation that glowed brightly in the sky. He was surrounded by images of himself, and the terrifying energy of destructive lightning crackled within the formation. Crack! The holy sword landed on one of Zhuge Qingfeng's shadows. The other shadows around him seemed to become one, forming a dazzling formation before Zhuge Qifeng that swallowed up the power of the holy sword bit by bit. The earth around Zhuge Qifeng was torn apart relentlessly, and the buildings nearby were reduced to rubble as well, resulting in a scene of pure destruction. Within the crowd, Xianxia, who had already retreated far away, shot Gu Donglu a frosty gaze before giving those from Jisheng Cliffs a single command: Take Gu Donglu down. Kong Yao was the main powerhouse of this party from Jisheng Cliffs. They had originally planned for Kong Yao, who was 9th in the sage ranking, to simply descend upon the barren state, capture their man, and leave, which was why the rest of the party were not incredibly powerful people. However, there were still several people in the party who were archmages. At Zhan Zhao's order, they stepped forward. Powerful individuals from Taihang Mountain were standing guard by Gu Donglu and Yi Futian's side. At the sight of those from Jisheng Cliffs advancing towards them in an attack, they stepped forward as well, causing the earth to shake and rumble. A massive battle erupted immediately. The citizens of Xuanwu City had never seen a battle of this scale before. It was probably a sight that was only seen back during the time of the saint. Amidst the chaos of battle, Gu Donglio's eyes were locked on Zhan Zhao. He did not retreat but walked forward instead. Step by step, he moved towards Zhan Zhao and spoke. Zhan Zhao, you do things using such underhanded means, yet your abilities are beyond subpar. You are one of the 9 warriors, yet you are such a coward. I hope you'll still be able to keep your position as one of the 9 warriors when you get back to Jisheng Cliffs after this. Zhan Zhao's expression was steely. The party from Jisheng Cliffs had taken note of Gu Donglio's humiliating insults towards Zhan Zhao. Furthermore, the truth Gu Donglu claimed to speak was an incredibly huge blow to Zhan Zhao's reputation. If Zhan Zhao didn't manage to take back the holy item, it was highly possible that he would be punished once he returned to Jisheng Cliffs. Right now, he had to kill Gu Donglu and get the holy item back in his possession in order to atone for his mistake. I just didn't think you were worth the effort. Since you're begging for death now, I'll grant your wish. Zhan Zhao stepped forward and the energy of an upper-level sage emanated from his being. Zhan Zhao was of the same plane as Gu Donglu. Upon seeing that Zhan Zhao was finally participating in the fight, a cold murderous intent flashed in Gu Donglio's brooding eyes. With a step forward, Gu Donglu released his life spirit, which seemed to appear in the form of a celestial being. Ancient characters surrounded it, and heaven and earth resonated with each other. Compared to his battle with Bai Luli back then, Gu Donglu was even more eye-catching now. The glow emanated from his life spirit was even more dazzling as it seemed to be one with both heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth itself seemed to be at the disposal of Gu Donglu. Zhan Zhao, Gu Donglu roared. At the sound of Gu Donglio's voice, Zhan Zhao's mind was suddenly filled with a buzzing. Zhan Zhao, Zhan Zhao, Zhan Zhao. Voices buzzed in Zhan Zhao's ears and a powerful willpower wormed its way into his mind. He saw countless images of Gu Donglu and his spiritual will was shaken. It was as if Gu Donglu was everywhere surrounding him. Zhan Zhao suddenly felt like he was in a trance. Zhan Zhao then vaguely caught a glimpse of the shadow of the real celestial being. It was indomitable, as if Gu Donglu had managed to walk directly into his mind. Zhan Zhao, Zhan Zhao, Zhan Zhao. Voices echoed in his mind as the shadow of the celestial being grew clearer. His spiritual will was shaken and Zhan Zhao suddenly sensed a great danger before him. In a flash, he retreated and drew his ritual implement before him. Almost at the same moment, the thousands of shadows became one, and Gu Donglu appeared directly before him. Swiping through the air with one finger, the sky itself seemed to be torn apart by the immense power of the laws of the sword. A stream of blades shot through the space, and even as Zhan Zhao retreated hastily, he felt blood surface through cuts in his skin. His body also felt as though some of the laws of the sword had entered it. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zhan Zhao's face turned pale. This here is one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Gu Donglio's voice boomed throughout the space. Zhan Zhao grew paler still. Gu Donglu was going to utterly destroy his reputation. Gu Donglu became more powerful. Many great figures from Barren State looked at Gu Donglu in the air. They were present on that day of the banquet when Bai Luli and Gu Donglu battled. Now they bore witness yet again to Gu Donglio's battle with Zhan Zhao, and it was apparent that his powers had grown. His life spirit seemed to have metamorphosed while the control of his spiritual will had with powers of rules advanced to yet another level. Due to Zhan Zhao's skills as one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, his prowess was such that he would not have been simply taken out by Gu Donglu with one move. Furthermore, both of them had fought each other before, which meant that Zhan Zhao had not anticipated Gu Donglio's exponential increase in power, which was why he was injured by the move just then. Gu Donglu continued walking forward. Xianxia looked up at Gu Donglu with a gloomy expression. The clash right there and then made him understand that he was no longer a match for Gu Donglu. He retreated, choosing not to clash with Gu Donglu head-on. Gu Donglu's expression was cold. His body disappeared as soon as he took one step forward. At the very next moment, the celestial shadow appeared in Zhan Zhao's mind one more time, and it seemed that Gu Donglu's shadows were everywhere. He knew the shadows to be little more than illusions, as he was simply under attack from Gu Donglu's spiritual will. How did he grow to be so powerful? Zhan Zhao's face was ashen as he unleashed his life spirit, giving his all to the fight. On another battlefield elsewhere, the battle between Yuan Hong and Kong Yao raged on, shaking the heavens and the earth. They took their fight up into the clouds, finding divine elephants everywhere. Kong Yao was simply too powerful, however, Yuan Hong was armed with a divine implement, and that made him near unbeatable. He was able to simply dissolve any attacks that went at him, as he was, after all, still very powerful physically and possessed defensive capacities second to none. The stifling noises exploded all over the sky. Zhuge Qingfeng and the others were also fighting heaven-shaking battles. Several top-notch figures on the barren sky ranking surrounded Zhuge Qingfeng, but he was able to materialize countless shadows of his within the 8 trigrams matrix, enabling him to change attacks and locations at will, which in turn made him very difficult to tangle with. Even the likes of Yan Wuji and Di Kai, who were very, very powerful people, found it frustratingly hard to injure him. The fights among the younger generations, however, had been easy ones. The likes of Qin Zhong and Yi Futian simply watched the fights of the titans around, as their planes were such that they were unable to even do anything to help. But then again, none of those top-notch figures went against them. It was, after all, a showdown between the top-notch figures. It was the principle of winner takes all at play, with the nobles at the losing side waiting to be butchered when the dust settled. Before the victors were determined, it was only natural for them to not waste their energies on some small fries. Furthermore, no one dared move away from the opponents they were fighting respectively. If someone from Jisheng Cliffs or Sword St. Villa ended up killing Yi Futian, the likes of Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng would have gone right after them. As such, there were actually only 2 battles that truly determined the fates of everyone there, the battle between Kong Yao and Yuan Hong, and that between Zhuge Qingfeng and the rest siding with Yan Wuji. Battles like the one between Gu Donglu and Zhan Zhao were not of high priority. Yi Futian felt very tense as well. The battles at Xuanwu Tower that day would end up determining the fates of many. Losing would have dire consequences. The divine path is one littered with death traps. If one does not have the belief to see it through, one has no business walking the divine path, Yi Futian said softly. He looked at Gu Donglu and added, Zhan Zhao is one of the 9 and hails from the sacred ground of Yu State. So what? He was defeated all the same. Who is to say that my third brother can't become a saint one day? His words were for everyone present. They were some mighty ones on the barren sky ranking that he was unfamiliar with, and there were elders whom he knew. However, he did not ask for any of them to interfere. The ones he wanted them to fight were the people of Jisheng Cliffs, and no one liked messing with the likes of Jisheng Cliffs. But at the very least, he did not hope to see any of those people against them. Or else, the eyes of many sparkled. Yan Wuji and the rest saw that Yuan Hong was armed with a holy ritual implement, and that was totally unanticipated on their part. There was simply no way out for Yan Wuji and those who sided with him. Yi Futian was simply giving them reminders. Qin Zhong glanced at the battle between Zhan Zhao and Gu Donglu. His senior Zhan Zhao had taken to simply avoiding getting hit as the odds were stacked heavily against him. Qin Zhong felt rather disappointed. Zhan Zhao was his senior and one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. They carried the reputation of Jisheng Cliffs with them wherever they went. Gu Donglu had been dissing Zhan Zhao's ineptitude before, and what Qin Zhong saw at the moment said that Gu Donglu was telling the truth. That battle between Gu Donglu and Zhan Zhao was a heavy blow to Jisheng Cliff's reputation. I heard that you were the champion of the law rank before Shimin Hanjiang came to claim the title. Qin Zhong turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, whatever Zhan Zhao did, that was saved for later discussions. What mattered to Qin Zhong right then was not to see Jisheng Cliff's reputation get damaged any further. The embarrassment that his senior caused, he deemed it necessary to clean it up himself. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Qin Zhong. The young man before him was also a noble, yet Xianxia was seen by this young man's side all the time, which spoke volumes of Qin Zhang's status in Jisheng Cliffs. I was indeed, Yi Futian said casually. I fought Shimin Hanjiang in the Holy Ji Palace before, and it took me only one move. I asked the Holy Ji Palace if the students of the palace represented the best the barren state had to offer. They did not answer, and then I heard you being called the #1 noble in all of the barren state. Qin Zhong's voice was a calm one when he talked to Yi Futian. It seemed like he did not care for the war going on around him. It is a coincidence that I'm also known to be the #1 below the sages, Qin Zhong said slowly. His intention was apparent. He wanted to fight Yi Futian. Countless people of the younger generation turned their eyes at Qin Zhong and Yi Futian in an instant. They heard of what happened back in the Holy Ji Palace, that Shimin Hanjiang was unable to withstand one finger from Qin Zhong, and it was said that Qin Zhong was the most exceptional among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian, on the other hand, also truly deserved being called the #1 noble in all of the barren state. The battle between them would not have been as spectacular as those around them, but many looked forward to it nonetheless. This was especially so for the youths, as the mighty ones of the previous generation ranked on the barren sky ranking were almost run over by Xianxia alone. They had no choice but to rely on saint-level implements to fight him on equal footing. What about our generation then? They thought. Gu Donglu had demonstrated his talents by crushing Xianxia, but Yi Futian and Qin Zhong represented the future of their respective states. Qin Zhong might have been just like Bai Luli, as it was said in the barren state that he possessed the potential for sainthood. But Yi Futian had made himself a legend by crushing Di Gang and Shimin Hanjiang. Di Gang, Li Futu, Huang Jioga, and the others were present, eyeing the two and wishing fervently for the battle. You were right to say that you're only the #1 below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs, Yi Futian said while looking at Qin Zhong. He was trying to provoke him. After you, Qin Zhong said and gestured. He remained dashing throughout, bringing the might of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs to bear. No, after you, Yi Futian said. His planes in both sorcery and martial arts had reached that of a grade 2 noble and were very steady. He was even able to catch a glimpse of a sage's power. He wanted to see what the #1 beneath the sages in Jisheng Cliffs was capable of. Qin Zhong took steps forward without unleashing aura that was too powerful. He walked with grace and composure, not looking one bit like he was about to get into a fight between the pinnacle of nobles. His attitude was a plain one, yet it exuded confidence like none other. Yi Futian glanced at Qin Zhong as he unleashed his spiritual will. The space where Qin Zhong was in felt like it had frozen over in an instant. It was the sky freezing technique. Everything seemed to have ground to a halt, and Qin Zhong felt unable to move in that frozen space at all. He was alerted, deeming Yi Futian to indeed be the #1 noble in all of the barren state. Such use of areas of will was indeed terrifying. Conventional nobles would not have been able to withstand even one hit from such a move, as it would have rendered the opponent utterly helpless. It was a pity that the one whom Yi Futian was fighting was him, Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs. Brilliant lights burst around him. Qin Zhong's silhouette turned incredibly holy in an instant. The light coursed and circled around him like mystical energies were flowing all over him. Boom! His body accelerated all of a sudden, making him impossibly fast. The power of the sky-freezing technique was utterly useless against him. His speed was unbelievable. It seemed to have taken only an instant for him to close in on Yi Futian, and then he lashed out with one finger. The seemingly simple move was the very move he had used against Shimin Hanjiang back in the Holy Ji Palace. It might have looked impossibly simple, but Yi Futian clearly felt the terrifying powers imbued in it, and he was surprisingly able to feel the powers of saints within. It was the power of rules. The #1 under the sages in Jisheng Cliffs had learned to use the powers of the sages, developing comprehension of his own rules. It was an utterly terrifying talent. That also meant that Qin Zhong was able to do what Bai Luli did, fight against sages. Dazzling starlight appeared around Yi Futian. His martial arts will was unleashed as well. The surroundings of his body were turned into an absolute territory, bringing tremendous pressure on Qin Zhong. However, Qin Zhong was completely unfazed by the pressure and did not react to it. His finger fell onto the starlight around Yi Futian all the same. The defensive light screen provided by the stars cracked violently and exploded shortly after. The power of rules was capable of tearing down all defensive capabilities at the noble level. It was further made worse by the fact that Qinzhong was the one using it, as he was known to be the most exceptional among the 9 warriors. It was due to such reasons that he was known to be the number 1 below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian might have been known to be invincible in all of Barren State. Yet, so long as he was not a sage, it would not have made any difference at all. Boom! The stars crumbled thoroughly and Yi Futian backed away like a bolt of lightning. That finger landed where he had been standing split seconds ago. A whirlpool was seen emanating from the finger, a manifestation of the terrifying power of destruction within. If Yi Futian had been only a split second slower, that finger would have pierced right through his body. Power of rules. This son from Jisheng Cliffs is someone like Bai Luli. Many great figures turned their eyes to Qinzhong. Bai Luli had beaten a sage when he was still at the pinnacle of the noble plane back in the day, and that battle made him the renowned figure he was today. If one were to defeat sages, one needed to develop comprehension of the power of rules. Qinzhong was a mighty one of such caliber, but Yi Futian was still just a grade 2 noble. Many turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was backing away. The younger generations had come to see Yi Futian as a nigh undefeatable legend. Many exceptional geniuses present, including the likes of Di Gang and Li Futu, had all been defeated by Yi Futian before. And right there and then, the mighty one from Jisheng Cliffs demonstrated extremely fearsome combat capacity before all of the mighty ones in the Barren State. Qinzhong might have been just like Bai Luli, someone who was capable of defeating sages. Yi Futian was fighting more than just another genius noble right there. If he was able to beat Qinzhong, it would have proven that he also possessed the power to fight sages. However, at that moment it was seen to be an impossible feat. Yi Futian looked at Qinzhong. He knew well that the very nature of power changed when one advanced from noble plane to sage plane. No powers at the noble level would be able to withstand the rules wielded by sages. Everything a noble was able to whip up would have been easily broken by sages. Regardless of how powerful his fusion will territory had been, it stood no chance against anything Qinzhong was able to pull. Despite not having become a sage just yet, Qinzhong was halfway into the sage plane. He was literally half a sage at his current level, having developed matured rules and became the number 1 below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs because of it. One could have even say that even conventional sages stood no chance against him. The wings of the rock appeared and Yi Futian was clad in divine ape form. His form was imposing and filled with boundless power. Dazzling lights were unleashed and it seemed as if there were countless beams penetrating his body. There were also beams shooting out from above the divine ape, opening up the 7-star acupoints. Yi Futian felt himself overflowing with boundless power in an instant. His eyes turned incredibly sharp, shooting out golden beams of light. He activated freedom meditation and it boosted his senses to the extreme. He was, after all, fighting the number 1 figure below sages from Jisheng Cliffs, and he deemed it necessary to experience all there was to experience from the fight. He was able to feel the terrifying torrent circling around Qinzhong. Dazzling golden lights coursed about and flowed to both the heavens and earth. Every streak of the aura made Yi Futian feel incredibly overwhelming power of rules from Qinzhong, powers that enabled one to easily destroy any type of defense. Yi Futian had also caught a glimpse of the formless torrent emanating from Qinzhong's body that seemed to have transformed into a divine eagle, and it was the likes of which he had never seen before. It was probably a life spirit that Qinzhong was able to unleash, yet somehow took form unintentionally through the use of the power of rules. Yi Futian sensed a pair of incredibly sharp eyes in the void, which he felt to be the eyes of the eagle. The eyes seemed to be capable of penetrating everything they saw, just like Qinzhong's own sharp eyes. Qinzhong glanced at Yi Futian and felt the aura around him to indeed be exponentially stronger than Shimin Hanjiang's. Nobles who were capable of reaching such levels were near invincible in the Barren State. Yi Futian's massive spectral body lashed out with a punch, filling the air in an instant with thousands of fist will, which felt as if they were comets packed with extremely destructive power. The comet-like fist will in the air was capable of easily destroying everything in its path, and it was his most powerful attack, Comet Punch. Qinzhong remained completely unfazed in the face of the tremendously massive fist before him. The formless torrent gushed about in the air and turned even more crazed. The shadow of the divine eagle seemed to be blinking in and out of existence. Beams of light punched through the fist heading for him, shattering it bit by bit. He then lashed out with one finger. The move felt as if the eagle swept through the sky as a beam of sparkling light streaked through the air. The comet punch that headed for him with impressive force was penetrated in an instant, blowing it up within moments. Yifutian gazed at Qin Zhong. He had already figured out which rules Qin Zhong had been using. It was not just some rules belonging to any single element. Like Yifutian, the rules Qin Zhong wielded were something new that he had comprehended entirely on his own, packing very destructive powers capable of dissolving the attacks and defenses of others easily. It was an overwhelming yet very simple move, as it only took Qin Zhong lashing out with one finger to completely destroy Yifutian's incredibly overwhelming comet punch. Other than keeping their eyes on the battle between Kong Yu and Yuan Hong, the big shots of the Barren State began to also take notice of the battle between Qin Zhong and Yifutian. They sighed as they witnessed Qin Zhong's power firsthand, impressed at the fact that he was indeed a genius of the highest order. Qin Zhong had yet to truly become a sage and was only halfway in, but the powers of rules that he wielded were surprisingly mature. Furthermore, those powers were not derived from rules of just any single element. Such geniuses were truly one in a million. Even if he had actually become a sage, there was no doubt that he would have possessed the power to fight those of higher plane than him. True top-notch geniuses demonstrated excellence at very early stages. Qin Zhong, who was known to be the number one among all below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs, would have been invincible among his peers throughout Yu State. It was simply unthinkable to have any noble there capable of beating the most talented one among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Your attacks might be powerful, but they are still limited to being powers of the noble plane. They might be able to shake those who are newly made sages, but if that is all you got, there is simply no way for you to beat me, Qin Zhong said. His words were brimming with confidence, making it very clear that even those who had just broken through to the sage plane were nowhere near his caliber. Qin Zhong did not bother waiting for Yifutian to reply. He took one step forward and golden mirages appeared throughout the air in the very next moment. Qin Zhong's body appeared right before Yifutian. He lifted his palm and struck Yifutian. The move seemed to be a simple one, yet it packed stifling pressure within. Yifutian's third brother had demonstrated to him before that the sage plane was one where one saw mountains but did not see them as mountains, and one saw water but did not see it to be water. A leaf falling from a tree could be made to possess the power to cleave rocks. Such was the product through the use of powers of rules. Qin Zhong's palm naturally possessed rules made specifically for destruction. When Qin Zhong lashed out with his palm, he felt at the same time a formless pressure of rules holding his body. It was a heavy, stifling feeling. Qin Zhong frowned slightly. Did he, the number one noble of the Barren State, figure out a sliver of the powers of rules? Was he trying to set up a trap to have me get close? But Qin Zhong deemed that to be inadequate nonetheless. A cry was heard as the divine eagle burst into light. An impressively imposing divine eagle appeared right behind Qin Zhong. Its wings flapped and cut all the pressure of rules around Qin Zhong apart. He lashed out with his palm, now imbued with rules of sharpness like no other. The attack grew even more fearsome as his life spirit was unleashed. Yifutian lashed out with a punch right there and then. It was an incredibly huge fist boosted with the stars. The fist will was turned into stars as soon as he launched the attack, which then clashed with the shadow of the massive divine eagle. Terrifying storms whipped about them in that very instant. The stars exploded, throwing Yifutian and Qin Zhong back. Qin Zhong stood in the air, the wings of the divine eagle glittering. He looked at Yifutian with eyes that were still just as sharp. He finally deemed his trip to the Barren State to be less disappointing than he initially thought it would be. His trip to the Holy Ji Palace before had him meet the so-called proud son of the Holy Ji Palace, who was disappointingly weak. Yifutian, on the other hand, had finally stoked his excitement and made him feel like fighting earnestly. Are they finally going to go at it for real? Di Gang, Huang Zhouge, and the rest looked at the duo. They paid more attention to that battle than they did to the clash of the titans between Kong Yu and Yuan Hong. After all, Kong Yao's plane was too high for them to comprehend, yet the battle between Qin Zheng and Yi Futian was one fought between two of the most gifted genius of their generation. In a sense, it could have been also called the Clash of the Titans. Yi Futian did not disappoint. If he had easily lost to Qin Zheng, it would have appeared as if there were no exceptional people in the barren state. Yi Futian's eyes were set on the great divine eagle behind Qin Zheng. Its eyes were sharp enough to pierce everything it saw. Its golden claws glittered like that of the rock, and its wings were spread wide, looking like blades one moment but dragon scales the next. That divine eagle also sported a very long tail. A golden crown was found on its head, making it seem like the king of eagles. The dragon eagle. Many looked at the manifested divine eagle and found it to be a mutated species. It was said that two figures of legends in the demon world gave birth to the dragon eagle, which possessed talents of the highest order. The dragon eagle eventually became the new king of the demon world, creating new races of demonic beasts. It was quite a surprise that Qin Zheng's life spirit turned out to be such a rare mutated species, the dragon eagle. A high-pitched, deafening cry was heard. A massive shadow of the dragon eagle appeared in the air, encompassing a wide area and even covering Yi Futian within. The massive shadow looked down on Yi Futian. Incredibly destructive light of rules whipped about in the air. Its wings flapped and feathers seemed to begin dancing in the air. Each and every feather was packed with incredible rules of destruction, as they cut through the air with the intention to bury Yi Futian once and for all. Yi Futian glanced at the air and unleashed a powerful will that covered the space they were in. A mystical power seemed to have been born between the heavens and the earth. Incredibly dazzling starlight shimmered with Yi Futian at the center, forming absolute defensive powers around him. The feathers were turned into incredibly terrifying blades as they whipped through the air and headed for Yi Futian. The defensive light screen was cut again, and cracks appeared. An incredibly huge divine ape emerged from the screen of light and materialized a staff in its hand, which it then swung at the air. An incredible force was generated as it shot for the heavens. Formless will emerged as the techniques of the staff were at play. The space around them became incredibly heavy, as if it was packed with the will of rules. A thunderous rumble sounded as Yi Futian whipped his staff about as if there was no one around. The force seemed to have blended with the heavens and the earth like some kind of rule, generating a terrifying storm in its wake. The incredibly massive shadow of the divine eagle cried as it flapped its wings to kill yet again. The attack cut through the air, and two straight lines were seen raining down from above. The air was then filled with shadows of the staff as the power of the surroundings gushed into Yi Futian's body in a crazed manner. His defenses were strengthened further. When the divine eagle managed to cut the screen of light, Yi Futian took one step forward and the divine ape lashed out with one strike of the staff, cleaving the air apart. Qin Zheng frowned as he was able to feel that while Yi Futian had only begun to comprehend the rules, and his use of what he knew was nowhere near that of Qin Zheng's, Yi Futian still possessed overwhelmingly brute force. Boosted by the spectral manifestation he clad himself in, the brute force was magnified exponentially. That, coupled with the force he had been gathering, allowed the power of the rules he had just come to understand to rise sharply. The end result manifested like a torrent which turned increasingly powerful by the second. Boom! A force of fearsome rules was born as the divine eagle blocked out the sky as it flapped its wings. At the same time, Qin Zheng moved forward. The dragon eagle life spirit behind him seemed to have melded with the shadows as it lashed out with its claws. The divine ape seemed incredibly miniature in comparison. Countless destructive rules appeared in the air as the claws were lashed out. The defensive light screen exploded maniacally. Yi Futian was completely exposed as Qin Zheng's attack went straight for him. However, Yi Futian seemed to have not noticed any of that as he went swinging his staff about. The fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks burst and the divine ape roared. Terrifying powers whipped in the air. The pair of terrifying claws met the staff head on and grabbed onto it. The staff shattered bit by bit, but that pair of claws turned intangible. Countless shadows of the divine eagle appeared as its feathers cleaved through the air, heading for Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body moved like a bolt of lightning as fearsome aura built up around him. His flying body continued to gather the force of the world, yet it was still unable to escape the feathers at his tail. The feathers seemed to be boundless as they kept cutting the divine ape, cracking the spectral manifestation Yi Futian clad himself in. However, Yifutian did not seem to be in any bit of pain. The power he gathered became increasingly strong, and the divine ape grew in size in response. A giant ape appeared in the sky. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked through the air. The giant ape lashed out with its arm from above, as if it had packed all the force of the 9 heavenly attacks into that one arm that it brought to bear. Qin Zhong looked up at the shadow bearing down on him. It was an overwhelming shadow which seemed to have descended in the mortal world like a god. Stars seemed to have emerged around that arm coming down on him. The rules had finally taken form, turning into overwhelming power. Qin Zhong extended his hand and lashed out at the hand that Yifutian had coming down on him. The divine eagle let out a very long streak, melding with that arm he had lashed out in response. Many saw the divine ape that descended from above bombard the dragon eagle. The resulting destructive light was unbearably bright. The spectral manifestation began to crumble under the influence of the boundless rules. The very huge divine ape shadow that Yifutian had been clad in exploded bit by bit and crumbled. However, that power seemed to have penetrated everything nonetheless. It continued to head for Qin Zhong. Yifutian's training with Sage Dojan enabled him to open 5 of the 7-star acupoints, allowing him to gather force using 9 heavenly attacks and bring the gathered force to bear. Imbued with the highest power the rules were able to generate with his spectral being. There was no telling how powerful the end result of all that was. Qin Zhong was probably the only one capable of feeling it firsthand. Tremendously dazzling light encompassed Qin Zhong's body as the dragon eagle resisted the incoming force in his stead. The devastating light threw both combatants off. Yifutian was thrown high into the sky. All the manifestations he was clad in were no more. Qin Zhong, however, stood somewhere below without moving an inch. While terrifying light still circled around his body, it was nowhere near as dazzling. Blood began to show at the corner of Qin Zhong's mouth as he grunted. His organs were severely rattled. The power of his offensive rules was tremendously powerful, yet he was no match for Yifutian in sheer brute force. With such power coming down straight at him, even if he managed to destroy Yifutian's manifestations, the recoil had him severely injured nonetheless. So that was what the number 1 below the sages in Jisheng Cliffs was capable of, Yifutian said casually. Many looked at him and found themselves speechless. Qin Zhong stood rooted to the ground as though the other battles around him had no relation to him. He only knew that he had been defeated. He, who was undefeated in Yu state among his generation, had been defeated by Yifutian today. The number 1 person under the sage plane in Jisheng Cliffs had been defeated by the Barren State's most outstanding noble plane. Moreover, Yifutian's cultivation level was lower than his. He raised his head and stared at Yifutian. Yifutian's physical strength and his explosive power in battle, the rule power that he had understood, were so strong. All this had caused him to be injured even though he had a deeper understanding of rule power. He would remember this battle. There were countless geniuses in the 9 states. Even though many people claimed that he was the person with the strongest potential among the 9 sons, he could not be too complacent. Now, in the Barren State, he had been defeated and his brother Xianxia had also been crushed by Gu Donglu. Then what about the geniuses from the other 7 states? Now he had not entered the sage plane and had not interacted with any of the other states' experts. However, they should all be prodigies as well. The other people also looked at the battle that had stopped and had mixed feelings. The people from the palace were not here today. If they were, how would they feel? Previously, Qin Zhong had crushed Shiman Hanzhong in the palace and nobody could stand up to him. Today, Yifutian, who had been expelled from the palace, continued his undefeated legacy. Even when he was up against a son from the Yu state, the person with the most outstanding potential among the 9 sons, Yifutian defeated him as a grade 2 noble. All the influential figures in the Barren State knew what this battle meant. Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others all looked at Yifutian, the handsome teen standing in the air. He did not have any expression of delight after his victory, because he knew that his battle could not impact the situation. It was merely a pointless battle. To Yifutian, he had only proven that the Jisheng Cliffs cultivators were not as high and mighty as they had thought. Even the most outstanding person within the generation could be defeated, proving his previous point. Potential to enter the divine path. Xianxia muttered to himself. It was rumored that Qin Zhang had the potential to become a sage and had the most outstanding potential among the Jisheng Cliff's 9 sons. Then, now that Yifutian had defeated Qin Zhang as a grade 2 noble, what did it mean? Yifutian naturally also had the potential to become a saint. Not only that, but this battle had proven that Yifutian could battle sage plane figures as a grade 2 noble. Although Qin Zhang was not a sage, he should not be weaker than someone who just entered the sage plane. Back then, Bai Luli had risen to fame in one battle. He had the divine teachings, and Sage Wanxiang had predicted that he had the potential to become a saint. The Holy Ji Palace had also sacrificed much for Bai Luli, even expelling Yifutian from the palace. The battle in the White Cloud City proved their stand even further. However, Yifutian had now proven that he was not weaker than Bai Luli. Although they were unable to tell who was more outstanding because of the difference in cultivation level, nobody would dare to say with certainty that Bai Luli could defeat Yifutian. Then, was all that the Holy Ji Palace had done for Bai Luli really worth it? The palace could have had 2 disciples with the potential to become saints. Now, they were standing at opposing ends with no way back. Even the palace was at loggerheads with Yifutian. Even outsiders like Huang Shi and Su Shang felt pity and regret in their hearts. Although they were not from the palace, they still had the same lamentation. Huang Zhouge, Di Gang, Li Futu, Nan Hao, and many others from the younger generation also had mixed feelings. He had still not been defeated and was getting even stronger. Di Gang could already feel that if he battled with Yifutian now, it would definitely not be like the battle a year ago. Now, Yifutian could probably defeat him easily. His father Di Kai had high hopes for him to enter the divine path. Now, to enable him to enter the Jisheng Cliffs and be under the care of Kong Yao, his father did not hesitate to go to war against Zhuge Qifeng. However, there was someone who he could never hope to outdo in the same generation in the Barren State. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the air. Each time Kong Yao and Yuan Hong clashed in the air, the impact would make people's hearts shudder. However, Kong Yao's mindset had been affected, not because of his own battle, but because of an insignificant battle on the ground. Qin Zhang, his teacher-nephew who cultivated in the same vein as him, was the most outstanding young generation in the vein. Not just that, but Qin Zhang was extremely outstanding and had once been pointed out by a saint, claiming that he had the potential to become a saint and would enter the divine path in the future. After Qin Zhang entered the sage plane, he would have a chance to be taught by that saint. Thus, there were many voices in the Jisheng Cliffs claiming that Qin Zhang was the most outstanding of the 9 sons. In the future, he would definitely become an influential figure in the Jisheng Cliffs. To protect Qin Zhang, he who was 9th on the sage ranking was willing to sacrifice much. This was the allure of the saint plane. Even a descendant with the potential to become a saint was worth his elders protecting him like this. This was also a type of legacy. So, even though the battle between Qin Zhang and Yifutian had no influence on the overall situation and could even be claimed as insignificant, Kong Yao's mindset had been affected. He had a doubtful thought, but he didn't know whether he was doubting himself or Qin Zhang. In the Barren State, Qin Zhang, who was protected by his vein, had been defeated by a grade 2 noble. At that moment, red shadows filled the skies and crushed downwards. Kong Yao's mindset had been affected because of Qin Zhang's defeat, adding on to the fact that he had been unable to obtain a decisive victory. His movements slowed for a brief moment. When he raised his hand, Yuan Hong's polearm of divine destruction had already struck down. With a deafening sound, the divine shadow was shattered and Kong Yao was slammed to the ground all the way from the skies. Even so, he was still not injured. Yuan Hong's saint-level ritual implement was a defensive ritual implement, and his attacking ritual implement, the polearm of divine destruction, was not at the saint level. For someone who had reached the limit of the sage plane, Yuan Hong would not be able to injure him no matter how strong he was. In reality, the first 10 in the sage ranking had all reached a bottleneck. Although they were unable to break through that restriction, they were unmatched in the sage plane. However, he was also unable to defeat Yuan Hong, who had a saint-level defensive ritual implement. Similarly, on the other battlefield, although there were many experts on the Barren Sky ranking who joined forces, Zhuge Qingfeng focused all his efforts on defense. With a saint-level ritual implement, Yan Wuji and the others could not find a gap in his defenses. No matter what, Zhuge Qingfeng would not clash head-on with them. He was naturally clear of the current situation. As long as he and Yuan Hong were not defeated or killed, it was sufficient to deter these people. They did not dare to move rashly because at their level, as long as they lived, it was too easy for them to massacre the other party's younger generation. As long as they lived, the other party would not dare to make rash decisions. Especially now that Gu Donglu and Yi Futian had exhibited their extraordinary potential, they understood it all the more. As long as they were alive, they had hope. In the future, Yi Futian would definitely be able to traverse the divine path. At that time, no matter how much Jisheng Cliffs wanted to deal with them, they would have to weigh the consequences. With a bellowing roar, Yuan Hong crushed down from the skies, raising the pole arm of divine destruction in his hands and swinging it down upon the Nantian house lord with the godly spear of Nantian. The swing contained the wrath of the heavens, and the godly spear of Nantian raised his spear and swept towards the air. In an instant, countless spear shadows filled the heavens and the golden and silver rays clashed. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard as the godly spear of Nantian was pummeled to the ground and both his legs sank into the ground. His arms that held his spear trembled lightly. Now, Yuan Hong's offensive ability was horrifying. How could he stand up to someone who could single-handedly deal with the White Cloud City Lord? Yuan Hong did not stay for long and swung the pole arm of divine destruction towards others. Immediately, Yan Wuji and the others fell back and turned their gazes towards Kong Yao with resentment. They were already having it tough with Zhuge Qifeng, but Kong Yu still led another elite battler, Yuan Hong, in. How are they going to continue battling? Yuan Hong's defensive ritual implement is the same as Zhuge Qingfeng's. They're both saint level. It can weaken my offense. I can't damage him, Kong Yao said. He could not break through the defense of a saint level ritual implement. So Kong Yao understood that even if they continued battling, he would not be able to take down Yuan Hong alone. The people on the ground would also be hard-pressed to take down Zhuge Qingfeng. Even so, we must continue battling. Yan Wuji's expression was sharp like a blade that had been removed from its sheath. They were at the point of no return, so they had to bite the bullet and continue. They had previously thought that the battle would be easy. With Kong Yao's strength, he could crush Yuan Hong and kill him, then deal with Zhuge Qifeng without any hesitation. Kong Yu seemed to have lost the desire that he had before. He looked at Qin Zhang and Zhan Xiao. Zhan Xiao had been injured by Gu Donglu, and it was only with the help of Jisheng Cliff's archmages that he was not killed by Gu Donglu on the spot. Qin Zhang continued to stand there quietly, but the impact of his defeat could not be erased. After vomiting blood, Qin Zhang was not at peak condition. All the people here today, do you not have opinions? Kong Yao looked at the other influential figures in the surroundings. However, they all watched silently. It was not that they didn't want to become a saint, but everyone had their own thinking. Especially after seeing Yuan Hong's saint-level ritual implement, they knew that if there was no outcome in today's battle, nobody knew how it would progress in the future. Although Jisheng Cliffs was the holy land in the U State and had Saint Plain cultivators, the Saint Plain experts would not come personally to the Barren State. They might not even know about this matter. After all, they were legendary figures. There were so many people cultivating in Jisheng Cliffs and so many things happening every day. How could they report everything to the saints? Sending Kong Yao to handle this matter was already taking it very seriously. We should deliberate on Gu Donglio's words. Does Jisheng Cliffs need to investigate the matter? Don't accuse others carelessly. At that moment, a voice sounded. Kong Yao turned around with a glint in his eye. Not only Kong Yao, but Yan Wuji and the others looked at the person who had spoken with a sharp expression. Now, they were already standing on the Jisheng Cliffs side to deal with Zhuge Qifeng. There was already no way out. Investigate? This person was speaking for Gu Donglu? If the matter was really like Gu Donglu had said, would Jisheng Cliffs leave and punish Xianxia? By then, it would be Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qifeng looking for them for revenge. However, the person who had spoken was also an elite figure in the Barren State, the fifth on the Barren Sky ranking, the sovereign family leader, Huang Shi. Nobody expected that he would say such things. His words had shown his standpoint. Evidently, he was on the crouching dragon mountainside. Countless cold gazes stared at Huang Shi. Yan Wuji said coldly, Huang Shi, are you suspecting the Jisheng Cliffs of intentionally maligning Gu Donglu? He intentionally mentioned the Jisheng Cliffs, hoping that Huang Shi would step down and not interfere with this matter. Otherwise, they would have trouble. Naturally not. I've heard Gu Donglio's words. Mr. Kong did not personally experience the incident but heard it from a younger generation. Since both Gu Donglu and Xianxia have different accounts, as a holy land, Jisheng Cliffs should not completely believe their disciple and came to capture Gu Donglu without investigating. In that case, it looks as though you are bullying him and is not good for the Holy Land's reputation. Huang Shi continued, Gu Donglu is right. It is extremely simple to investigate this matter. We only need Gu Donglu to use his spiritual will and show any of us what happened. Everything will then be clear. If it was really Gu Donglio's doing, I will naturally support Jisheng Cliff's actions and help to take down Gu Donglu. Many people had weird expressions. Although Huang Shi's words seemed to be impartial and there was nothing off about it, he did not explicitly oppose the Jisheng Cliffs. That would be foolish. The origin of the matter was the conflict between Xianxia and Gu Donglu. However, because of their standpoint, nobody wanted to know the truth as it was not important. But for Huang Shi to step out and say these words when the battle had reached a deadlock meant that the situation was different. Although I am longtime rivals with Zhuge Qingfeng, I believe that he is a chivalrous person. If Gu Donglio's character is really that despicable, Zhuge Qingfeng, are you able to bring yourself to exterminate him? Huang Shi looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and asked, if the results of the investigation are like what Xianxia has said, I will definitely not shield Gu Donglu and I will hand him over. Moreover, I will give my Zhuge family's sacred item to the Jisheng Cliffs as an apology, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. As his voice landed, the surroundings fell silent, but there was a faint oppressive atmosphere. You doubt me? Zhang Zhao's expression was grim. He naturally knew what the truth was. Many people looked at him. He was merely the Jisheng Cliff son, and many of the influential figures on the Barren Sky ranking did not have to care about him. The Jisheng Cliffs had 9 sons every generation, but how many of them would become saints? Zhang Zhao's achievements could catch up to Kong Yao at best. From his battle with Gu Donglu and the character that he had revealed from this matter, it was unlikely for him to become a saint. Huang Shi's words hold reason. At that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd all looked in the distance. The Tingxue House's Su Shang had a mysterious smile on his face and his eyes were squinted. The impression he gave people was one that was gentle on the exterior, yet sharp underneath. After all, this fellow was a ruthless killer. The 9th on the Barren Sky ranking, Su Shang, had also made his stance. Although they did not directly oppose the Jisheng Cliffs, their stance had already shifted. Are the two of you going to interfere with this matter? Kong Yao looked at Huang Shi and Su Shang, asking coldly. No, no. Su Shang smiled and shook his head. I am merely saying, casually, if Brother Kong feels that I am wrong, you can treat it like you didn't hear it. He was not going to take part in the battle. After all, he had a huge household to take care of. The Jisheng Cliffs would not have any reservations about what they did in the Barren State. He naturally could not fall out with the Jisheng Cliffs, but with his position he could stand out and say a few words. Does Brother Kong feel that what I have spoken wrongly? Huang Shi smiled and replied, I am thinking for both parties. If there is an option to solve it peacefully, why is there a need to battle? Zhuge Qifeng has already said that if Gu Donglu really did what Xianxia said, he will immediately hand him over. Is that not enough for the Jisheng Cliffs? After saying so much, it was already clear that if the Jisheng Cliffs still insisted on continuing, it would be protecting Xianxia despite knowing that he did it. Although many people could feel that Gu Donglu was telling the truth, hearing it from Huang Shi's mouth was undoubtedly offending the Jisheng Cliffs. As for Xianxia, he was ignored. Huang Shi and Su Shang would not go to war with Jisheng Cliffs, but at least they could influence the situation here. The other influential figures from the Barren State would not step in after seeing the two of their stands. If nobody else joined in, Kong Yao would naturally not be able to break this deadlock. I have seen the images that Xianxia has shown me. There is no cause for doubt. If anyone continues to doubt him, it is the same as doubting Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao replied assertively. Huang Shi and Su Shang's statements had caused a shift in the situation. Their side's momentum was weakening. If he was not dominant, he might as well leave the Barren State and return to Yu State. Today in Xuanwu Tower, I have seen the attitudes of many of you in the Barren State. The Zhuge family is also an important faction in the Barren State. Since that is so, I will give the Zhuge family another few days to consider. If they are still unwilling to hand him over, Prepare to bear the consequences, Kong Yao said coldly. Goodbye. After saying that, Kong Yao turned around and left. Yan Wuji and the rest had grim expressions. They actually failed today. Withdraw, they commanded, turning around and following Kong Yao. Immediately, many figures left together. The people from the Sword Saint Villa, the Emperor family, and many other experts left. Brother Kong, if we do not take down the Zhuge family, we will be in danger, Yan Wuji said with a sullen expression. I know, but all of you have seen what happened today. Are you confident to take them down? Kong Yao continued. Since the Zhuge family wants to continue struggling, let us all prepare for a battle of an even larger scale. Bring all your family's experts and assault the Crouching Dragon Mountain. This time, the younger generation from Jisheng Cliffs had been present. As such, he had held himself back and not started slaughtering people. Okay. Yan Wuji nodded and replied, however, we cannot leave Xuanwu City now. We need to watch Crouching Dragon Mountain's every move, especially Zhuge Qifeng and Yuan Hong. I know, Kong Yu replied. Yan Wuji was probably afraid that Crouching Dragon Mountain would take drastic measures and deal with him as Yuan Hong did to White Cloud City. In the current situation, Yan Wuji probably wanted to exterminate them at all costs. Qin Zhong, Zhan Xiao, the two of you go to the Holy Ji Palace. There is no need for the two of you to participate in the remaining matters. If the palace can send its experts, it's naturally better for us, Kong Yao said. Qin Zhong and Zhan Xiao understood what he meant by that. This time, Kong Yao was truly infuriated and was preparing to go to Crouching Dragon Mountain to slaughter them. We will make arrangements too, Yan Wuji and Di Kai said as well. Everything from now on would be settled in one battle. On the other hand, although Zhuge Qifeng had fought off Kong Yao, he did not feel relief. This time, they had taken the initiative to attack because Gu Donglu had decisively stepped out of the Zhuge family. In today's battle, everyone had fought with reservations. They could naturally feel that Kong Yao's attitude was getting more dominant. They would have to face even more dangerous battles ahead. I am still unable to leave the family out of this, Zhuge Qifeng sighed internally as he thought. There were some things that he wanted to avoid but was unable to. Gu Donglu stood there silently. He wanted to face all this alone, but Yifutian and Zhuge Qifeng had come, unwilling to throw him aside. He naturally felt touched, but at the same time he was sullen because he had implicated all of them. Yifutian walked over to Huang Shi and Su Shang, saluting and thanking them. Thank you, elders. Don't thank me. I didn't do anything. Su Shang shrugged his shoulders and replied. He had casually said a few words, so it was indeed nothing to him. Actually, I do not wish that you be embroiled in this turmoil. Huang Shi looked at Yifutian and said. Jisheng Cliffs were determined to achieve their objective in the barren state and would not step down. Yifutian's side was on the weaker end. After all, they were up against the Jisheng Cliffs. It was not easy for the barren state to have a Yifutian. This was a person who defeated the Jisheng Cliffs Qinzhong, someone who could become a saint in the future. Neither do I, Yifutian smiled and replied. But that was his third brother. However unwilling he had to be involved. He was only a noble and unable to do much, but he could not just watch it happen. Zhuge Qifeng looked at Yifutian and Huang Shi, overhearing their conversation. He had mixed feelings as Yifutian had already won the admiration of many of the Barren Sky Rankings' influential figures. Huang Shi Yuqi Yuan Hong. Although he was only a noble, he was unknowingly affecting the entire situation in the barren state. If not for the palace's mistake, in a few years' time, when Yifutian reached the pinnacle of the Sage Plane, he had the qualifications to represent the barren state and become the next owner of the palace. However, the barren state already had Bai Luli before him, and the palace had chosen Bai Luli. News of the battle in Xuanwu City spread throughout every corner of the barren state. The Sword Saint Villa, Emperor family, Nantian House, and other factions had started to collect their experts while Kong Yao was still in Xuanwu City. The strife in the barren state had become even more severe. While Qinzhong and Zhan Xiao had reached the Holy Ji Palace, there was nothing else left for them to do. The experts in the palace evidently knew about the battle in Xuanwu City. Many of them were astonished. Even the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords felt bewildered, especially by one piece of news. Yifutian had defeated Jisheng Cliffs Qinzhong as a grade 2 noble. This piece of news stirred doubt in the hearts of the palace's influential figures. Back then, Qin Zhong had basked in glory in the Holy Ji Palace. Shiman Hanjiang could not even withstand a single strike from him. But now, Qin Zhong had been defeated by the expelled disciple of the palace, Yi Futian. Who could understand how they were feeling? In the Sage Palace, Lu Chan stood in front of the palace, looking in the air. Qin Zhong was rumored to have the potential to become a saint. This was said personally by the Jisheng Cliff saint, so it was naturally reliable. However, he had now been defeated by Yi Futian, who was still a grade 2 noble. What about Yi Futian then? He also had the potential to become a saint. The palace originally had 2 people with the potential to become saints, but now Yi Futian had not only been expelled, but he could also be at opposing ends with the palace and even become mortal enemies with Bai Luli. The 2 people with the potential to become saints had emerged from the palace but were like fire and water. Did they regret it? Lu Chan had doubts about his decision. Was he wrong? However, all this was for the palace. Why would he be wrong? In the Holy Ji Palace, not only were the elders moved, but many disciples were also astounded by the results of the battle. The first on the law rank who had been expelled from the palace was still a legend even when he was no longer in the palace. He was unrivaled in his generation in the Baron state, and now even the number 1 noble in the Yu state had been defeated by him. In the Sword Palace, in front of an ancient palace, a figure with only 1 arm sat cross-legged, looking at the ravine in front of him. By sitting here, he could overlook the entire Holy Ji Palace. Behind him, a girl in a red dress strolled towards him and sat down beside him. She asked gently, "What's the news from them?" "They have temporarily driven off Jisheng Cliffs. But the issue is not over yet. Many major factions are gathering their experts and preparing to siege the Crouching Dragon Mountain," Yi Wuchen replied. A worrying expression appeared in Lu Qinyu's eyes. For a while, there was silence. Although they were worried, they were unable to interfere with the elites' battles. Even those who were in the lower ranks of the Baron Sky ranking did not have the right to participate in this unrest. Xianxia and Qinzhong are now in her Holy Ji Palace. The Jisheng Cliffs are not intending to let them continue battling. If anyone can resolve this issue, it can only be the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Wuchen said slowly. However, he did not have much hope. The palace's stand back then in the White Cloud City was already clear enough. It was already a blessing for them to not be dealing with Yi Futian, not to mention help him. However, if the palace didn't step in, who could resolve this turmoil? The Jisheng Cliffs would not leave without Gu Donglu. But Zhuge Qingfeng would not hand him over. Yi Futian would not allow it either, so they would definitely continue fighting. "It'll be fine," Lu Qinyu replied softly. She did not know what to do either. Perhaps she was just comforting herself. Yi Wuchen did not say anything. He also hoped that everything would end. It was not easy for them to reach this stage. The days passed, but the unrest in the Baron state did not end. The Sword Saint Villa, Emperor family, Nantian House, and many other factions experts gathered in Xuanwu City. However, at this time, Yu Qi suddenly gave an order for the Emperor family to return to Alchemy City, claiming that Alchemy City's factions would not participate in the siege of the Zhuge family. Moreover, he had given the order as the city lord of Alchemy City and was extremely authoritative. This was also Yu Qi's first time having such a bossy attitude towards the Emperor family. Many years ago, the 2 families' ancestors had created Alchemy City together. Even if they had their own intentions now, they were still allies on the surface. However, from another perspective, the Alchemy City Lord not allowing the Emperor family to join forces with Jisheng Cliffs to siege the Crouching Dragon Mountain was also appropriate. When Dikai heard about the matter, he was furious. However, Yu Qi's attitude was determined, and he instructed the Emperor family's people to tell Dikai that he was not to participate or he would have to suffer consequences. The attitudes of the Baron State's elites had become more delicate. There were already a few elite figures who had either subtly or directly expressed their support for Crouching Dragon Mountain. They did not jump out and oppose Jisheng Cliffs as it would be too foolish, but their actions had unknowingly affected the entire situation. Everything was changing in the outside world, but the palace remained the same. Zhan Xiao had wanted to persuade the palace to participate, but Zhuge Qifeng was also from the Holy Ji Palace. No matter what, the palace would not directly participate in the siege of Crouching Dragon Mountain, even if they were unhappy about the marriage. Xianxia was also unhappy about this matter, and he was annoyed with many of the people in the barren state. Xinjiang, on the other hand, stayed in the palace to cultivate, ignoring all the conflicts that were going on. One day, in one of the cultivation spots in the palace, many disciples had gathered. Xianxia was there as well. Today, the White Cloud City's second young master had claimed that he wanted to meet him for something. This second young master Bai Zhe seemed to be intentionally getting close to him. He had been seeing a lot of him lately. He had heard that the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli was the most outstanding person in the barren state. Even Yi Futian was also expelled from the Holy Ji Palace because of him. It was a pity that he missed out on meeting Bai Luli this time. Bai Luli was not in the palace and had left to cultivate. Brother Zhan, do you really plan on missing this grand show? Bai Zhe said to Xianxia. This time, the siege of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be done by all the elite archmages. With my cultivation level, I will not be able to influence the situation. Xianxia looked at Bai Zhe and said. He was curious about what business Bai Zhe had with him. Then, Brother Zhan, how confident are you that they will be able to deal with the Crouching Dragon Mountain this time around? Bai Zhe asked. Who knows? Xianxia replied. His uncle Master Kong Yao was truly enraged now, but the other party had 2 saint-level ritual implements with extremely strong defense, so there was still a problem. Moreover, some old fellow from Alchemy City had appeared and was opposing them. If the White Cloud City is willing to participate, there will naturally be no doubt about the outcome. However, your father seems to be afraid. Xianxia looked at Bai Zhe and said coldly, I hope that Brother Zhan can forgive me on this matter. Yi Futian used the people in the Bai clan to threaten us. He is indeed despicable, Bai Zhe replied coldly. Come to think about it, what does Yi Futian have to do with Gu Donglu snatching Brother Zhan's holy item? He keeps on participating and causing destruction, threatening the White Cloud City and inviting Yuan Hong to aid him. Yu Qi's attitude is likely also because of his influence. Without him, perhaps Brother Zhan could have arrested Gu Donglu a long time ago. A cold glint appeared in Zhan Zhao's eyes. What Bai Zhe had said was really true. If it had not been for Yi Futian, the matter would have been resolved a long time ago. However, Yi Futian really had outstanding potential. Even his brother Qinzhong had been defeated by him. Yi Futian is a despicable person who will resort to any and all means. If the Jisheng Cliffs were like him, the matter would have been resolved a long time ago. It is just that Jisheng Cliffs and Brother Zhan can't bring themselves to do it. Bai Zhe continued. Why do you say so? Xianxia looked at Bai Zhe. I heard that when Yi Futian left the palace, he brought his family and friends. However, when he came out, only Yuan Hong was with him. The rest of them should still be on Taihang Mountain. Now, Taihang Mountain's strength is all congregated on Crouching Dragon Mountain. If the others all imitated what Yi Futian did, wouldn't this matter be solved easily? Bai Zhe tried to sound casual while saying it. Xianxia smiled and looked at Bai Zhe. This fellow was indeed despicable. However, his words made sense indeed. He did not know how the battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain would turn out. If they returned to Jisheng Cliffs this time and the truth was uncovered, he would very likely be punished. There needed to be a resolution to this matter. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Xianxia smiled and continued. Bai Zhe, you've reminded me when dealing with despicable people like Yi Futian, there's no need to abide by the rules. Brother Zhan dares to take the chance that is worthy of respect. Bai Zhe put his fists together and saluted. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving first. Okay. Xianxia nodded. As Bai Zhe left, Xianxia looked at his figure, and a menacing smile appeared on his face and he said, Let's go. Not long after, a piece of news spread from the palace. The Jisheng Cliffs Xianxia had brought a group of people and left the Holy Ji Palace. In the Sword Palace at Yi Wuchen's cultivation spot, Su Kei and Zui Qianshou had arrived. Yi Wuchen saw the two of them and asked, What's up? The palace's disciples are spreading some news. Bai Zhe intentionally leaked news of Yushang, Hua Jieyu, and the rest's whereabouts to Xianxia. Now Xianxia has left the palace, Su Kei said. Yi Wuchen's expression suddenly became sharp and there was a momentous surge of killing intent. Bai Zhe, can we inform Yi Futian? Yi Wuchen asked. The Tingxua house has a special transmission method. I will send the news as quickly as possible to Crouching Dragon Mountain. I will definitely be faster than Zhan Xiao, Suke said. Yi Wuchen nodded and turned around. He looked at the base of the palace and clenched his fists, asking coldly, "Is Bai Zhe still in the palace?" "Rumor has it that he is cultivating in the Valley of Knowledge," Suke replied. The Valley of Knowledge was a secret zone for cultivation in the palace. It could hone one's spiritual will energies. Yi Wuchen's gaze looked forward, sword will emitting from his eyes. He then leaped forward and sword will turned into a sword and landed at his feet. It then tore through the air towards the direction of the Valley of Knowledge. Suke and Zui Qianqiu looked at each other, then moved in a flash towards the direction that Yi Wuchen had left in. In the Valley of Knowledge, there was an extremely mysterious aura that could affect one's spiritual will. As such, very little people chose to cultivate there and even fewer could reach the depths of the Valley of Knowledge. Presently, Bai Zhe was cultivating there. However, at that moment he had a premonition and turned around. He saw a figure riding a sword towards him, landing in the area in front of him. Yi Wuchen. Bai Zhe saw the person who had come and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He must have come because of that issue. It was no secret and he had not intentionally concealed or prevented the news from spreading because he did not care at all. So what if Yi Wuchen knew? Perhaps it might be even more interesting that way. Would he stay on Crouching Dragon Mountain or go to Taihang Mountain? Sword will emanated from Yi Wuchen's body with surging killing intent. As he felt the aura, Bai Zhe's mocking aura became even more imminent. He coldly said, "Yi Wuchen, it can't be that you want a duel?" Although he had been dominated by Yi Futian in the palace, he was not scared of Yi Wuchen. TCH, a horrifying dark sword chi rushed straight towards Bai Zhe. In an instant, the sword chi in the air erupted, and Yi Wuchen's body moved like a flash of lightning towards Bai Zhe. A glint appeared in Bai Zhe's eyes. He had not expected that Yi Wuchen would be so decisive and strike without warning. He fired his eye of devastation and immediately, the area turned gray, a horrifying spiritual will enveloping everything and the sword chi brushing past him. In the gray dimension, he saw Yi Wuchen's sword slash. It was a domineering dark sword reminiscent of the sword demon's demon sword technique. It could cause a sword's power to increase multiple-fold for a short while. Die! Bai Zhe roared and released his life spirit, pushing the power of his eye of devastation to its limit and crushing the sword current. However, Yi Wuchen's sword appeared to rush forward in waves and was never-ending. "You're courting death." As Bai Zhe saw Yi Wuchen getting closer to him, a giant gray hand appeared in the gray dimension and grabbed Yi Wuchen, attempting to crush his body in an instant. As the giant gray hand swooped towards Yi Wuchen, the killing intent in Bai Zhe's eyes was terrifying. However, at that moment, a silver light burst forth from Yi Wuchen's brow chakra and pierced forward like a silver sword torrent, destroying everything. At that moment, an extremely intriguing feeling appeared in Bai Zhe's head. He found it hard to estimate his distance from the sword, as though everything he saw was an illusion. Boom! An extremely dominant spiritual will storm was used to resist the force. Bai Zhe's pupils turned into horrifying torrents, crushing all the swords that slashed towards him. However, at that moment, Yi Wuchen's strength increased rapidly and countless sword chi rushed towards the spiritual will. At that moment, he seemed to have used up every ounce of his strength to increase the killing ability of his swords, causing a mirage to appear in Bai Zhe's head. He had sunk into the sword torrent and was unable to tell the difference between reality and illusion. He could only see a destructive sword torrent crushing everything and rushing towards him. His eye of devastation could see a pair of demon sword eyes. "Die!" Bai Zhe roared and his spell scrolls glowed. The terrifying lightning energy pierced through everything and headed straight for Yi Wuchen. Next, a destructive sword chi penetrated his brain and rampaged wildly. Bai Zhe's expression became twisted and he raised his hand and pressed it down in Yi Wuchen's direction. However, at that moment, another figure flashed by and Bai Zhe felt a cold sensation on his neck. A sword had pierced his throat. Yi Wuchen was thrown off and he spewed blood from his mouth. However, his expression remained cold as he looked at the sword at Bai Zhe's throat. Zui Qianqiu was seen standing right behind Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe extended his hands while shaking all over, holding his throat where blood kept oozing out. His eyes were wide open and almost popping out as he glared at the figure before him. The bloodshot eyes were filled with vile hatred and frustration. Am I going to die just like this? His body trembled from fear of death. He had never even once thought that Yi Wuchen and the others actually dared kill him within the Holy Ji Palace. Have they gone insane? He was the second son of White Cloud City, a gifted proud son and a student of the Holy Ji Palace. How dare they actually kill me? This is vexing. His eyes went blood red and his aura dropped sharply. There were tears streaking down from his eyes. Fear, hate, regret, and many other emotions overwhelmed him. He had never thought himself to be one who would die at such a young age. His future should have been one filled with glory. He had been proud and arrogant as he blazed his way on the holy road, but everything changed when he met Yifutian. His life was completely thrown off course since from that very day. He ended up dead in the Holy Ji Palace, by the hands of two people he had despised. He recalled the scene when he first came to face Yifutian. He ignored Yifutian right in front of him and intended to rope Hua Jieyu into the Holy Sage Pavilion to train with him. He despised Yifutian and the feud between them started there. At the moment, everything was about to end. The cold sword rendered his blood cold as well. Su Ke glanced behind him and with a flash, he dropped his finger down. Sword aura filled the place there were and struck Bai Zai's body, which was then dissolved into nothing soon after, disappearing alongside his sword flash. What are you two standing there for? Su Ke said, knowing that they had gotten themselves in big trouble. Zui Qianqiu's eyes turned to Yi Wuchen, who then turned around and said, Why are you two getting involved in this? This is my problem. Zui Qianqiu and Su Ke walked up to him. They knew that even if Zui Qianqiu hadn't done what he did, Bai Zai would have died all the same. However, the last move that Bai Zai pulled would have caused Yi Wuchen severe injuries. As such, Zui Qianqiu dealt the fatal blow. Don't think about it too much. Since we have actually fought, the Holy Ji Palace will definitely look into it, and it looks we won't be able to hide the incident for long. What we need to do right now is get the hell out of here. Zui Qianqiu's voice did not sound like his usual playful, nonchalant self. They had just killed a student of the Holy Sage Pavilion, after all. Worse still, it was the son of the city lord of White Cloud City and Bai Luli's brother. Their violation of the rule forbidding the students of the Holy Ji Palace killing each other was more than enough to convict them. Their predicament was made worse by the fact that the Holy Sage Pavilion treasured Bai Luli, and they would definitely not sit by knowing that his brother was killed. They needed to do something about it one way or another. They found someone standing before them as soon as they walked out of Valley of Knowledge. A figure exuding imposing bearing just standing around. Yi Wuchen and the other two were practically frozen seeing the figure before them. Yi Wuchen then walked up firmly and said to the figure respectfully, Teacher, I was the one responsible for the matter. It had nothing to do with them. The sword demon glared at the three of them with sharp expression. These three bastards have actually killed Bai Zai. Are they insane or what? What is this matter are you talking about? Yi Wuchen was stunned. He went on to stare at the sword demon with a dumbfounded expression. You all have reached a certain plane in your training and now it is time for you to go out to experience the world, the sword demon said and turned around. This is farewell. He disappeared as soon as he finished talking. Yi Wuchen bowed to the figure who just left before turning to do the same with Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu. Su Ke then said, Just get out of here. The three of them headed for Sword Palace like bolts of lightning, bringing Lu Qinyu with them before leaving the Holy Ji Palace as fast as they could. After a while, someone found Bai Zai's spirit jade scroll broken. That could only have meant one thing, Bai Zai had perished. The people of Holy Sage Pavilion went to inform the assistant palace lord, Lu Chan, at once of the news. The Holy Sage Pavilion was shaken to its core. Bai Zai had perished within the boundaries of the Holy Ji Palace. Nothing so dire had happened within the sacred ground for many, many years. Lu Chan's expression was ashen. Everyone around him busied themselves with one matter or another. Sage Tianqing made it there as well. Bai Zai was a student of the Holy Ji Palace, Bai Gu's son, and Bai Luli's brother. He had very deep ties with the Holy Ji Palace, and he was found dead within the Holy Ji Palace. Find out who did this as soon as possible, Lu Chan said coldly. We are investigating the matter, Sage Tianqing responded. The entire Holy Ji Palace was shaken by the incident. Nobody thought Bai Zhe would die. Someone came before Sage Tianqing and Lu Chan and reported after some time. Bai Zhe had deliberately guided Xianxia to Taihang Mountain, and the case was feverishly discussed among the students. Many were in the opinion that Bai Zhe's action was despicable. Yuxin, Hua Jiyu, and the rest of them were on Taihang Mountain. And? Sage Tianqing asked. Some saw Yi Wuchen, Zue Qianqiao, and Su Ke leaving the Sword Palace, and they were nowhere to be found after. Even Lu Qinyu disappeared from the Sword Palace. According to the guards, they have been gone from Holy Ji Palace for quite a while, the person elaborated. Both Lu Chan and Sage Tianqing wore dire expressions. From what they heard, the three of them were definitely involved in this. It was not known who actually did that for now, but given that all three of them were students of the Sword Palace and shared amicable relations, the other two would have gotten involved somehow. Get someone after them and go fetch me the Sword Demon, Lu Chan said. The people before them nodded, and a group of mighty ones was dispatched outside the Holy Ji Palace. The Sword Demon was too summoned to the Holy Sage Pavilion shortly after. Sword Demon, Yi Wuchen, and the other two were students of the Sword Palace. What do you think of this? Lu Chan asked. If something like that were to happen to my friend, I would have chosen to kill Bai Zhe too. He wasn't fit to call himself a student of the Holy Ji Palace. The Sword Demon looked at Lu Chan and said, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace knew of the feud between Bai Zhe and Yi Futian. Bai Zhe was being put under Yi Futian's shadow all the time. He should have simply gone for Yi Futian on his own if he hated Yi Futian that much. However, he went to guide Xianxia of Jisheng Cliffs to Taihang Mountain instead. It was an act that damaged the reputation of the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stared at the Sword Demon with a somewhat bitter expression. While there was no doubt that what Bai Zhe did was despicable, Yi Wuchen and the rest should not have killed him still. Killing one's fellow student within the vicinity of the Holy Ji Palace is the most dire of crimes one can commit within the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan looked at the Sword Demon and said, if the culprit behind this is found, the Holy Ji Palace will make sure he is punished appropriately. The Sword Demon looked at Lu Chan with a calm expression. There was no doubt that he knew it would have turned out as such. It was the very reason why he chose to let them go instead of stopping them. He knew very well that none of them would come out of this alive. Both sets of eyes remained staring at each other, and silence filled the air for a while, before the Sword Demon broke the silence and said, the Tingxue house has already made their stance clear. If Su Ke is found to be involved in this incident, the stance of Tingxue House will lean towards him. Furthermore, Yu Qi from Alchemy City also made his stance clear. The incident rocked the entire barren state, and despite not being a clear state of things, there are now two factions formed on this. Haven't you considered why this has happened? And why indeed? Lu Chan's expression turned immensely sharp as he stared at the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon did not hold back at all. He stared at Lu Chan and said, the Holy Ji Palace wanted a saint in the barren state, but there were many who did not actually care whether barren state had a saint or not, and some did not even want to see it happen. It was because we at the Holy Ji Palace poured all our hopes into Bai Luli and were willing to do anything for him. Many in the barren state may have thought that even if a saint were to emerge, it would be a saint of the Holy Ji Palace, a saint of White Cloud City, instead of a saint of the barren state. As such, they chose another whom they saw to possess the same hope of achieving such an endeavor. It might have been a deliberate movement or just some momentum formed due to the times. However, there was no denying the movement formed. It was powerful enough to shake even Kongyao, White Cloud City, and many other forces. What are you trying to say? Lu Chan felt troubled inside. So even the Lord of Sword Palace began to falter in his beliefs then? The Holy Ji Palace wanted to create a saint for the barren state, but the barren state as a whole disagreed with that. The people of the barren state have their own ideas about things. If the case continues to worsen further, it is anyone's guess what the consequence will be. Wanxiang predicted that the Holy Ji Palace would be caught in a huge ordeal. But where did said ordeal come from? The Sword Demon sighed and continued. Maybe if the Holy Ji Palace had been more careful with the case between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, and gone to listen to opinions of more people, things would have turned differently. The Sword Demon then turned around and left. Lu Chan and Sage Tianqing watched Sword Demon walk away and thought, out of the six, some among them now doubted the Holy Ji Palace's previous decision. What was more fearsome than external enemies? was a rift within one's own ranks. The divergence in ideology was usually the most terrifying of all such internal rifts. People at their level would often be adamant in carrying out their own ideologies. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was no longer one. Back then, when Bail Luli was to be engaged to Zhuge Mingyue, no one cared what the nobles of the younger generations within the Holy Ji Palace thought. Nobody had anticipated that it was those nobles back then from the Holy Ji Palace who had come to be instrumental in steering the way things would go in the barren state. Someone who claimed to be from Xianxia House came to look for Yi Futian at Crouching Mountain Dragon. Yi Futian saw the one who came and they left a message. Xianxia was heading for Taihang Mountain with his people. Yi Futian's expression changed drastically hearing the news. Cold, murderous intent was seen in his star-like eyes. With the war at hand and Crouching Dragon Mountain being surrounded by mighty ones, Xianxia had actually brought his men to Taihang Mountain. The very reason he had Yushang, Huajieyu, Lulan Shui, and the others stay at Taihang Mountain was because things were too dangerous at Crouching Dragon Mountain. However, they now found that Taihang Mountain was caught in a similar predicament instead. Both Taihang Mountain and Crouching Dragon Mountain were in trouble. Danger lied everywhere, and Yi Futian had a hard time making decisions. If he had Yuan Hong and the ones from Taihang Mountain pulled from Crouching Dragon Mountain, there was no doubt that Crouching Dragon Mountain's days would be numbered. It was not something he wanted to see. But if he did not call on Yuan Hong, what could he do about the trouble that was to come to Taihang Mountain? In the moon tower of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gu Donglu came beside Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, I'll go to Taihang Mountain in your place." All that started with him. With Xianxia heading to Taihang Mountain, he deemed it compulsory for him to be the one to end it. As he knew Jisheng Cliffs and Xianxia would not simply let things go, there was then a need for him to end things. During the prior battle, he had readied himself to end things once and for all. However, things did not turn out as he wanted it to be. "I'm concerned for Jieyu and the rest over there. I need to go there myself," Yi Futian said. With Jieyu, Yushang, Lulan, Qingxian, and the others at Taihang Mountain, he would not be able to forgive himself should anything happen to any of them. Futian. A figure was seen approaching him. It was Zhuge Qifeng. Yi Futian looked at him as Zhuge Qingfeng said, "Word from the Holy Ji Palace said that it was Bai Zhe who urged Xianxia to head for Taihang Mountain. Bai Zhe was killed in the Holy Ji Palace, and the one who killed him was most probably Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianshou, and Su Ke. All three of them have fled the Holy Ji Palace." Bai Zhe. Yi Futian's expression was cold as ice when he uttered the name. However, his eyes were filled with intense worry when Wuchen and the rest came to mind. It was one trouble following another indeed, and Yi Wuchen was embroiled in this incident because of him. It had never been Yi Futian's intention for things to turn out this way, as he had only wanted for Wuchen to practice his art in peace in the Holy Ji Palace. However, it seemed that there was no way for anyone close to him to stay out of this. "Bring Yuan Hong with you," Zhuge Qifeng said. "Can't do." Yi Futian refused without hesitation. "I got you into this, uncle. You have put your life on the line for me and third brother, and you even got the entire family in danger. If I were to have Yuan Hong go to Taihang Mountain with me, Crouching Dragon Mountain would be finished. Furthermore, even if Crouching Dragon Mountain got destroyed, the ones from Jisheng Cliffs wouldn't let me walk free still. This is just suicide." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian. Things were in a dire state now, and there was no time to wait around. "Uncle, just blaze your way out of the mountain with Grandpa Yuan right now. There's no need to wait for them to come up the mountain and bring the war to your doorstep. Only then would I be able to leave, as they are watching every move on Crouching Mountain Dragon," Yi Futian said. Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Is he trying to start the war prematurely? "I'll get you there." A voice was heard from somewhere. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yi Futian, and the rest present were stunned for a bit, before turning their attention to the figure approaching them. The house master of Xianxia House, Su Shang, who ranked 9th on Barren Sky ranking. Yi Futian looked up at Su Shang and said, "Well then, thank you in advance." Yi Futian was, of course, feeling anxious, and he had also hoped to be able to bring Yuan Hong with him. However, it was not something feasible at all, as it would have brought about the doom of both Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain. Since Su Shang offered his help, Yi Futian felt it unnecessary to beat around the bush. He had only needed to remember that he owed Sushang a favor. I'm not alone in Barren State, and I can't just go about fighting Jisheng Cliffs head-on, Sushang said. There is no need for more words. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Jisheng Cliffs had saints and Sushang had no reason to get himself embroiled in this and make himself an enemy of Jisheng Cliffs. It was not a good thing for Tingxue House to be involved in, and he, of course, had his reservations. Better get moving then, Sushang said. Indeed, Yifutian said. Yuan Hong, let's get going then. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yuan Hong and said, Right? Yuan Hong nodded. He felt concerned about Taihang Mountain as well. Let's go. Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong moved at the same time, going down Crouching Dragon Mountain. Mighty ones gathered in Xuanwu City in hordes not far away from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Many figures from top forces were there, and they felt a frightening pressure raining down on them. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and many mighty ones from both Taihang Mountain and the Zhuge family appeared. Even the sages of the Zhuge family were getting involved in the war now. They knew what things were like right there and then. If Zhuge Qingfeng lost and got killed, that would be the end of the Zhuge family. While they might have been very irked about what the Zhuge family did, they knew they had to come out and fight. You all have death wishes, I see, Kong Yao said as he saw them appear. His terrifying aura increased and he took to the air with a leap. The last battle had him feeling very angry, and this time he came determined to do one thing, to kill. Mighty ones from the Sacred Fire Sect, Sword Saint Villa, and the Nantian House took to the air at the same time, prepared to get the slaughter started. They had no way out of this. It was either killing off the Zhuge family or having their respective clans and forces get into further trouble. Dikai was there too, but he hesitated. Yu Qi had warned him not to get involved with the war or there would be consequences to pay. Yu Qi had never been so stern and forceful with anything. He had no idea what would have happened to him if Yu Qi were to find him being a part of the war. The sky was literally filled with people and terrifying aura permeated the air. Countless people in Xuanwu City turned their eyes at the battlefield and felt their hearts jumping out of their chests. The frightening storm had finally made it to their doorstep. That was very probably the final showdown, and it would be a very bloody one. The storm in the Barren State was in full force, as if to serve as a prelude to bigger troubles to come. Countless eyes stared at Xuanwu City, and hardly anyone was paying any attention to Taihang Mountain. However, at the very same time, there were figures heading to Taihang Mountain in another corner of Barren State. The one taking the lead was imposing, and he was practically clad in murderous intent. It was none other than Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City. He was the first to know that Bai Zhe died, as he was Bai Zhe's birth father, and Bai Zhe had a spirit jade scroll in his ancestral home. He found it totally unbelievable when he first found his son dead. How could my son die training in the Holy Ji Palace? How is that possible? Who killed him? While his second son was nowhere near as exceptional as his brother, Bai Luli, and himself had little hope for Bai Zhe to achieve much. But Bai Zhe was still the son of the city lord of White Cloud City. His son had been killed by someone. He went to the Holy Ji Palace as soon as he found out that his son died and found the one who killed him was probably Yi Wuchen. There was no telling if Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu were a part of this. All of them fled from the Holy Ji Palace and were fugitives now. The city lord did not go after Yi Wuchen and the rest of the gang when he heard further news about the incident. He did not even go to Xuanwu City. His goal was Taihang Mountain. Knowing that his son died because of the incident with Taihang Mountain, there was only one thing left to be done: end Taihang Mountain with his very own hands. If Yuan Hong had not interfered with things back then, things would have turned out differently. Jisheng Cliffs would have taken Gu Donglu away and Bai Zhe would not have died. He needed to have Taihang Mountain pay for this. Taihang Mountain needed to bear the brunt of his wrath. Yuan Hong, Yi Futian, and all the others needed to pay for what they had done. Bai Zhe's death had led Bai Gu throwing the composure and bearing of the one who ranked fourth on Barren Sky ranking out of the window. There was only one thing in his mind right there and then: kill. He would have first ended Taihang Mountain before going to bury Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everyone needed to die to pay for his son's death. Time passed and it was evening. The blood-red evening sun at the sky of Taihang Mountain seemed to be some sort of omen, and a lonely one at that. Hua Jieyu made it a habit to stand at the edge of the cliff, looking far away at the highest peak of Taihang Mountain every day. She did not go to Crouching Dragon Mountain as she knew Yi Futian was concerned about getting her involved, and as such, he left her out of it. However, she deemed it impossible for her to live on if anything were to happen to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Despite having such sentiments, she stayed behind in Taihang Mountain per Yi Futian's wishes instead of going to Crouching Mountain Dragon. She did not mind standing at the cliff looking far away, waiting for his safe return at all, but she nonetheless had to keep suppressing her urge to go to him, just so that she would not be causing him further worry. Under the light of the evening sun, a group of people was seen walking up Taihang Mountain. A sparkle of concern was seen in Hua Jieyu's eyes before many golden great apes took to the air and began fighting in the sky. It was apparent that Yi Futian was not among the ones who came. The airborne clash above Taihang Mountain alerted the demonic beasts standing guard. The mountains shook as one golden silhouette after another leaped into the air to join the fray. Yuxing and Xianxia came to Hua Jieyu's side. Yuxing's cold eyes were looking far off. Xianxia was leading a group of mighty ones coming up the mountain. While the group was not the best Jisheng Cliffs had to offer, there were still 2 sages in their ranks. They were originally tasked to protect Xianxia and Qinzhong, but they were relegated to the expedition to Taihang Mountain at the moment. There were many demonic beasts guarding Taihang Mountain, but the top-notch ones had all gone to fight the battle in Crouching Dragon Mountain. They are nothing but a bunch of animals. Kill them all, Xianxia said coldly as he walked forward. There were 2 killer godlike beings before him, with one of them holding a sword and emanating incredibly terrifying rules of the sword. It seemed to be infused with rules of lightning as well. One went to slash a golden great ape coming at it, which surprisingly resulted in its huge body being bisected in one go. Terrifying screams were heard in the air. The other one was just as terrifying. They killed their way up and many golden great apes fell, their blood staining Taihang Mountain. The blood-red sun seemed to be mirroring the bloody scene below, which felt rather unsettling and sad. There were simply no apes capable of stopping the advance of Xianxia and his group as they killed their way up the mountain. The group continued killing their way up to the main mountain of Taihang Mountain. Xianxia was able to see Hua Jiyu, Yuxing, and the rest of the group. A terrifying smirk was seen in his eyes. Yi Futian had foiled his schemes more times than he could count, and he was determined to have him pay the dearest price there was to pay. He was about to make Yi Futian suffer. You all retreat. Several golden great apes appeared beside Hua Jiyu, Yuxing, and the rest of them. 2 incredibly huge golden great apes rushed in Zhang Zhao's direction to kill him, leaving several others to ensure Yushang and the rest of his group's escape. Sister-in-law, let's go, Yushang said to Hua Jiyu. She felt incredibly awful seeing one ape after another fall, but she still turned around adamantly and had the apes cover her escape. You want to run? Zhang Zhao's expression was ice-cold. Intercept them. They increased their speed going up the mountain until the 2 incredibly huge golden great apes descended, wielding their staffs and lashing out with incredible, overwhelming attacks. A straight flash of the sword streaked through the air, cutting up the shadows of the staffs. A thunderous rumble was soon heard. That Jisheng Cliff's mighty one had finally met their match. We will hold them off. Please continue your pursuit. The mighty one from Jisheng Cliffs told Xianxia, who responded with a nod. Good work. He did not get himself entangled with the battle right there and kept advancing instead. The 2 golden great apes intended to stop him, but they, in turn, were stopped by others. You are not getting away, Xianxia said coldly as he looked at them escape. The group caught up to Hua Jiyu and the rest of them soon as the golden great apes were not known for their speed. Get them, Xianxia ordered. The mighty ones attacked and the golden great apes who were escorting Hua Jiyu and the rest fought. But Xianxia took 2 others beside him and kept going forward as if he was enjoying toying with Yuxing, Hua Jiyu, and the rest of them. Terrifying lights shot to the skies in 2 different directions not far away from Taihang Mountain, moving at a great speed. Senior, can you go any faster? Yi Futian asked while standing on Su Shang's sword. Yi Futian was very worried, but Taihang Mountain was within sight. Jiyu, Yuxing, stay safe. Who is it? Su Shang's eyes turned in another direction far away. A powerful aura was sensed encroaching the space they were in. Su Shang unleashed terrifying sword will and cut up the encroaching aura. His expression was cold as he stared far away, and he soon caught sight of the city lord of White Cloud City. Su Xiang. The city lord of White Cloud City's eyes shone with cold light seeing Su Xiang around. According to the Holy Ji Palace, Su Xiang's son, Su Ke, was among the ones who fled the Holy Ji Palace. As such, Su Ke would have possibly been one of those who assassinated Bai Zhe. Bai Gu never expected to find Su Xiang on Taihang Mountain. He determined the day to be the one where he would bury the one who ranked 9th on the Barren Sky ranking. The Eye of Devastation was unleashed, and a pair of terrifying eyes appeared in the sky, covering the entire space they were in. A wisp of sword aura warped around the bodies of Yi Futian and everyone there, resounding with metallic noises as it spirited all of them away. Su Xiang took one step forward, and that one step filled the air with a killer aura permeating every nook and cranny it could find. Bai Gu's eyes turned serious. Despite being ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, he deemed it absolutely unwise to underestimate Su Xiang, who ranked 9th. Of the 4 major swordsmen in the Barren State, Su Xiang ranked 1st. It was for a very simple reason. That reason was his art of the killing sword. Anyone who dared underestimate Su Xiang would pay the price with their life. Any chance he managed to cling to could turn into a chance of landing the killing blow. At the very instant, Bai Gu felt as if he was being put under lockdown by the boundless killing aura in the air. The killing aura spread everywhere, and even the Eye of Devastation had problems controlling and dispelling the aura. He saw flashes of gray mirages as if he was being surrounded by Su Xiang's shadows. Go kill the others. Bai Gu ordered the ones he took with him, yet there was hardly anyone who moved. In actuality, the pressure that they were being put under was way higher than the one on Bai Gu. The killing aura locked them where they stood, as if to say that they would have been torn to shreds and die a horrible death if they dared to move a muscle. Bai Gu's expression went extremely cold at the scene. He never expected the men he brought to be hindered by what Su Xiang was doing. Bai Gu took one step forward, sending a frightening gray hand at Su Xiang. Su Xiang flashed about, appearing in yet another corner when one of his mirages was destroyed. His spiritual will was utterly incapable of locking Su Xiang in place. Soon, Bai Gu felt as if Su Xiang's body had completely melded with the boundless killing aura around him. He was unable to sense any living aura in the mirages flashing about, giving off the illusion that Su Xiang had simply vanished into thin air. He knew, however, that it was where the truly terrifying part of Su Xiang lied. The swordsman felt as if he was nowhere, yet he was actually everywhere. Su Xiang, House Master of Xianxia House, was the king of killers in the Barren State. Even those who ranked higher than Su Xiang on the Barren Sky ranking deemed it necessary to give it their all when fighting Su Xiang, or they would have definitely ended up dead. Su Xiang was one such extremely dangerous figure. The fact was, however, other than Bai Luli, who was made one of the top 10 due to his potential for sainthood, all the other 9 were dangerous figures in one way or another. Beware! The city lord of White Cloud City shouted. He felt as if a black sword current appeared before one of the mighty ones from White Cloud City behind him. The blade was almost formless, making it seem undetectable. Bai Gu unleashed terrifying spiritual will powers in an attempt to stop the blade from going his way. However, the sword current was capable of tearing spiritual will defenses apart. That mighty one was seen with a frightened expression on his face, feeling as if death itself was near. Whoop! Their throat was pierced from behind. Sword aura was unleashed as blood burst from the wound. They held onto their throat as they fell into boundless fear. Such was the power of the one ranked 9th on the Barren Sky ranking, the power of the King of Killers. Bai Gu burst with an even wilder raging aura, filling the air with his murderous intent. Su Xiang had just killed his men right in front of him, who ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking. In yet another corner, Yi Futian moved forward riding on Su Xiang's sword, zipping through the air. The sword will dropped exponentially, and he knew Su Xiang simply was unable to afford to spare any of his spiritual power to control the sword. He needed to focus on the fight with the city lord of White Cloud City. It was anyone's guess how many who ranked on the Barren Sky ranking were caught in that war. Yi Futian felt rather guilty for it. He earnestly hoped Su Xiang would emerge fine from that battle. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian kept moving forward. Gu Dongliu's eyes turned as sharp as the sharpest sword to be found, seeing the bodies of golden great apes strewn about the mountain. The very reason he had followed Su Shang and Yi Futian to the battlefield was so that he could end things once and for all with Xianxia. Yi Futian clenched his fist and found himself shivering slightly. He prayed earnestly that nothing happened to Jiayu, Yuxing, and the rest of them. They followed the aura of battles and moved across Taihang Mountain. Somewhere far away from where they were, another appalling battle was taking place. A demonized body stood in the air as demonic might filled the space they were in. The huge armor body was unleashed and the 7-star acupoints were activated. The being was further clad with another layer of armor. There were 3 sage-level figures standing before him, Xianxia and 2 other sages. However, the 2 sages did not have much training. One of them was a lower-level magi, while the other was a mid-level magi. All the other mighty ones were being held back by the demonic beasts of Taihang Mountain. Although they were only magi, Yusheng simply had no way of stopping them. Blood spouted from Yusheng's mouth. Hua Jieyu and Yi Qingxian stood behind him. Yi Qingxian was all tears at the moment. Xianxia gazed at Yusheng and looked incredibly disgusted. He had never expected a noble to dare stand before him, and worse still, a noble whose combat capacity was frightening enough to scare him. However, the fact that Yusheng was still a noble remained. Despite being armed with compensation provided by the secret arts of the demonic ways and ritual implements, it was still inadequate to make up for the difference in planes. It was as if an ant was trying to shake a tree. "If death is what you seek, I'd be happy to oblige," Xianxia said while glaring at Yusheng. They never intended to toy with Yusheng, yet he rampaged like a devil. Xianxia was forced to admit that if the man before him was allowed to grow, the man would have, in time, became an extremely terrifying figure practicing demonic arts. "Kill him and just take the girls," Xianxia said coldly. Yi Futian dared mess with him before, and he told Yi Futian that he would make the young man pay. A shadow stepped forward and terrifying lightning coursed through its body. Yusheng howled and stood in their way. A terrifying halberd was brought to bear like it was wielded by a devil. However, when the lightning fell onto the halberd, Yusheng felt his entire body going numb. Despite his overwhelming force, he was rendered utterly helpless when the lightning struck him. It was some special rules of lightning employed by his opponent. "Die," that magi figure said coldly as he brought a lightning bird straight for Yusheng. That strike sent Yusheng flying and then landing hard on the ground, spewing more blood. The ritual implement he has on him allows him to dissolve most of the attack's power. "Just go blast him with sheer power," Xianxia said coldly. Both magi walked up to Yusheng, whose eyes looked like they belonged to someone dead. They were nonetheless rather impressed with Yusheng. If this guy had managed to become a sage, he would have been very terrifying. But the fact remains, we have to kill him. Wild, unruly rule-based attacks were unleashed. Yusheng stood where he was without any intention of flinching. Despite the demonic might he packed with him, he was still blasted until he kept spewing blood. His steps faltered and he fell onto the ground, yet he got up once again only for the cycle to repeat itself. However, he remained adamant against retreating. "What an idiot," Xianxia said coldly. He ceased paying any more attention to Yusheng and had instead walked up to Hua Jieyu and the 2 other girls. All 3 of them were very pretty. Yi Futian sure knows how to enjoy himself. I wonder if Yi Futian will come to regret ruining my plans. "Ladies, would you be willing to come with me? Or do I need to make you come with me?" Xianxia smirked as he said. Yusheng charged at him, but Xianxia simply dismissed him with a heavy attack. Yusheng was at the end of his might, and there was no way he would have been able to stop Xianxia. "Xianxia!" A voice shaking the air was heard from afar. Xianxia tensed up right there and then. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he turned his eyes at the air, seeing 2 silhouettes coming his way in great speed. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. He glanced around and found that it was just the 2 of them in the air. He felt rather relieved about that. Good thing for both Gu Donglu and Yi Futian to show up here right now. No better time to have both of them dead once and for all. "Kill them," Xianxia said coldly. The 2 magi went straight for the 2 silhouettes in the air. Gu Donglio's expression went cold as he felt the plane of the 2 figures coming at him, unleashing his celestial shadow-like, terrifying spiritual will with his life spirit. The 2 felt as if they were looking at a god within mere moments. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air and Gu Donglu charged at the 2 in his way. Yi Futian kept going downward, coming near Yushang. Yushang was practically covered in blood at the moment. Even his eyes were thoroughly bloodshot. "You're here," Yushang uttered, seeing Yi Futian arrive. His eyes were closed as he fell into a coma. All that tension he had been holding throughout his body was all released. He felt relieved at the very moment Yi Futian showed up. Yi Futian carried Yushang's stout body on his back and walked towards Huajieyu. Xianxia did not stop him as he looked on in a toying manner. To him, Yi Futian was as good as dead the moment he showed up. His arrival saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. It was convenient for Xianxia in the sense that he was able to kill both of his enemies at the same time. "Sorry for being late." Yi Futian walked towards Huajieyu and said to her softly, "I've been waiting for you," Huajieyu said with a smile. Having been through all those hurdles made her considerably calmer than she had once been. Yi Futian was there, and it was all that mattered. "Great couple, you two." A chuckle was heard alongside the line. "Too bad. This is your last." Yi Futian did not turn around. He said to Yi Qingxian instead, "Qingxian, help me look after Yushang." "Yeah." Yi Qingxian nodded in tears. Yi Futian turned around and glanced at his third brother in the air. Both of the magi had his third brother surrounded, but they were too held back by him. As such, he was the only one available to take Xianxia on. Xianxia, who was the same level as his third brother, upper-level sage, and a son of Jisheng Cliffs. Xianxia looked at Yi Futian and said, "Yi Futian, you are but a noble, yet you overstretched yourself meddling with the affairs of Jisheng Cliffs. With so many dead because of you now, I wonder, do you feel guilty? Do you feel any regret?" "I only have one thought in mind now," Yi Futian said as he glared at Xianxia, "and that is to kill you." Xianxia smirked sarcastically at him. "Kill me?" Xianxia burst out in sarcastic laughter as he glanced at Huajieyu and the rest of them. Xianxia then said, "I'm thinking now, after I kill you, should I kill these few pretty girls here as well?" Yi Futian glared at Xianxia without saying much. It became obvious that only one of them could come out alive from the upcoming battle. As such, there was little else to be said. Yi Futian felt as if golden fires were burning within him. His body gradually became encircled with golden light, with a dazzling beam shooting upwards like the essence of holiness. Yi Futian's personal aura turned increasingly powerful as he unleashed that mystical aura about him. All powers hidden within him seemed to be burning in a frenzy. His bones, muscles, meridians, vessels, his internal organs, and even the spiritual chi within his life palace burned in a crazed manner. His spiritual will was acting similarly. Basking under sacred lights, all powers seemed to be activated at the very same time and refined to the extreme. The aura Yi Futian unleashed was an extremely powerful one since the battle began. Boom! Boom! Beams of golden lights pierced through his body. 5 of the 7-star acupoints opened and violent resonance was heard from within. His body seemed to be undergoing changes as the Dojan form appeared. A shadow of a divine ape stood tall in the air, encompassing Yi Futian within. Terrifying power coursed throughout. The smirk on Zhang Zhao's face disappeared altogether as his eyes sparkled with a tinge of unease. What kind of aura is that? The light that Yi Futian was basking in was frightening, making it seem as if he was some kind of king among gods. Despite being only a grade 2 noble, the aura coursing about him was absolutely that of a sage. As soon as he became able to develop matured power of rules, he was hardly any different from a sage. It was progress made in giant leaps. What kind of secret art is this? Xianxia glared at Yi Futian with eyes like blades. He had been taken aback by the overwhelming power Yushang demonstrated with his demonic arts before, yet what Yi Futian pulled right there proved even more dazzling. According to what he personally knew, even in Yu's state, it was not to say that such secret arts allowing one to burn one's latent potential and achieve a meteoric rise, enhancing one's power beyond that of one's own plane, did not exist. But it was nonetheless extremely rare, and the effects would have never been so overbearing and potent. Being capable of even enhancing one's power to one plane beyond one's current plane was already regarded as some insane work of secret arts. When Yi Futian went unleashing his full power right there, he was but a grade 2 noble, yet his aura was enhanced to be that of a sage. How is this even possible? Xianxia was not the only one who was surprised. Even the two magi whom Gu Donglu was fighting sensed the changes in Yi Futian all the same, and they were completely taken aback. The pressure Gu Donglu put on them was immense. Both of them, one lower-level magi while the other was a mid-level magi, were of a higher plane than Gu Donglu. One of them was even 2 planes higher than Gu Donglu. However, both were barely able to hold Gu Donglu back even working together. When that lower-level magi was caught in a lapse of judgment, their split-second oversight had almost got them severely injured. While they were no top-notch geniuses in Jisheng Cliffs, they were nonetheless cultivators from that sacred ground. As such, their talents were by no means weak. Yet this trip of theirs to the barren state had them reevaluate their knowledge of cultivators in Yu state. The fact that you're a noble doesn't change. You may have enhanced the aura of your plane through the use of secret arts, but it hardly matters to me. There's only one outcome of a bug trying to stop a wheel: death. Xianxia glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. The aura about his body burst. The ground shook as he took one step forward. A fearsome gravity rules rained from above, making Yi Futian feel as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. You will experience the true power of a sage, Xianxia said coldly. He lashed out with his hand at Yi Futian, and a large spectral hand went on to grab Yi Futian in the sky, smashing the young man down on the ground, attempting to end the fight right there and then. Yi Futian activated the full potential of his powers. He punched, and every single punch seemed to be imbued with the force of an emperor, allowing his form to exude even greater powers. That shadow of divine ape struck with a palm attack. His comet punches launched falling stars, clashing hard with the palm Xianxia thrown at him. The stars exploded as the opposing palm came at him. But the divine ape had boundless lightning coursing about it, and the palm crumbled bit by bit as it hit its intended target. However, Yi Futian's battle form was completely unscathed. Power of rules. Xianxia glared at Yi Futian's shadow. It became obvious to him that Yi Futian had developed powers of rules. He would not have defeated Xinjiang that day otherwise. Even though the rules Yi Futian developed were far from mature, they still possessed great power, being boosted by all manner of abilities. Yi Futian was able to sense Xianxiao's power level with that one hit. Despite his current enhanced form, it was still difficult to move Xianxiao. His spiritual will entered his life palace and found the place burning. The world tree swayed about, and Yi Futian felt his senses grew even more powerful as he attacked with Fist of Emperors. The spiritual qi around his surroundings became very clear to him as it gushed into his battle form. Thunderous rumble was heard as his battle form turned increasingly huge. His Dozhan battle form seemed to be evolving into a demon god. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt himself becoming one with his surroundings. His life spirit melded with his battle form, and soon, it shone with lights of all elements. No noble would have been able to do anything to harm him at the moment. Tremendous will power of rules burst and covered the entire space, swallowing even Xianxia within. Xian felt a terrifying pressure on him. It was as if his body was bearing the weight of countless stars. The power of rules actually matured. Xianxia glanced at Yi Futian, whose aura was still growing. Sky freezing. Yi Futian attempted to freeze the space. Xianxia was first dumbfounded but then smirked at him. Noble will can't be used as rules after all. Doom. Xianxia took to the air with one step on the ground. He extended his hand and slapped at Yi Futian once again. Appalling aura was unleashed and rumble was heard. It was as if mountains had fallen from above, and every one of them seemed to be imbued with freezing rules. Starlight coursed throughout the surface of Yi Futian's body, and it seemed to begin to take tangible form. When the mountains fell onto him, the screen of starlight cracked and shattered. However, he was able to tell that the true defenses of rules had taken form. Xianxia glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes, finding it unbelievable that he was unable to kill a noble right there and then. Even if Yi Futian had begun to develop the use of rules, it was still an insult to Xianxia to be unable to end Yi Futian right away. A shadow of a thunder god seemed to have appeared behind him, holding a thunder blade in its hand and swung at the space before it. Xianxia was not known to be one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs for nothing. He relied on more than one type of power of rules to get where he was. Cut him, Xianxia uttered coldly. Countless flashes of the thunder god's blade appeared in the air and slashed downward. The star defenses around Yifutian were broken right there and then. There was no way he could have defended against attacks using rules of that potency. Yifutian's senses were unleashed to their limits. His spiritual will melded with the heavens and the earth, controlling the will of the world around him and intending to totally freeze the space they were in. He found himself still unable to do so. The slashes possessed rules of cutting the void, enabling them to break all types of defenses, even those conjured using rules. Xianxia took one step forward and dealt a lightning-imbued slash, cutting everything in its path downward. Boom! A tower appeared on top of Yifutian and it stopped the blade. The tower spun around in the air ringing, emanating a powerful aura of rules. A top-class sage ritual implement? Xianxia glanced at the tower. It was a pity that Yifutian was the one using it, as he had no way of using its true power. The tower was unleashed upon Xianxiao's head. Yifutian's spiritual will was cranked to the fullest, controlling the tower's power. Starlight gushed out from it in a frenzy. At the same time, the divine ape conjured a staff and began gathering force. Ritual implement, eh? You're not the only one with something like that. Xianxia extended his arm. A mountain flew from his palm and countless shadows of the mountain appeared, heading for the tower. The two top-class ritual implements clashed in the air. Xianxia took hold of the blade and dealt yet another slash. An overwhelming and direct move. The divine ape burst forth with its staff, clashing hard with the flashes of the blade. The slashes that were cutting the space tore through the shadows of the staff. Yifutian unleashed a second attack with the staff. The air around them was shaken and the move affected even the clouds above. Xianxia, however, hardly felt anything. Regardless of how powerful Yifutian's art with the staff proved to be, he deemed it all the same as Yifutian would die that very day. There was nothing his void-tearing blade techniques was unable to break. Flashes of the blade rained down like purplish lightning bolts. Shadows of the blade filled the air. Yifutian continued to unleash two strikes, yet the terrifying flashes of the blades remained potent enough to cut through everything, tearing through his staff and landed right onto the star defenses. Some of the slashes even managed to land on his battle form. The mountain ranges that they were at right then were cracked in multiple places as if the place was to be cut up soon. However, Yifutian seemed to have no awareness of his own predicament. He remained astute, wielding his staff. The fourth and fifth attack of the staff shook the earth. The divine ape roared and starlight filled the air. Xianxia unleashed yet another slash. However, 9 slashes were dealt this time. The 9 slashes worked as one, cutting up everything in their path. Yifutian's battle form was all battered and it seemed to break any time soon. Despite what had just happened, Yifutian walked towards Xianxia instead, unleashing even more potent destructive force. Die already! Xianxia dealt cuts at Yifutian who was coming at him. However, Yifutian did not even attempt to defend this time, as if he had given up. He crossed the space in one step, appearing right before Xianxia and unleashing the devastating 6th attack. Xianxiao's pupils dilated somewhat and he was all dumbfounded. Is he trying to throw away his life? The slashes cut right through Yifutian's battle form and the staff attack was brought onto Xianxia. Shadows of the blade appeared around Xianxia and a tremendously huge golem shadow appeared. When the attacks of both sides landed, Yifutian's battle form crumbled thunderously. The remaining force of the blade cut right through his defenses and reached his physical body. An appalling wound was found on Yifutian's body. On the other hand, Xianxia was severely shaken as he fell to the ground. He grunted and found blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood off while glaring at Yifutian with ferocious eyes. If he had not been equipped with defensive life spirit and rules, that one strike might not have gravely injured him. Is he trying to drag me along in death? You can die now. Xianxia walked forward but saw a dazzling figure. It was Hua Jieyu. She walked up to Yifutian, cradling his arm. There was no fear in her eyes. That battle was fought between people capable of wielding sage-level powers, and the enemy was an upper-level sage. She was helpless in a fight like this, but she allowed herself to die alongside Yifutian. You two are quite a couple indeed. In that case, I guess I'll just send you on your way then. Xianxia walked in their direction. Elsewhere, Gu Donglu rampaged and severely injured one of his opponents, but the other refused to let him off, resulting in him being incapable of rushing to Yi Futian's side. The devastating power of rules encompassed Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Death was upon them, and even the burning will of emperors would not have made much difference in this case. Xianxia held a cold blade in his hand and walked up. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu, feeling immense pain inside. He turned to face Xianxia, unleashing his spiritual will, but it did not help with his case. Pathetic. It would do you some good if it were imbued with rules, Xianxia uttered coldly. Death was really upon them. The tree-life spirit whooshed in the wind. Yi Futian had never experienced the powers of the world in such clarity. Yi Futian felt that if he was given just a bit more time, his rules might have truly matured, but Xianxia had no intentions of giving him more time. His blade was held high and then brought down on him. It was the blade of a reaper. Yi Futian glared at the devastating blade coming at him. The attack happened in slow motion in his mind. The clarity was such that he was able to sense the power of rules imbued within it. Everything around him grew increasingly clear. The clarity was beyond anything he had experienced. His spiritual will felt as if he had completely left the body, becoming one with the spiritual chi of the world. Everything in the world continued to be made slow. In his senses, he found the blade moving very, very slow. He turned around to look at Hua Jieyu. A tear streaked on her face, falling just as slowly. Yi Futian closed his eyes at that moment. His spiritual will seemed to no longer be his, belonging to the world around him instead. Aura of the world melded and a mystical power was being born. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the blade that was coming down very slowly at him. He then uttered, "My will is that of the heavens." Rules, space freezing. As soon as he finished his words, everything in the world seemed to have almost slowed to a halt. At that moment, Xianxia felt his blade turning sluggish. It was as if he had difficulty bringing the blade down. Even his arm felt as if it had stopped moving altogether. Everything went still. What's going on? Xianxia felt the rule power of the external world as well. It was an invisible power, yet it seemed to be everywhere. His every move was affected, his blade was slowed down, and the movement of his arm became sluggish as well. This was far from the full potential of the void-tearing blade techniques. There's rule power, mature laws, and there even... Zhang Zhao's expression immediately turned ugly. Right now, he could clearly perceive the type of laws these were, and it made his heart beat wildly. How could there be rule power of this magnitude? In the previous face-off, Yi Futian had continuously tried to use his spiritual will to freeze the space. However, his power then had been that of a noble. It didn't become a law and as such had no effect on Xianxia at all. But this time, Yi Futian's power had reached an even higher level and evolved into laws. Furthermore, those laws were to do with spatial rule power, which was terrifyingly powerful. There were many classes of cultivators in this world. But while cultivators embarked on different paths, the ultimate goal of their journey was the same. At the sage plane, one had to realize their own laws, whether they were a spirit elementalist, a full attribute sorcerer, or a martial arts cultivator. And for those who were skilled in different sorts of domains, they applied their own perception to the various elemental energies in order to have them evolve into brand new laws. Amidst the various rule powers attainable by a sage, spatial rule power was definitely one of the higher level ones. Space was a concept, and it was different from the elemental energies of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It did not exist in this world in the truest sense of the word. There was wind, fire, water, and earth in this world, visible to the human eye, and the world itself was filled with spiritual chi. But space was a vague, invisible thing. Only at the level of laws would one be able to even come into contact with this sort of power. It was within the current sage and saint ranking of the 9 states that there were individuals of the best caliber who had realized this power. Those who could realize spatial rules were all peerless individuals. Yet today, this sort of power was emanating from the hands of Yi Futian, a noble who had not entered the sage plane. As far as Xianxia could remember, there did not seem to be a precedent for this in the history of the 9 states. Even that one individual whose name was renowned only managed to realize the sort of laws at the sage plane. Someone who had realized this at the noble plane would be destined to be great in the future. There would be no way Xianxia had not heard of them if that was the case. The implication of this was that Yi Futian was possibly setting a new precedent within the history of the 9 states. No wonder younger brother Qinzhong had tasted defeat at Yi Futian's hands. At the thought of this, a troubled expression crossed Zhang Zhao's face. With a loud explosion, a giant stone man appeared behind him. With 2 types of laws being activated, Zhang Zhao's power was at a terrifyingly vast capacity. The blade in his hands continued to swing downwards at Yi Futian. It was true that spatial rules were laws of a higher level. But Xianxia was still an upper-level sage, and though he may not be at the level of a magi or an archmagi, there was no way the laws he spent years realizing would be weaker than the ones his opponent had just realized. But Yi Futian did not seem to notice. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his own world. The world as he perceived it seemed to have changed. He could see everything with great clarity, and his spiritual will had completely been detached from his body. It was as if his spiritual will no longer just belong to himself, but to this world as well. Endless streams of energy coursed through the world, and though they were vague and invisible, they could be controlled and made tangible through spiritual will. Yi Futian knew that these truly were laws. Right now, the strength of Yi Futian's spiritual energy was increasing exponentially as well. As it evolved, it directly broke through to the next plane, which was the Grade 1 Noble Plane. With Emperor Will burning within Yi Futian, the strength of his spiritual will could perhaps only be perceived by Xianxia then. Xianxia hissed, as he sensed that Yi Futian's rule power was growing stronger still. Everything in the space seemed as though they were about to stop moving, and an ominous feeling descended upon Xianxia. Before the battle, he had not anticipated that he would face this sort of situation. It seemed implausible that a Grade 2 noble would be able to pose a threat to someone like him. But right now, Xianxia could acutely feel a real sense of danger. At the Grade 1 noble plane, along with the increase in emperor-like power brought about by a secret technique, Yi Futian's power had already surpassed that of someone who had just newly transcended into the sage plane. Furthermore, with his maturing ability to realize laws, Yi Futian was not too different from an actual sage. If anything, he could be said to even have reached the level of a mid-level sage. At this point, even as an upper-level sage, Xianxia seemed to only be a plane higher than Yi Futian, with not much difference between their power and abilities. Besides, the rule power that Yi Futian had realized was spatial rule power. Yi Futian stood up, his eyes filled with icy murderous intent. The world tree within his life palace rustled, and the world in Yi Futian's life palace seemed to resonate with the external world. It was as if Yi Futian was in complete control of this space. Zhang Zhao's blade was still powerful, and since he was also using rule power, even Yi Futian's realization of spatial rule power was not enough to halt him completely. But even if Yi Futian didn't manage to stop him completely, slowing him down alone was enough. To Yi Futian, Zhang Zhao's blade technique was absolutely clear and played out before his eyes. A step forward and Zhang Zhao's blade came slashing towards him. However, the blade began to move at a sluggish speed. Yi Futian dodged the slashes before sending a fist flying towards Xianxia, the savage force of which landed squarely on Zhang Zhao's arm and sent him plummeting through the sky like a dying star. The blade fell, and Zhang Zhao's expression was incredulous. Frightening gravity laws manifested, exerting great pressure upon Yi Futian before Xianxia swung his left arm towards him. But then, spatial rule power descended upon the space once again, and Zhang Zhao's movements remained slow. Burning with emperor will and emanating an unbeatable power, Yi Futian's fist shot out towards Zhang Zhao's throat, where his defenses were the weakest. Xianxia wanted to avoid the attack, and his body made to avoid the attack as well, but to no avail. The meteor punch, reinforced by starry laws, slammed into Zhang Zhao's throat and tore through it, causing bright red blood spurt out and stain Yi Futian's fist. Zhang Zhao's body shook violently and his eyes bulged. He wanted to make a sound, but his throat had been torn apart and there was no way he would be able to speak anymore. He trembled and an endless fear gripped him as he stared fixedly at the figure before him. He was going to die at the hands of a noble. He had come to Taihang Mountain for revenge, to make Yi Futian regret his actions. Never had he even dreamed that Taihang Mountain of the Barren State would be where he breathed his last. As a person of the Yu state and one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, he was supposed to eventually become one of the prominent figures in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. How could he die here? Why was Yi Futian able to kill him? How dare Yi Futian kill him? Yi Futian did not care at all about whatever Xianxia was thinking about. Lifting his fist, he swung at Xianxia again, causing blood to spurt continuously onto his face. But Yi Futian did not seem to notice. There was only endless murderous intent within his cold gaze. He would not have gone this far if it had not been for Zhang Zhao's despicable ways. Third older brother and second older sister were supposed to spend their lives together. Yi Futian was going to head out to train and break through into higher planes, and Taihang Mountain would remain firmly within its position of power. But this had all changed because of Xianxia, who had led a party into Taihang Mountain, massacred many of the apes, and put the Zhuge family in a life-threatening situation. All this translated into the cold, murderous rage Yi Futian felt, making him punch Xianxia again and again until the latter's throat was completely destroyed and he collapsed in pain, death eventually overcoming him. Over where Gu Donglu was, the two who were currently battling him witnessed Zhang Zhao's death at Yi Futian's hands. They then frantically began to try and escape the battlefield. The shift in circumstances had caught them absolutely by surprise. Furthermore, they had also sensed that what Yi Futian had was the power of spatial rule power. This had come as a huge shock to them and disrupted the situation in their own battle as well. Gu Donglu had seized the opportunity then to kill a lower-level sage. Right now, he successfully launched another attack, and his blade ran straight through the throat of his other opponent, a mid-level sage, killing him on the spot. The two men's bodies fell to the ground, indicating the end of the battle. At this very moment, Yi Futian felt incredibly weak. It felt like he had used up all the energy in his body, and he sank to the ground. Hua Jieyu held him, her eyes wet with tears. At the back, Yi Qingxian was holding on to Yu Sheng as well, tears rolling down her face silently. It was as if they had already experienced death once, but they had miraculously managed to survive. If Yi Futian hadn't killed Xianxia, the battle on Gu Donglio's end probably would not have been concluded as quickly. Gu Donglu came over to Yi Futian's side, observing Zhang Zhao's corpse with a cool expression. Zhang Zhao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Before this battle, this entire affair had just been a tussle over a treasure. But now that Zhang Zhao had died, the situation was no longer simply a fight to hold on to the treasure. A son of Jisheng Cliffs, the holy grounds of the Yu state, had been killed, and Gu Donglu knew all too well just what the implications of that would be. But Gu Donglu was not too affected by it. Looking at Yi Futian, he commented, "Spatial rule power? Youngest brother, you are going to achieve a miracle in the future." "Third older brother," Yi Futian called out weakly, lifting his head to look at Gu Donglu. While he had managed to kill Xianxia, he felt no joy. There was nothing to be joyous about anyway. "Don't think too much about it. Just sleep and have a good rest," Gu Donglu said gently. A huge surge of spiritual will emanated from him and rushed into Yi Futian's mind. "Third older brother," Yi Futian called out again, feeling the immense heaviness of the spiritual will. He then saw Gu Donglu lift his hand and strike straight at his neck. At this, Yi Futian, who was incredibly exhausted, was struck unconscious and collapsed into Hua Jieyu's embrace. Hua Jieyu lifted her head to look at Gu Donglu, who said to her, "Take him away to anywhere that's not here, and don't let him come back." Hua Jieyu stared at Gu Donglu, before glancing at Yi Futian. She then nodded and replied, "Third older brother, please take care of yourself." As she spoke, she held on to Yi Futian's body and turned to Yi Qingxian. "Qingxian, let's go." With Lulan Shui and Yi Qingxian, who was holding on to Yu Sheng, the party disappeared into the distance in a flash. At the sight of the sun setting, red as blood, Hua Jiyu could no longer hold back her tears, and she wept. "Second older sister, I'm so sorry." Of course, she understood why Gu Donglu had sent her away. She knew what his intentions were as well, but she followed his instructions still. If it had been just her, she would not have left. But now Yi Futian was involved. She would forsake everyone around her if it meant Yi Futian could live well. Gu Donglu turned to look at the blood-red sky. This had all happened because of him, and he had come to Taihang Mountain for the exact purpose of killing Xianxia. What difference did it make whether it was him or Yi Futian who had killed Xianxia? After 3 days, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the vast barren state. This was a result of the terrifying battle that had happened a few days ago. Many places within Xuanwu City had been blasted to smithereens. There had been many casualties as a result of that earth-shattering battle as well, with many dead or injured. Within the ranks of all the great powers like the Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Sword Saint Villa, Nantian House, and the Sacred Fire Sect, there had been many who were killed in the chaos. Even several of the most influential characters from those groups had not been able to escape injury. But in the end, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong had still managed to hold off several incredibly powerful opponents. The insane fight had caused the Sacred Fire Sect and Nantian House to retreat. And after the two opposing sides sustained some damage, they had also decided to pull back for now. This epic battle that would be the talk of an era was named the Battle of Xuanwu City. It would go down in the history of the barren state and be remembered for having an impact on future developments in the state. Other than Xuanwu City, a fierce battle had broken out over at Taihang Mountain as well. The city lord of White Cloud City was engaged in a showdown with Su Shang, the top swordsman in the barren state who was dubbed the Slaughtering Sword. Many of the influential characters on the side of the city lord had been killed in that battle, which had ended with Su Kei sustaining serious injuries and the city lord getting stabbed once. That wild attack made the city lord decide to halt the battle. Though the city lord was definitely superior to Su Shang in terms of ability, he did not want to engage in a life-and-death struggle fighting him. Su Shang, the #1 killer in the barren state, was too dangerous. With his injuries, the city lord was not 100% confident of leaving this battle unscathed. It was said that Su Shang had shut himself away in Tingxue House after that battle. No one knew the extent of his injuries, but one could guess at the severity of it. Even so, Su Shang had still managed to force the city lord of White Cloud City to retreat. The city lord of White Cloud City probably knows better than anyone how dangerous the #1 killer of the barren state really is, many people thought to themselves. Other than the battle between those two, many of the Jisheng Cliffs cultivators that Zhan Shao had taken to Taihang Mountain had met their demise there. Similarly, many demon apes had also been killed, and their blood stained the ground of the mountain. However, the most shocking news that had arisen out of the battle at Taihang Mountain was that Zhan Shao, who had come to the barren state to take Gu Donglu away, had been killed there. Zhan Shao was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs and had caused a terrifying ruckus soon after arriving in the barren state. It was completely unexpected to everyone from the barren state and Jisheng Cliffs that Zhan Shao would die in the barren state in this way. Once the news had spread, many people were shocked, even those at the top in the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone knew there was a possibility that a greater crisis was about to befall the barren state. Gu Donglu had admitted that he was the one who killed Zhan Shao. If Crouching Dragon Mountain were to still insist on sheltering Gu Donglu, then all the holy items in Yuan Hong and Zhuge Qingfeng's possession would not be able to save them. A son of Jisheng Cliffs had died here at the hands of Gu Donglu. Even if a saint from Yu State did not take action, it was unlikely that Jisheng Cliffs would just let this go. But Kong Yao never did come to Crouching Dragon Mountain to hunt anyone down. Instead, there was a strange peace within the barren state. It was as if a hush had fallen upon everyone. But everyone in the barren state knew that this was but the peace before the imminent storm. Everyone from Nantian House, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the other powers who had been involved with Kong Yao all heaved a sigh of relief. Zhan Shao had died at an opportune time. Now that he had been killed, did it mean that all hope was lost for Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain? Over at Mingyue's quarters at Crouching Dragon Mountain, many people often came to ask Gu Donglu about the situation at Taihang Mountain, and a greater number of them were interested to know Yi Futian's whereabouts. The only reply Gu Donglu gave them was that his youngest brother was injured and that he had been sent away to avoid the situation here. Though there was some suspicion over Gu Donglio's words, most people did not think too much about it. It was better that Yi Futian wasn't at Crouching Dragon Mountain. The atmosphere at Crouching Dragon Mountain was incredibly uneasy now that Gu Donglu had killed Zhan Shao. No one knew what the future would bring. The fact that Yi Futian was alive presented a sliver of hope. But it was evident that Gu Donglio's explanation had failed to convince Zhuge Mingyue. Looking at him, she asked, "You know very well the kind of person youngest brother is. and I know him as well as you do. He's not the kind of person who would just up and leave like that. What are you hiding from me? Mingyue? Gu Donglu looked at Zhuge Mingyue, and reaching out to touch the hair by the side of her face, he whispered, "Promise me something, that I'll carry on with life if you were to die?" Zhuge Mingyue returned his gaze. Over the past few months, though she had asked Gu Donglu about this matter many times, he had never once given her a direct reply. It was obvious that he didn't want to lie to her, which was why he intentionally did not give an answer. Gu Donglu nodded at her words, and Zhuge Mingyue then replied, "Then can you promise me something as well?" "What is it?" Gu Donglu asked. "Don't say things like this to me again in future," Zhuge Mingyue said softly. "Since you don't want to talk about youngest brother, then I won't ask any further. But no matter what happens in the future, I won't run. Didn't we already agree on this on the day you came back to me?" Looking at the woman before him, Gu Donglu had nothing to say. What was he to do with a strong-willed woman like her? A storm was brewing over at the Holy Ji Palace as well. While Xianxia's death seemed to have no connection to the Holy Ji Palace, anything that happened within the barren state was unavoidably linked to the palace, given that it was a symbol of the state. Besides, Kong Yao and Zhan Xiao had requested the palace's assistance many times, only to be refused by them. Furthermore, with all the various incidents that had occurred recently, like Bai Zai's death as well as the battle between the city lord of White Cloud City and Suke, Lu Chan and everyone else at the palace had a strange feeling that things were really about to change in the barren state. Right now, Sage Wanxiang had come to the Holy Sage Pavilion to see Lu Chan about something seemingly important. "What is it?" Lu Chan asked, noticing Sage Wanxiang's expression. He could tell that Sage Wanxiang had something urgent to tell him. "A crisis is going to befall the palace," Sage Wanxiang replied solemnly. Since receiving the divination of crisis in the palace, he had spent this period of time doing further calculations regarding the divination. And with the recent events that had left the barren state shaken, he had not dared to let his guard down at all. Not long ago, Sage Wanxiang had encountered a frightening prophecy. A crisis was about to befall the palace, which meant that the divination of crisis he had received earlier was about to come to pass. "Are you sure?" Lu Chan's expression instantly turned solemn as well. From Sage Wanxiang's face, Lu Chan could deduce that the crisis the palace was facing this time was no ordinary one. It was highly possible that this would be a massive crisis. "How could one be wrong about this sort of thing?" Sage Wanxiang replied, "There are laws according to which everything in this world functions. If this sort of prophecy is appearing, then it must have been caused by something. And major incidents have been happening in the barren state over the past few days. There is a high possibility that these incidents will eventually lead to the crisis that the palace is going to face." Over at Xuanwu City, Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs led several big powers in a face-off against Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain. Bai Zai was killed and Zhan Xiao lost his life as well. All these incidents may add up to become a crisis for the palace, Lu Chan guessed. Jisheng Cliffs probably will not let Zhan Xiao's death pass just like that. All the incidents that occurred within the past few days had caused the divination to change for the worse. Zhan Xiao's death undoubtedly had the greatest influence on the way things would turn out in the barren state. It could potentially have directly affected the divination itself. Sage Wanxiang nodded lightly. He could not determine the exact event that would push this prophecy into fruition, but judging the magnitude of everything that had happened so far, he could deduce that Zhan Xiao's death played the largest part in all of this. As of today, Kong Yao was still in the barren state, while some of his men from Jisheng Cliffs had left. They had to go back and report that a son of Jisheng Cliffs had been killed in the barren state. Qin Zhong had left with the other powerful individuals from Jisheng Cliffs as well. But the next party sent from Jisheng Cliffs probably would not be made up of nobles like Qin Zhong anymore. Jisheng Cliffs probably had not expected that things would turn out like this either. Were there any other omens in the prophecy? Lu Chan questioned further. Sage Wanxiang shook his head. Since the prophecy was one that foretold crisis, something disastrous was definitely going to happen. No one knew how things would turn out in the future, and it was not possible for Sage Wanxiang to make any predictions about it either. It was unclear whether the Holy Ji Palace would make a breakthrough in this upcoming crisis or be overwhelmed beyond rescue. Summon the heads of the 6 palaces, Luchan ordered. Everyone has a right to know about this, and we need to discuss what the palace should do when this crisis finally arises. Sage Wanxiang nodded in response to Lu Chan's words. Indeed, they had to start preparations for the upcoming crisis now. However, at this very moment, Lu Chan suddenly lifted his head to gaze into the distance before sighing internally. Those who were expected to return to the palace had finally come back, though he was hoping that they wouldn't. A man with an incredible aura walked towards them from afar. In a flash, he had landed directly before them. There weren't many people who could behave so impudently in the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace, but Lu Chan did not scold him. Instead, he remained silent as though this was something absolutely normal to witness. This man who had just returned to the palace was Bai Luli. Bai Zhe, his younger brother, had been killed not long ago. Teacher, have they been captured? Bai Luli asked. He could never have expected that his final parting from his brother would be when he had left to train after the incident at Crouching Dragon Mountain. His younger brother had been killed in the Holy Ji Palace afterward. Though Bai Zhe really had been a little too arrogant for his own good and had many flaws that even Bai Luli had criticized, he was still his younger brother and blood was thicker than water. Now that Bai Zhe had been killed, the pain that Bai Luli felt was understandable. Bai Zhe had been in the wrong for what he did, and he did deserve to be punished, but did it really warrant him being killed? Lu Chan shook his head gently. Suke was also on the run now. Lu Chan knew the influence Tingxue House had. It was probably part of the reason why they were still unable to capture Suke and Yi Futian even now. We're still investigating, Lu Chan replied. Luli. Now that the barren state is in chaos, protect your own frame of mind against disturbances from the outside world. Bai Luli was the hope and future of the Holy Ji Palace. No matter what happened, those at the palace were hoping that Bai Luli could remain unaffected by it all. I understand. Bai Luli nodded. He understood Lu Chan's intentions. Wanxiang has predicted that a crisis will befall the palace, Lu Chan told Bai Luli. It is still unknown whether the palace will be able to tide through this crisis. But if the palace really is destroyed, you must live and carry on the work of the palace. Nothing will happen to the palace, Bai Luli replied. I hope so as well, Lu Chan murmured. However, his worries remained. Now that Bai Luli had returned, and the prophecy was about to come to pass, what would become of the barren state? And what would the palace eventually have to face? No one knew the answer to these questions. All may have seemed calm in the barren state for the time being, but there was already an army of people making their way from the U state to the barren state. Xianxia, one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, had died in the barren state. This definitely was no small matter. Undercurrents of activity ran beneath the peaceful veneer of the barren state. The various powers in the state were all busy making preparations, especially those who would be directly involved in the storm to come. At this point, they stood at the precipice of a major development. It was a matter of life and death, and the outcome could very possibly be determined by the period of time to come. The people of the barren state could also sense that this unrest would definitely lead to great changes in their state. It was within this period of calm that a party of dozens of people arrived at the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. They were all from Jisheng Cliffs, and they were all strong. Just as the palace had predicted, Qin Zhong did not return to the barren state again. A son had perished in the barren state and Qin Zhong had suffered a defeat as well. This definitely was anything but good news to Jisheng Cliffs. With the arrival of the party from Jisheng Cliffs, the Holy Ji Palace naturally had to step up and welcome their guests properly. Lu Chan personally came to greet the party, which included Kong Yao as well. Could be seen that Kong Yao was one of the leading figures within Jisheng Cliffs. After all, other than the saints, there was no other person who was stronger than Kong Yao, who was 9th in the sage ranking. But here at the barren state, Kong Yao was held at bay by the holy ritual implements. Lu Chan, since you're here, I'll get straight to the point, Kong Yao declared. Go ahead, Lu Chan replied. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state is a place to pass down divine teachings, just like Jisheng Cliffs of the U state, Kong Yao began. As regions designated as places that fall under the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, the barren state and the U state are connected to each other as well. With regard to the matter at hand, I had previously requested that the Holy Ji Palace step in and resolve the issue. Jisheng Cliffs did not get involved, but since the palace avoided the matter as well, I stepped in personally. But now that a son of Jisheng Cliffs has perished in the barren state and the various powers of the barren state are now at war with Jisheng Cliffs, the head saint is very displeased. Lu Chan sighed internally. Xianxia was one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, which meant that he had been chosen to be in the running alongside 8 other disciples to compete for sainthood one day. Even if Zhang Zhao's death was not enough to elicit a reaction from the saint, he would, at the very least, be aware of what had happened. Lu Chan did not say anything in response but waited for Kong Yao to continue speaking. The head saint has personally declared that since this has all occurred in the barren state, given that the palace is the true site of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy in the barren state, he hopes that the palace can take care of this matter properly. Kong Yao continued, his expression cold. If the palace does not handle this matter satisfactorily, then Jisheng Cliffs will step in. The head saint will also report this matter to Emperor Xia such that the Holy Ji Palace's special status will be revoked and replaced by powers in the other 8 states. Then there will no longer be any reason left for the Holy Ji Palace to exist. Lu Chan's heart thumped wildly at Kong Yao's words as he recalled sage Wanxiang's predictions. Could this be the crisis that was about to befall the palace? Kong Yao had said the exact thing that had been worrying Lu Chan the most. The barren state had not seen a saint amidst its ranks for many years, and the Holy Ji Palace was indeed at constant risk of being replaced. Perhaps Emperor Xia usually didn't have the time to personally look into matters regarding the Holy Ji Palace. After all, the palace was in no way important enough to warrant such interest from the emperor. However, should a saint report to Emperor Xia about the palace, it was highly possible that an order from the emperor would be enough to turn the palace into history. Lu Chan himself was very clear about the sort of situation the palace was facing right now. He knew that the sole reason why the palace had not been bothered despite not having a saint was that it was still recognized by Emperor Xia as a site to pass down divine teachings. If not, there would be no way that Kong Yao and the rest from Jisheng Cliffs would be talking about the palace being connected to them in any way. How should we take care of this matter then? Lu Chan asked. What would Jisheng Cliffs demand from the Holy Ji Palace in response to Zhang Zhao's death? Some changes have to be made to the structure here in the barren state, Kong Yao replied. Also, the head saint wants 2 people alive in particular. Who? Came the question. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, Kong Yao answered. This was not his own opinion, but an order that had come from Jisheng Cliffs. Kong Yao guessed that the reason lay in Zhang Xiao and Qin Zhong's defeat. Lu Chan's eyes flashed at Kong Yao's words. The saint of Jisheng Cliffs was after Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. The fact that he was after Yi Futian as well was interesting. Back during the battle before Xuanwu Tower at the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Gu Donglu had overpowered Zhang Xiao and defeated him with 1 strike. Now he had even killed the man. Yi Futian had also defeated Qin Zhong, the most talented of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, despite only being a grade 2 noble himself. These were probably the reasons why Jisheng Cliffs wanted these 2 alive. If not, there was absolutely no point to their demands and it would be easier to just kill them. This is a very serious matter. I'll have to call for a meeting between the 6 palaces, Lu Chan replied. Sure. I'm in no hurry, Kong Yao replied coolly. It was because of his rage that he was not in any rush to settle things. Since the people of the barren state had dared to put up a fight against Jisheng Cliffs, then he would play along with them for now. This time, if he didn't get a conclusion he wanted, he would not leave the barren state. What the palace refused to do, he would take all the time he needed to achieve it himself. Lu Chan furrowed his brows at Kong Yao's tone. Kong Yao seemed to be in a completely different emotional state as compared to the last time he had come to the palace. While he seemed calm now, he was actually being much colder than before. Then, I'll take my leave for now. Lu Chan turned to leave. After a short while, Lu Chan called for a meeting at the Holy Sage Pavilion. The various palace lords had all arrived, and many elders were joining the meeting as well. I'm sure everyone is aware of the arrival of a party from Jisheng Cliffs, Lu Chan said. I'll now tell you what Kong Yao has said to me. After repeating Kong Yao's previous words, Lu Chan asked again, What do you all think? Sage Zhando spoke up. With Kong Yao being hindered by Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong, Jisheng Cliffs has not been able to resolve this matter in the barren state themselves. Now, they're attempting to bring a close to this entire affair through the hands of the palace. Lu Chan, do you not think this is ridiculous? But this matter concerns the future of the palace as well. If the Saint of Jisheng Cliffs really were to report this to Emperor Xia, what would become of the palace? This doesn't just concern the palace either. If the other 8 states were to invade the Barren State, things will no longer be as they were, and who knows what will happen then. Lu Chan said, besides, there are indeed some powers in the Barren State who need to be put in place. Even though Bai Zhe was killed in the palace, Yi Wuchen and Su Ke have not been found even today. I'm sure everyone here understands the reason behind this. Everyone knew what Lu Chan was insinuating. There was no doubt that Tingxue House was behind this. A holy ground is not determined by its form. Without destruction, there can be nothing new constructed. If this is the end of the palace, then fate has determined it to be so. In the face of this crisis, change must happen in the Barren State. Why go against the current? Sage Dozhan replied. As for Bai Zhe, even if he was the younger brother of Bai Luli, do you not think he deserved to die, Lu Chan? Everyone else looked towards Lu Chan and Sage Dozhan. Right not, the 2 most powerful figures in the palace were at odds with each other, further signaling that the will of the palace was no longer one. Dozhan, aren't you being too impudent with your words? Is it appropriate for you to say that this is the end of the palace as the Palace Lord of Battle Saint Palace? Sage Tianxing commented coldly. Regarding Bai Zhe's death, even if he was in the wrong, it should have been a matter for the palace to handle. The Tianxing Pavilion would have taken care of it. Since when was it the place of a bunch of disciples to overstep their boundaries and take matters into their own hands? What they have done is to murder their own peer. Taken care of it? Sage Dozhan replied incredulously, looking towards Sage Tianxing. Just as the palace says, the Barren State needs a saint of their own. To this end, even the Zhuge family can be sacrificed. And yet you say you would have dealt with Bai Luli's younger brother? The son of the city lord of White Cloud City? Would you have dared to do it? His gaze was sharp, and he stared unflinchingly at Sage Tianxing. Everyone around them fell silent, watching them argue. They both had their arguments and stands, but there was one thing that was true. There indeed was no way the palace could have done anything about Bai Zhe, but what Yi Wuchen and the rest did was too extreme as well. When the palace no longer is simply a place to pass down divine teachings but takes on a strong agenda of its own, then it signifies that the palace has already become corrupted and that these holy grounds are sacred no more. And since these are no longer holy grounds, what's the point in keeping the shell around? Why not just go with the flow and rebuild from the ashes? If after several years there still isn't a holy G palace, the Barren State will still be the Barren State, Sage Dozhan said coldly. Dozhan? Lu Chan chastised, his expression dark. What you are saying is outrageous. Sage Dozhan looked towards Lu Chan and replied, we once walked this path together because of our shared beliefs and stayed in the palace in order to pass on the divine teachings. Other than pursuing the divine path, everything else was for the betterment of martial arts in the Barren State. But now I think our paths have diverged. As such, we should not associate with each other anymore. Sage Dozhan then stood up and addressed everyone. This is my stance on this matter. Whether or not you will take it into consideration is no longer any of my concern. After speaking, Sage Dozhan left immediately. Lu Chan was livid. What kind of stunt is this bastard trying to pull? Everything I do is out of consideration for the palace. My conscience is clear, Lu Chan said, though it was unclear whether he was addressing Sage Dozhan or the people around him. What do you all think? Lu Chan asked the rest. For the palace, Sage Wanxiang murmured before saying, I'll leave the decision to you. Sage Daozong smiled bitterly. No one had expected that things would come to this. Sage Dozhan may have been a little extreme with what he said, but there is some truth to his words. The Sword Demon muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Sword Demon, for the sake of the palace's unity, there were some things I did not mention. But that doesn't mean I do not know it happened. You've let certain things pass under your nose. Sage Tianxing accused. Are you talking about Yi Wuchen? The Sword Demon looked at Sage Tianxing. I let him go because I too thought that it was right that Bai Zhe was killed. If he deserves to die, it doesn't matter who his older brother is. Do you understand that, though? The Sword Demon then stood up and turned to leave as well. There were certain things that everyone was well aware of but did not explicitly mention. It was not just out of consideration for the sword demon's dignity. They were also concerned that Bai Luli might have taken issue with him. But was it really necessary to keep it all under wraps? As such, the sword demon paid no mind to these concerns and revealed the truth directly. 2 of the 6 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace had walked out of the meeting. Looking at the 2 figures disappear, Lu Chan took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Before speaking again, "Right now, let's try not to cause too much damage to the foundations of the barren state. As of now, we don't know where Jisheng Cliffs will draw the line. But if Gu Donglu and Yi Futian are what they want, then let's take them into our custody first. Tianxing, take some people with you to go see the Zhuge family and persuade Qingfeng. He needs to let go of some things now. If not, no one can predict just what the consequences might be." "Understood." Sage Tianxing nodded. In the end, Lu Chan had made a decision according to his own judgment. Now, they would try to end things quickly and enable the palace to tide through this crisis. In the following days, the barren state was as peaceful as ever. However, Tingxua House in the Zhengzhou region, Alchemy City in the western region of the barren state, and the Zhuge family which was located to the north of the Zhengzhou region all received visitors from the Holy Ji Palace. Right now, Sage Tianxing had come personally to visit the Zhuge family at Crouching Dragon Mountain and was meeting Zhuge Qingfeng. At his quarters, Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Sage Tianxing, who stood before him, and asked, "Has the palace finally decided to involve itself in this matter? Qingfeng, you all have already caused so much chaos and bloodshed within the barren state. So many have died in the last battle alone. Are you going to stubbornly carry on this way?" Sage Tianxing questioned Zhuge Qingfeng, looking straight at him. "Take my advice on this. Now that Zhan Shao has been killed, there is no way Jisheng Cliffs is going to let this matter go. They've explicitly stated that they want Gu Donglu to be handed over to them. The palace is still unsure where Jisheng Cliffs will draw the line regarding this, but we're hoping that the Zhuge family can be left unharmed by this as much as possible. As such, necessary sacrifices have to be made. I'd like to know what the palace would do if Jisheng Cliffs asks for Bai Luli one day," Zhuge Qifeng asked, glancing over at Sage Tianxing. "You're still stubbornly refusing to come to your senses," Sage Tianxing commented coldly, staring at Zhuge Qifeng. "Answer my question first. Would the palace sacrifice Bai Luli?" Zhuge Qifeng was still staring at Sage Tianxing determinedly, refusing to budge until he received his answer. "Bai Luli is the future of the barren state," Sage Tianxing responded, returning the other man's stare. At this, Zhuge Qifeng smiled. It was just as he had expected. Bai Luli represents hope for the palace and for the Holy Sage Pavilion, not for the barren state, Zhuge Qifeng stated. "You were there at the battle between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli. Did Gu Donglu really seem weaker than Bai Luli then? Even if you consider him to be weaker, can he really be that far off from Bai Luli in terms of ability? As for Yi Futian, is he any less talented than Bai Luli? Between the 2 of them, they've defeated Zhan Shao and Qin Zhang respectively. Why aren't they seen as hope for the barren state as well? Why does the palace want to kill off this strand of hope?" Facing the barrage of questions from Zhuge Qifeng, Sage Tianxing was rendered speechless for a moment. Zhuge Qifeng stared at him and continued rather aggressively, "Being from the palace myself, I definitely understand teacher and Uncle Master's intentions. But you all have become so fixated on your own beliefs that you refuse to admit that you're wrong. Now that Zhan Shao has been killed and Jisheng Cliffs is advancing upon us, the palace is the only force in the entire barren state that can do anything about this situation. However, the palace's actions thus far have been very disappointing to me." Sage Tianxing stared at Zhuge Qifeng. He had come with the intention to advise and persuade Zhuge Qifeng, but at this very moment the roles had been reversed and Zhuge Qifeng was trying to give him advice instead. With this, he understood that neither of them would budge in this conversation. It was evident that Zhuge Qifeng did not intend to give up anything. Wanxiang divined that a crisis would befall the palace. If this matter isn't handled properly, then great changes will occur within the barren state. "Zhuge Qifeng, think carefully about what you have done," Sage Tianxing warned the other before turning to leave. As he left, he cautioned once more, if the circumstances call for it, the palace may take action. "Now that you've left the palace, I hope it won't be you standing opposing the palace." Zhuge Qifeng watched as Sage Tianxing left. He knew that the palace was about to involve itself properly in this matter, and once the palace decided to capture Gu Donglu, there would not be much question as to how the situation would end. Two figures appeared behind Zhuge Qingfeng. It was Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue. "You heard everything?" Zhuge Qingfeng asked the two. Gu Donglu nodded. They had heard the conversation between the two men, and it was possible that Sage Tianqing knew they had been listening as well. "I'll head down to the palace," Gu Donglu declared. Zhuge Qingfeng turned and stared fixedly at Gu Donglu, who stood before him. Gu Donglu should know that if he made the trip, it was very possible that he would not return. Zhuge Qingfeng's gaze then flicked over to his daughter Zhuge Mingyue. She was very calm despite Gu Donglio's declaration, suggesting that she already knew his plans beforehand. "Mingyue has agreed as well," Gu Donglu explained. "Since this issue has to be solved eventually, why don't I take the initiative to do so? Have you two thought this through?" Zhuge Qingfeng asked the duo. Back when Zhuge Mingyue was engaged to Bai Luli, she had been so stubbornly against it, and when he had actually appeared, she had given up everything to be with him. It was unthinkable that she would actually agree to let Gu Donglu head over to the palace now. "Yes," Gu Donglu nodded. From the time of the battle at Xuanwu Tower, he had already thought this matter through. It was just that his youngest brother had refused to give up then. While his youngest brother did manage to triumph somewhat the last time, it didn't change much. As such, it was inevitable that things had come to this. "Father, let him go," Zhuge Mingyue requested as well. Zhuge Qifeng looked at his daughter silently, unsure of what to say. In the end, he didn't say much. Turning away from them, he lifted his head to glance at the sky before walking off. There wasn't much he could say anyway. After holding on for so long, was he going to personally agree to let Gu Donglu head off to his death? There were certain things that a gentleman would and would not do. While this son-in-law of his was starting to grow on him, the fonder he grew of him, the more difficult things were for him. Gu Donglu left Crouching Dragon Mountain alone. Zhuge Mingyue stood on the highest point on Crouching Dragon Mountain, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Her expression was exceptionally peaceful. It was hard for her to endure this, but she accepted the way things were. This was what made Gu Donglu the man she loved after all. Sage Tianqing took Gu Donglu to the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. This was done at Gu Donglio's request, who had wanted to see Lu Chan. Sage Tianqing had agreed to Gu Donglio's request, which was why Lu Chan was currently standing opposite him. Lu Chan was slightly taken by surprise. He had not expected Sage Tianqing to bring Gu Donglu back with him so easily. But when Sage Tianqing secretly transmitted the events that had transpired to him, Lu Chan understood as well. Looking at the man before him, Lu Chan felt a sense of admiration. Gu Donglu had held up against Bai Luli in battle despite only being a mid-level sage. He was insanely talented, the sort of powerful character one rarely saw in the barren state. It was even rarer that someone like Bai Luli would be willing to sacrifice himself. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Lu Chan asked Gu Donglu. He had been informed by Sage Tianqing that Gu Donglu wished to meet him. "I'd like to ask you, Senior, what path it is that you're pursuing?" Gu Donglu asked, as his gaze shifted towards Lu Chan. "The divine path is what I'm pursuing, naturally. And it's not just me. That is the path that every cultivator is pursuing," Lu Chan replied. "Of course, I think that's not what you're asking about. When it comes to the barren state, the path I'm pursuing is the one that leads to a saint appearing in the barren state. I'm working towards a future where martial arts will flourish in the barren state and allow it to contend within the 9 states. I want the palace to be a place that trains generation after generation of strong disciples and carries on the important task of passing down knowledge and even the actual divine path itself. Not like what it is right now, being only a place for divine teachings in name. What makes the Holy Ji Palace a holy ground recognized by the people of the barren state? What would make it a place that meets your expectations, Senior?" Gu Donglu questioned further. "It would be a place that stands apart from personal grievances and external circumstances. A place that exists only for the purpose of passing down divine teachings," Lu Chan replied. "In other words, it would be an impartial place." Gu Donglu nodded. "Then, what is it that would allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state?" Lu Chan stared at Gu Donglu. He suddenly knew where Gu Donglu was trying to steer him in this conversation. He also understood what Gu Donglu was hinting at. Get to the point, Lu Chan ordered coldly. Gu Donglu replied, if martial arts are to flourish in the barren state, then besides having men of great talent, an impartial place established for the sole purpose of passing down divine teachings, like the Holy Ji Palace, is necessary. If such a place is tainted by personal interests, then it would surely tamp down those that go against it, making Senior's dream impossible. He then continued slowly, but now what you are doing goes against your beliefs. If the palace is going to focus all its attention on Bailuli and pin all its hopes on him, how can the various cultivators rise together and allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state? How can the barren state contend within the 9 states then? Right now, what the barren state most urgently needs is a saint. Lu Chan defended himself. He knew that ultimately dreams were only just dreams and that one often had to consider reality as well. If your actions don't match your beliefs, then there's a flaw in your frame of mind that would destroy any hopes you have in advancing along the divine path. Gu Donglu responded calmly, Senior, won't you be destroying the path that you've been holding on to then? At his words, Lu Chan was slightly shaken. His frame of mind was stable, yet a few words from Gu Donglu had stirred an unease within him today. Looks like you haven't given up completely, Lu Chan commented, looking at Gu Donglu. Is Gu Donglu trying to persuade me? If one has the option of living, who would want to die? Besides, my conscience is clear, and my frame of mind is flawless. Allow me to show you something, Senior, Gu Donglu requested, closing his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, strands of the energy seeping into Lu Chan's forehead. Soon, Lu Chan saw a flurry of scenes and images. Those images were from when Gu Donglu and Xianxia were together in the secret realm of the relic. Gu Donglu was proving that he was not lying, that the holy item had indeed chosen him, and that Xianxia had been the one that killed the sages. What else are you trying to say? Lu Chan asked. Gu Donglu responded, the truth can be distorted, but one knows in their heart whether they're in the right or wrong. Since I've come here, I don't expect to leave this place alive. But you hadn't expelled my youngest brother from the palace back at Crouching Dragon Mountain, Senior, then perhaps the palace could have flourished even greater than what you hoped for in future. There's a saying that goes, being unable to see the wood for the trees. As the acting palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, you should not have been like that. If you still stand by your beliefs, Senior, then I hope one day you'll actually live by them. After speaking his part, Gu Donglu bowed slightly and turned to leave. He had said everything he wanted to say. He would accept whatever happened next with grace. Looking at Gu Donglio's disappearing figure, Lu Chan sighed. Sometimes there was no turning back. Especially in this case, now that they had come to this point, there was nothing he could do but carry on. Gu Donglu was taken to the party from Jisheng Cliffs and presented before Kong Yao. Kong Yao's gaze was cold beyond measure, and a murderous intent glinted in his eyes. The palace indeed was the holy grounds of the barren state. It was so much easier for them to get things done. Everything that has happened thus far arose from the bad blood between me and Xianxia. Since Jisheng Cliffs is the holy grounds of the Yu state, now that Xianxia has been killed by me, you're welcome to take me with you. But I hope that Jisheng Cliffs will not give its holy grounds a bad name, Gu Donglu said to Kong Yao. Are you trying to take on everything upon yourself? Kong Yao asked, staring at Gu Donglu. Do you think that's possible? Where's Yi Futian now? Kong Yao demanded, his demeanor frosty. Since Gu Donglu and Yi Futian were both people singled out by the head saint, Kong Yao had to take them both to the Yu state. Gu Donglu stared at Kong Yao. So Jisheng Cliffs won't even let our little brother off, eh? He has left barren state, Gu Donglu said. I haven't brought any sacred relics with me this time. With Xianxia dead and the killing of the sages long past, you can all put the blame on me. So, would Jisheng Cliffs want a sacred relic? Or would you people make do with Yi Futian? Kong Yao looked at Gu Donglu and said, Gu Donglu, if you headed for Jisheng Cliffs earlier, you might have ended up being a son of the place, and there would have been no need for you to stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Now, your threats mean nothing. I'm going to the sacred relic, and I'm taking Yi Futian as well. It was you who started all this. But you brothers indeed cherished one another, and you became the very reason why Yi Futian got himself into this and stirred up all that trouble. He roped the Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Alchemy City, and Xianxia House into this, all so that you, his third brother, can live. If that is the case with him and you now surrendering yourself, it wouldn't matter where he is now. So long as you're around, would he be far off? As for the sacred relic, we'll take you back to Jisheng Cliffs after we're done with all this. You will spill its whereabouts, whether you like it or now, Kong Yao said coldly. His words provoked Gu Donglu enough to have his eyes filled with thick murderous intent. Kong Yao, you are, at the very least, someone ranked 9th on Sage ranking out of all 9 states. You're even the number 1 below the Saint Plain. Don't you ever feel any guilt doing all this? Du Donglu glared at him and asked. No, I don't, Kong Yao said without any hesitation. Gu Donglu said nothing more. He was only hoping that his little brother had already escaped. The news was heard in the barren state soon that Gu Donglu was taken to the Holy Ji Palace and handed over to the people of Jisheng Cliffs. The Holy Ji Palace released more news, saying that they would let Yi Futian return to the Holy Ji Palace to end the war. The Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Xianxia House, and the other forces would have had further complications to deal with otherwise. It was apparent that the Holy Ji Palace did not wish for Jisheng Cliffs to end forces, like the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain, but they had to take Yi Futian in. It was an indisputable fact, as both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace had no intention of letting him run loose. Countless people in the barren state were exasperated. With the Holy Ji Palace stepping in, things changed drastically and it was too late for anything to go back to how it once had been. It was said that Yi Futian had fled. He was nowhere to be found in both Crouching Dragon Mountain nor Taihang Mountain. No one knew where he was and no one knew if he would have returned. Many speculated that Yi Futian was probably gone for good this time. After all, it was too late to turn back the clock now. If they were Yi Futian, they would have given up some things just to keep themselves alive. With his talents, there would always be a chance for revenge in the future. The east side of Taihang Mountain was near the eastern regions of the barren state. The Xianxia House was somewhere in that region. Yi Futian woke up somewhere in the Xianxia House. He opened his eyes and felt rather tired. That battle back there thoroughly exhausted him. As he went cranking up the will of the emperor to the extreme and even went burning the powers of his life palace. All energies within his body were almost burnt up without a speck of power left. He had relied on nothing more than the self-repair abilities of his life spirit to regenerate his strength, allowing him to wake up. However, he was still extremely weak at the moment. Third brother Yi Futian called with a low voice as he woke. He sat up and saw Hua Jieyu by his side. Jieyu, where are we? Yi Futian asked. Xianxia House. Hua Jieyu answered. When we fled eastward that day, we passed by Xianxia House's territory and met the chief of Xianxia House. He was the one who let us in. Xianxia House. Yi Futian felt rather peculiar with the name. Mu Chuan actually bothered helping me? This was where I took his pole arm of divine destruction all those years ago. Didn't that old fart Mu Chuan not like me? And bickered with Headmaster Chan Yuan all the time? Where is third brother? Yi Futian asked. He should have returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. He said nothing would happen to him and he had us leave. Hua Jieyu explained softly. Jieyu, why bother lying to yourself? Yi Futian said, looking at Hua Jieyu. Nothing would have happened to him, really? Yi Futian killed Zhang Shao and his third brother knocked him unconscious. Before having Hua Jieyu spirit him away, there was simply no need to say much about why Gu Donglu did so. His third brother wanted to shoulder everything himself while having both of them flee as far as possible. Hua Jieyu lowered her head. She had indeed been lying to herself at times, which was she simply was unable to keep calm about things. Yu Shang, how is he? Yi Futian appeared very calm. He is training these days to recover from his injuries, Hua Jieyu said. The exhaustion Yu Shang suffered that day when he practically turned into a demon to fight was not that far off from what Yi Futian had suffered. One could have even said that they were fortunate to be able to survive that battle at Taihang Mountain. Any news about Senior Su Shang? Yu Futian asked further. There were too many things on his mind, too many people he was concerned about. My, look at yourself. Do you really think you're in a place to be concerned for others now? A voice was heard somewhere. Mu Chuan, chief of Xianxia House, walked in and said to Yi Futian, Relax, Su Shang is live, though he is pretty badly injured. But the city lord of White Cloud City also suffered quite a bad stab wound. Both of them left on a truce. Yifutian sighed in relief and said, "Thank you, sir. But why would you bother saving me?" "Saving you?" Mu Chuan said coldly, "I'm only concerned for that piece of treasure that was the pride of the Xianxia house. When are you going to return polearm of divine destruction to me?" "Mu Chuan, do you have any decency left in you?" A voice was heard berating him somewhere else. Yifutian then saw Qin Yuan walking in, glared at Mu Chuan and added, "The polearm of divine destruction now belongs to Yifutian. Are you really still thinking about getting it back?" "Headmaster." Yifutian felt rather surprised. He did not expect to see the headmaster in Xianxia house at all. "Futian, take as much rest as you need. When your injuries have recovered, I'll get you out of the barren state." Qin Yuan looked at Yifutian and said, "As for the affairs of the barren state, I'd advise you to keep your hands to yourself." "Leaving barren state, huh?" Yifutian mumbled to himself. "Will I be able to leave with barren state in shambles?" "Headmaster, just tell me honestly, how are things in the barren state now? Did any other mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs show up after Xianxia was dead? How is my third brother doing now?" And news from Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain. Yifutian went blasting him with questions. "You want to hear the truth?" Qin Yuan stared at Yifutian. What happened to the barren state now was already common knowledge. If Yifutian wanted to find anything out, there was simply no hiding of anything from him. "Of course." Yifutian nodded. "After your third brother killed Xianxia, the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs arrived at the Holy Ji Palace and insisted to have the Holy Ji Palace interfere with things. The big shots of the place then went to Crouching Dragon Mountain and other forces. Finally, your third brother went straight to the Holy Ji Palace himself, wanting to end all of that conflict once and for all." Qin Yuan added, "But the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than just your third brother, they wanted you as well." Yifutian went silent hearing all that. Gu Donglu had indeed wanted to shoulder everything himself. But even then, both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace refused to just let Yifutian go. "I was the one who killed Xianxia," Yifutian said. Qin Yuan and Mu Chuan were both shaken to the core hearing that, especially Qin Yuan. He knew secrets about Yifutian. As such, Qin Yuan believed Yifutian when the young man said he was the one who killed Xianxia. However, the news still proved to be a startling one. Yifutian was just a noble and Xianxia was a son of Jisheng Cliffs, an upper-level sage. It was insanely unreasonable to have Yifutian killing Xianxia. This can't be true. Mu Chuan felt rather reluctant to believe what he had just heard. "My third brother knocked me unconscious after that battle and had Jiayu spirited me away. He then went to the Holy Ji Palace alone. He wanted to shoulder everything for me." Yifutian did not care one bit if Mu Chuan believed anything he said. "If your third brother was willing to go that far just to let you flee, I don't see any reason for you to surrender yourself." Qin Yuan looked at Yifutian and said, "Someone with talents like Yifutian did not deserve to just die like that. His future was connected to more than just the barren state. It was connected to all 9 states and probably far beyond that." Yifutian looked at Qin Yuan. He was able to relate to the headmaster's thoughts. But he would have never been able to forgive himself if he were to just flee like that. His guilt would have followed him for the rest of his life. Mu Chuan, who was hearing the ongoing conversation from the sides, knew from there that Yifutian was not lying about anything. Qin Yuan apparently believed what he said, which meant that Yifutian had meant not known to most people that allowed him to surpass the limits of planes. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to kill Xianxia meant that Yifutian had developed matured power of rules. "I'll go check on Yu Shang," Yifutian said and got up. He then said to Mu Chuan, "Sir, if I don't end up dead and when the day comes where the pole arm of divine destruction was no longer of use to me, I'll return it to you." Mu Chuan was completely startled. Yifutian's talents were such that there would definitely be a day where the pole arm of divine destruction would no longer be able to serve him. It was not some kind of bluff. The pole arm of divine destruction was just a ritual implement that had once been used by a saint. If the day where Yifutian was to achieve sainthood would come, there would indeed be no more need for that piece of equipment. Yifutian left where he was and went to check on Yushang and Xianxia. They were really having peace and quiet in the Xianxia house. While Chief Mu Chuan had a sharp tongue, he treated them well. He would not have let Qin Yuan show up there otherwise, and would have informed Jisheng Cliffs or the Holy Ji Palace. There were many instances where what one did was far more important than what one said. Yifutian went to sit with his legs crossed on top of Jisheng House. The wind blew and he closed his eyes, melding his spiritual will within the wind, within the world around him. That space would have been frozen just so long as he triggered his will. Rules.
So this is the power of rules, huh? Yifutian mumbled quietly to himself. The wind blew again. That gentle breeze suddenly turned into a gale as sharp as knives, cutting up the space they occupied. Comprehension of one led to the comprehension of all. Yifutian had stepped foot into that territory and had developed comprehension of matured rules of incredibly high levels. Space-type power of rules. That meant that some of the simplest rules would have been nothing to him. He could have developed comprehension of them in no time. All that was needed was for the strength of his spiritual powers to reach new heights. He would have then become a true sage. In actuality, however, what he was right there was hardly different from being a sage. Yifutian's spirit and vigor restored considerably several days later. The powers within his body felt more ample than it had been before. He felt himself to have grown far stronger than he had been. He had spent the past few days training on top of Jisheng House, so much so that he did not sleep nor rest at night, and he said little to nothing to anyone. Everyone was able to feel what he was going through and nobody went bothering him. They were feeling rather contradictory about things. On one hand, they hoped Yifutian would have eventually choose to leave. But if he were to simply leave like that, they would be somewhat disappointed. One day after another passed in Jisheng House. Mu Chuan and Chen Yuan looked up at the person dressed in white at the top of Jisheng House. Mu Chuan then said, "He has been doing nothing but training these days. I wonder what's going on in his head." Chen Yuan shook his head. Yifutian seemed to be in a never-ending trance since the day he started training in Jisheng House, without talking to anyone nor sleeping. Even Chen Yuan had no idea what was going on in Yifutian's mind. But it was apparent that Yifutian had no intentions of leaving the barren state, or he would have left already. Hua Jiu was also looking at Yifutian from another direction. She had no idea what was going on in Yifutian's mind, but she nonetheless was able to relate to how Yifutian felt. She knew Yifutian too well, which meant she knew what his character was like, as well as what his third brother meant to him. That figure who stood before him and defended him back in Eastern Barren Territory held an extremely significant place in his mind. Yet, his third brother had now gone to the Holy Ji Palace, and it was probably a trip he would never return from. Yifutian closed his eyes on top of the mountain. Mystical energies filled his surroundings, making the entire space indescribably heavy. His eyes popped wide open all of a sudden. Tiny broken stones rose from the ground before him. However, each and every stone seemed to have been imbued with the power of rules, and they all grew incredibly heavy, covered with a layer of light of rules as if they were shining stars. A flash shot out from his eyes, and in a split second, every single piece of those stones shot at a peak far away at breakneck speed. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as the peak crumbled before him. The rumble traveled all the way to the top of Jisheng House. That bombarded peak exploded violently, with half of it gone when the dust settled. Many below turned their head up to look at the top of Jisheng House. It was not a place anyone could have simply gone up to, and everyone wondered what was happening, seeing the peak being blasted to pieces. Who was training up there? Mu Chuan and Chen Yuan had their eyes thrown wide open before turning to look at each other in shock. The power of rules of the stars. The Jisheng House and the Starry School were of the same lineage, where all learned to master the power of the stars laid down by the saint. Yifutian has now mastered the power of rules of the stars. What do you have more to say, old fellow? Chen Yuan said. Too bad that the timing is rather off. Mu Chuan sighed. He had to acknowledge Yifutian's talents now. Or rather, he was forced to when he witnessed what Yifutian was capable of back in the law battles. Yifutian had come to develop the use of the power of rules of the stars, a territory of sages when he was still a noble. Furthermore, it seemed to be a very, very mature one. It was anyone's guess if he had killed Zhan Xiao back then using the power of rules of the stars. Shouldn't he rest for a bit? Chen Yuan looked at Yifutian and said. The young man was seen standing up, then headed to the edge of the sky above the Jisheng House. He turned his attention to where they were and said, Headmaster, Chief Mu,
It's time for me to leave. Where are you going? Chun Yuan stared at Yi Futian and asked. So he finally has an answer now, huh? Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yi Futian answered. You'd be walking to your death if you did that, Chun Yuan said as he looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how talented Yi Futian was, as well as the fact that he had come to comprehend the power of rules and kill Zhang Xiao, all that hardly mattered now. I will leave Jiaxing House and then Senior Yuan Hong will come pick me up as to not drag the chief into this. With things as they were then, there was no way he would have simply left on his own. If someone were to see him and went after him, he would have been taken down before he was even able to reach Crouching Dragon Mountain. You've been recuperating here at Jiaxing House. If you were to head back, do you really think no one would notice? Mu Chuan looked at Yi Futian and said, I won't stop you if you want to head back to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Just wait for Yuan Hong to pick you up. People from those two sacred grounds won't come after Jiaxing House just because I let you stay around. Yi Futian glanced at Mu Chuan and found his words reasonable. So long as Jiaxing House did not get involved in this, people of those two sacred grounds would not have stooped so low as to go against Jiaxing House. The Black Wind Condor guided Yuan Hong to Jiaxing House several days later, picking up Yi Futian and leaving. Chun Yuan left with them as well. The barren state was shaken to the core that day when Yi Futian made it back to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everyone knew that Yi Futian, who had disappeared for a while, was back on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Both the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs were looking for him. Yi Futian went straight to see Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyue as soon as he returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Zhuge Mingyue smiled when she saw him, yet her smile was one no longer as composed as it used to be. At the moment, Gu Donglu had gone to the Holy Ji Palace and Yi Futian had returned. Why do you need to do this? Your third brother has decided to give himself up. What are you returning here for? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and said. Third brother did intend to give himself up, but Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace still have no intentions of letting me walk, no? Yi Futian added, if I just walk away like that, would peace return to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain? Despite having returned, the people of Jisheng Cliffs did not do anything themselves, they had the Holy Ji Palace do the dirty work instead. But then again, with Zhang Xiao dead and Kong Yao having suffered losses in 2 battles, there was no way Jisheng Cliffs would not have come prepared. Yi Futian thought as much himself. The people of Jisheng Cliffs took themselves to be outside the loop, watching the show and whatever was going to happen from outside in a jesting manner. Zhuge Qingfeng, of course, knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Yi Futian silently and said, but what can you change coming back here? The worst outcome from all of this would be to quell the rage of both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace before we got more people into this. Yi Futian turned to Zhuge Qifeng and said, what is the Holy Ji Palace's stance in all of this? Yi Futian felt heavy inside. While the Holy Ji Palace did try to stop him at White Cloud City, he did not wish for the Holy Ji Palace to get more involved. However, the Holy Ji Palace had become totally involved, shattering their very last hope. How much can the stance of the Holy Ji Palace change from what it was before? Zhuge Qingfeng then added, they do not wish to see the barren state in chaos and the power of the state diminished. Their actions of taking down both Gu Donglu and Yu for Jisheng Cliffs were done so to quell Jisheng Cliffs' anger, so as to prevent that anger from spreading to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. So that is to say that the Holy Ji Palace still has a line they wouldn't cross then. Yi Futian said casually, is there really no other way around this? Both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace are now standing at the same side. How are we going to do anything about this? Things would be in our favor if the entire barren state were to be on your side. But even so, if Jisheng Cliffs insisted on taking you in, so there is still little anyone can do to stop that, Zhuge Qingfeng said inside. The only one who would be able to break through such a deadlock is the Holy Ji Palace. He felt rather despaired as he said so. Even a figure ranked 6th on the Barren Sky ranking was still capable of feeling despair. Only they can break through this, huh? Yi Futian looked up at the sky and asked, any news about third brother? None. Zhuge Qingfeng shook his head and answered, if someone from the Holy Ji Palace came, please tell them this, uncle, if third brother is still safe inside the Holy Ji Palace, I will then head for the Holy Ji Palace within the month, Yi Futian said and turned around to leave. Zhuge Qifeng looked at Yi Futian leaving. He has still decided to surrender himself to the Holy Ji Palace. Then, adamant and without regret, just like his third brother. Too bad that it would be a trip he would never return from. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace soon came to the Zhuge family estate to take Yifutian, and Zhuge Qingfeng told them what he had been told. The people of the Holy Ji Palace left. A month's time was not long, and both them and Jisheng Cliffs had at least that much time to spare. The Holy Ji Palace had no intentions of waging a war, and Kong Yao from Jisheng Cliffs was in no hurry. If Yifutian had given his word, then all they had to do was wait. The news spread throughout the entire barren state and everyone sighed. Even top-class geniuses like Gu Donglu and Yifutian were unable to escape. Both of them eventually had to surrender themselves. Barren state turned quiet after the news was out. There was nothing going on. It was as if everyone was waiting as well. Yifutian entered the Holy Ji Palace within the month. Everything turned quiet on that day, unlike the two great battles which yielded no results before. A great battle could have broken out for the third time, or things would have simply ended quietly. City Lord Office of Alchemy City. Shuiyi and Luo Fan kept standing right outside Yuqi's bedchambers. Yuqi held her baby in the bedchambers, a daughter born from her and Shuiyi. Despite the great event of the daughter of the city giving birth to a baby girl, there were no celebrations of any kind to be had. The reason of which was all too obvious to everyone from the City Lord office. Yuqi looked at his daughter and then his granddaughter before turning around to glare at Shuiyi. He said, "I'd have refused to have the wedding go on if I knew all of this would happen. Is there any point saying all that now?" Yuqi said gently as she looked at her daughter. "I even lent the divine implement to Yifutian. Haven't I done enough? With both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace in this, what can I, the boss of Alchemy City, do? And there is still that thing with the Emperor family." Yuqi yapped away feeling very displeased. "What are you telling me all of this for?" Yuqi's voice was just as gentle. "Daughters indeed don't side with their daddies when they've grown up," Yuqi said feeling very frustrated. "If they like standing around so much, let them stand all they want. I'm not yielding to anything." Shuiyi and Luofan remained standing outside as if they had heard nothing. Yuqi, the one who ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, City Lord of Alchemy City, and in possession of a divine implement. If he had gotten himself involved in this, he might have been able to change the course of the outcome. At the very least, he would have been able to do something to affect how things were now. West Mountain Dragon Clan, Divine Sky City, Eastern region of Barren State. A girl, 18 or 19, was seen yelling in some corner of the estate. "I want to go look for Brother Futyin at Crouching Dragon Mountain. Do you intend to walk to your death?" Long Ao glared at her daughter and said, "I don't care." Long Linger shouted, "Uncle will protect me." "Linger, stop kicking up a fuss." Madame Long tried to persuade her. It was not that they did not want to help Yifutian. It was simply that things at hand were simply too great for them to be able to do anything. It was Madame Long who recommended Yifutian to the Starry School. She had admired Yifutian all that time. If Yifutian was unable to survive this ordeal, then it was simply because fate was against him. At the moment, there were many things happening with many forces throughout the Barren State other than just Alchemy City and West Mountain, and all of them had to do with Yifutian one way or another. A noble capable of moving all forces throughout the entire Barren State, there was probably no other like him. Bai Luli was probably the only one who had such influence before Yifutian came into the picture. Another 20 days passed with the blink of an eye. A storm seemed to be brewing throughout the Barren State. News from Crouching Dragon Mountain said that Yifutian would be entering the Holy Sea Palace in 7 days. It was news that shocked Barren State somewhat and caught the attention of many. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yifutian. The young man was sitting there training in silence. Everything seemed peaceful. He had made it through the Grade 1 Noble Plane. With him at the pinnacle of the Noble Plane and having developed mature comprehension of rules, the Sage Plane seemed to no longer be some faraway goal. It would have been something worth celebrating about, but be it Yifutian himself or everyone around him, no one was in the mood for celebrating anything. "What do you plan to do at the Holy Ji Palace?" Zhuge Qifeng asked the young man. Yifutian had, no doubt, been seeing if he was able to advance further. He would not have waited another month to go to the Holy Ji Palace otherwise. To prove one thing, Yifutian answered. And what would that be? Zhuge Qingfeng asked. The big shots at the Holy Ji Palace always thought themselves to be right about everything. Lu Chan had always been reluctant to admit when he was wrong about anything, holding the extreme belief that nothing he did had ever been wrong. I'm here to prove otherwise, Yifutian said. Of course, there is a chance that the place simply won't bother giving me such a chance. There was a self-dismissive smirk on his face when he said so. He had been weaker than others, which meant he had little means of negotiating terms with anyone. Still, he deemed that he owed it to himself to try. Even if his attempts were to end in failure, it would have still been better than how things were at the moment. There's also a chance that you're actually able to prove something. Yet the Holy Ji Palace still won't admit anything, Zhuge Qingfeng added. Of course. But still, having tried is better than having done nothing, Yifutian said. I'll go with you, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Yifutian turned around to look at the clan leader behind him. Zhuge Qingfeng said, just like you said yourself, even if you're not going, there is no certainty to say that Jisheng Cliffs will let the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain off. Do you think they would let us go if I didn't show up? I also hope that you're able to prove something, even if things do turn out for the worse in the end. If things do turn out that way, I still hope that I'll be able to keep the Zhuge family in one piece, for I was once a student of the Holy Ji Palace. It was his personal decision to get involved with the matter involving Gu Donglu and Yifutian. Many in the Zhuge family did not agree with what he did, and so, it was natural for him as the one to suffer the eventual consequences. It was, after all, his responsibility as the head of the clan. All right? Yifutian smiled and said, while still feeling rather guilty inside. He was the one who had gotten Zhuge Qifeng into this in the first place, and he never thought things would turn out as they had. There are 7 more days. I'll head out for a bit, Zhuge Qifeng said. He knew more or less what Yifutian was trying to do. If Yifutian wanted to try, then he saw fit to try himself as well, just so that they have a better chance at it. A woman was wearing plain clothes and reading a sutra quietly, with a lamp and a statue of Buddha by her side in Qingdeng Temple. The abbot, monk Qingdeng, added a bit of oil in the lamp by her side. The woman put down her sutra after a while and asked, Teacher, I've turned to the Buddhist way and I should have let go of my longing for the mortal world. Yet, why am I unable to do so? Everyone in the mortal world has their own beginning and ending. One could not be on one's path of return with unfinished business in their mind, Monk Qingdeng said. Where does such a path lie? The woman asked. The path of return lies where one's heart lies, Monk Qingdeng explained plainly. I understand. The woman nodded. Book Mountain, Eastern Barren Territory, Barren State. It was a peaceful, tranquil place for training. While the access restriction to Eastern Barren Territory lifted, the spread of news and information was slow. As such, few knew about the major events taking place in the Barren State. A figure was seen sitting cross-legged and training at the peak of Book Mountain. That figure was none other than the Sword Saint. There was little for him to attend to in the college for the past few years, enabling him to pour his energy into his own training. As such, his level of cultivation had reached Magi Plane. Such a state would have naturally enabled him to become an invincible being in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he was not all that worth mentioning when he was compared to the people in the Barren State. Nonetheless, he had been progressed very quickly in his training, far quicker than he had been, being able to bring his cultivation to such a height within the span of several years. Without the events in the Barren State interfering with his training, he would have become even stronger. However, what was happening in Barren State was beyond him. A breeze blew by and the Sword Saint opened his eyes and said, You are here. He turned around and saw a figure dressed in gray standing before him, emanating no aura. The Sword Saint was not surprised at all. It was as if he had known all along that the figure would show up. You're going to the Barren State? The figure dressed in gray asked. Indeed. The Sword Saint nodded. Regardless if he was actually able to do anything, he deemed it necessary to go. It was his juniors who were in trouble after all. While you've improved greatly for the past few years, you're far from ready, the figure in gray said. I know that, which is why I'm waiting for you, the Sword Saint said. The figure in gray glanced at the Sword Saint with cold eyes. That very instant had the sword saint feeling as if he had been thrust into purgatory. "Stop guessing my thoughts from here on out," the figure in gray said, and unleashed a broadsword in their hand. Countless runes flowed about the broadsword as if its powers were unsealed.
"The blade will only be unsealed when you decide to fight, but it is possible that it will bring you unbearable pain in return. Do you wish to take the blade?" the figure in gray asked while looking at the sword saint. The sword saint did not doubt their words at all. If the blade was said to bring him unbearable pain, then it was certain that things would have turned worse than what he anticipated, instead of those words being something said only to scare him. Even so, he took the blade without any hesitation.
The figure dressed in gray looked at him calmly and said, "Remember this. You will remain as long as the blade remains. Your life will be linked with the blade itself, the very moment you unseal it. I will keep this in mind." The sword saint nodded. He dared not forget anything the figure dressed in gray said. A wind blew and the figure dressed in gray was nowhere to be seen. It was as if they never appeared on Book Mountain in the first place. The sword saint looked at the blade in his hand, the blade that could only be unsealed only in battle. He put the blade away and headed for the bottom of Book Mountain.
7 days passed like a flying arrow to a cultivator. Since the news spread from Crouching Dragon Mountain, many in the barren state acted. Countless flooded the Holy G Palace, with many from top forces among them.
They had all reached the outskirts of the palace, and it seemed as if they had been anticipating that very day. The city lord of White Cloud City and Yen Wuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, arrived at the Holy Ji Palace. There were also those from the Emperor family and Sacred Fire sect. They were all in this, and it was only natural that they came to witness the final outcome of it all. None of them could rest easy until they saw the demise of the Zhuge family and Yuan Hong dead. That day, Yu Qi saw Yu Shi and Shui Yi walking about back and forth before him at the city lord office. He yielded and said, all right, I'll go have a look at things.
You all stay here and take care of the place." Yu Qi walked out of the city lord office and gathered some of the mighty ones throughout Alchemy City before taking to the air, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. On the very same day, Su Shang recuperated and broke his isolation in Tingxue House.
He too took a group of people with him and headed for the Holy Ji Palace. In sovereign territory, Huang Shi looked at Huang Zhouge and asked, "Are you feeling rather sad about things?" Among my peers in the barren state, he was the one that was truly peerless and the one who served as a beacon for us all. If he were to simply fall, it would be a shame indeed. Huang Zhouge sighed and said, "Seems like you appreciate each other." Huang Shi smiled and continued, "Zhuge Qingfeng came looking for me a few days ago. I guess he had gone to quite a number of places besides here. He wanted to get his chances up as much as he could. While I too wish for the sovereign family to go do this, we are powerless against both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Qingfeng should know that much."
"There is just nothing the forces of the barren state can do to change how things end," Huang Zhouge said. "Zhuge Qifeng wasn't asking for us to be in the war. He was only hoping that we give a chance to Yi Futian to prove himself," Huang Shi said. "Is there even a need to prove himself further?" Huang Zhouge asked. Yi Futian had already proven that he possessed unequaled talent among his peers. Even Qin Zhang of Jisheng Cliffs lost at his hands.
I know not what Yi Futian was trying to prove, but since Zhuge Qingfeng himself went around visiting places, I'm now rather curious about what is that they are trying to do. So, I decided to go to the Holy Ji Palace myself," Huang Shi said. Huang Zhouge turned to look at Huang Shi with a smile. However, he still remained unconvinced that they stood a chance to change anything. Chan Yuan returned to Divine Sky City at the eastern region of the Barren State after visiting West Mountain, the Gu clan and the Zhaixing House, persuading all those forces to go to the Holy Ji Palace to bear witness instead of to fight. That day eventually came. The air above Thousand Holy Islands was filled with mighty ones arriving by air. The Holy Ji Palace personnel did nothing to interfere, allowing the mighty ones to pass the Holy River and the Thousand Holy Islands, arriving before the Holy Ji Palace. A massive number of mighty ones gathered at the outskirts of the Holy Ji Palace on that day. It was a scene eclipsing the law battles held once in 3 years. After all, very few top-class figures came to watch the law battles, yet all who came that very day consisted of top-class figures from all over the Barren State. It was said that Yi Futian from Crouching Dragon Mountain had departed with Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong, serving as his escort, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stood before the ancient hall in Holy Sage Pavilion and asked, "Who is here today?" "Everyone in the top 10 on the Barren Sky ranking, other than the Lord of Ice Temple, will probably be here today," Sage Tianxing answered. All of the top 10 figures were either already inside the Holy Ji Palace, or they were to be found among the crowd outside. Things are really bustling. Lu Chan looked up at the sky. The top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking gathering about because Yi Futian was showing up at the Holy Ji Palace. There was hardly any time in history where one noble plain youth had such an influence. A figure flashed before them and landed right before Lu Chan. "Assistant Palace Lord." The messenger bowed. "What is the matter?" Lu Chan asked. "People from Ice Temple are here," the messenger said, and Lu Chan became dumbfounded. There are also figures from all top forces, including Monk Qingdeng, who does not care for mortal world affairs. "It is unknown, however, why they are all here," the messenger bowed and said. Lu Chan went silent. So all the top figures will indeed gather here today. While Lu Chan had anticipated the day to be one that would have caught the attention of many, he never expected just about all of the absolute top-class figures to be found in the Barren State to show. Even the Ice Temple had someone coming to the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, Lu Chan knew that majority came only to see what was about to happen. While their stances and attitudes were unknown, he knew for sure that the ones who would actually get involved were but a handful. Sage Wanxiang was performing divination in Wanxiang Pavilion. Stars showered from above as he spun the star wheel around. He saw the grand Holy Ji Palace caught in the middle of a storm. Dark omens of devastating trouble shone, and dark clouds overshadow the place. It seemed that the storm would soon be upon them, and dawn was nowhere to be found. "Someone come here," Sage Wanxiang shouted. One of his students walked and felt completely shaken by the image they saw. "Teacher, this is? Go inform the Assistant Palace Lord that the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is upon us." Sage Wanxiang then added, "I need time to observe the stars, to wait for a sign to break the ordeal." The one who walked in had a very serious look on their face. "Is Yi Futian's arrival at the Holy Ji Palace the ordeal spoken in the divination? How is this happening? What is going to happen today?" "Yes, teacher." They nodded and left to inform Lu Chan of Holy Sage Pavilion. Lu Chan was just as shocked hearing Sage Wanxiang's words. He was, however, puzzled as to where this ordeal was to come from. Nothing was heard from the forces of Jisheng Cliffs. The great force that hailed from Yu State probably had ample preparations. What do we need to do before they will leave the Barren State alone? I never expected Sage Wanxiang to actually need to observe the stars like this. It is anyone's guess how fearsome the signs are this time. Is a storm about to hit the Barren State today after such a long time of peace? Lu Chan's eyes were adamant. Whatever was to happen, he would be there to help the Holy Ji Palace survive the ordeal, for it was his mission to do so. In the palace where the mighty ones of Jisheng Cliffs were housed, Kong Yao turned his eyes to the person before him and said, "I heard Yu Futian is on his way here." Not just Yu Futian. Many of the top-class figures from all over the Barren State will also be here today. "They may be quite a lot who want to get involved in this," the person before him said. Kong Yao remained calm, however, with a tinge of sarcasm on his face. "So things turned out like this?" he thought. Very well, time to clean everything up in the Holy Ji Palace once and for all. Without a saint in the Barren State for so many years, they seem to have forgotten what respect and fear are. Well then, it's time for the forces in the Barren State to undergo a reshuffling. This place of orthodoxy of Emperor Xia will be taken away sooner or later. All it needs for that to come true is simply a chance. Kong Yao headed for a prison which was specifically built for Gu Donglu, locking the man within. "Your little brother is here," Kong Yu said, looking at Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu looked at Kong Yao and sighed to himself. "So our little brother is still here in Barren State?" "Not just Yi Futian. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and many others will come too. You may want to shoulder everything yourself, but it seems like there are many out there who actually care about you." Kong Yao smirked sarcastically. "It's fine how things turn out, as I want to see who dares to stand up."
He lifted his head and little and said, "Everyone, prepare to get a move on." Many silhouettes arrived by air as soon as he finished. All of them were mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. Two walked to Kong Yao's side. Their bearing was imposing, which meant that they were incredibly fearsome people. "Senior Kong, I heard that there are many ranked on the Barren Sky ranking here today," someone at his side said sarcastically. The tone was such that it seemed that the person did not care about it at all.
"Indeed," Kong Yao nodded. "It's been quite a while since I last went tempering my skills in martial arts with top-class sages." An elder beside him said in an extremely cold manner, "If someone dares move against Jisheng Cliffs, I'm not going to hold back. I assume you won't have any opinions about that." "None at all. Anyone who dares meddle in this, there will be no mercy for them," Kong Yao said in an equally cold manner. "Very well then," the elder nodded. "I heard that things didn't go so well for you when you were here last. Your opponent seemed to have used divine ritual implements. I guess this time you will be able to go at them with full force. It's a good thing to have so many mighty ones throughout the barren state gathering here today. We'll be able to teach them a lesson in fear and respect," Kong Yao said with a tinge of murderous intent in his eyes. "Let's go." The group left as soon as he finished his words. Gu Donglu sighed as he watched them leave. The trouble did not end up quelled, and it seemed that the storm was inevitable. He had been listening to the chatter in Kong Yao's group for the past few days and knew that they brought quite a lineup this time. Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than revenge for Xianxia. They wanted to a show of force in the barren state. With a son of Jisheng Cliffs killed in the barren state, all the other states of the 9 states would have probably been looking at how events unfolded in the barren state. The outskirts of Holy Ji Palace were filled with people. There were mighty ones to be found as far as the eye was able to see. Mighty ones from everywhere had arrived. Lu Chan and Sage Tianxing went outside the palace and laid their eyes on all those who came. Lu Chan turned his eyes to one direction, finding a group of a woman carrying a carriage made of ice. A lithe, alluring woman was seen sitting in that pure, flawless carriage, yet no one dared intrude the construct with their spiritual powers. "Lord Yun, you are here," Lu Chan greeted.
"Lu Chan, it has been a while." A calm voice was heard from within the carriage. Many turned their eyes in her direction. "She is indeed here. The most powerful woman in all of the Barren State and the one who ranked second on the Barren Sky ranking, just one place beneath the Lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't you be training within the Ice Temple, Lord Yun?"
"What brings you here?" Lu Chan then added. "I assume you are here to see what is about to happen to the Holy Ji Palace?" "My daughter was training in the Holy Ji Palace for some years, and she had seen quite a lot of progress in her training.
As such, I'm here today to give my gratitude to the Holy Ji Palace," the woman in the carriage said. Lu Chan was caught off guard. The daughter of the Lord of Ice Temple training in the Holy Ji Palace?
It was something that he did not even know about. "It is our honor to have your daughter train in the palace, Lord Yun," Lu Chan replied politely. The woman before him was ranked second on the Barren Sky ranking and, with his senior currently recuperating from his injuries, it would have made her the most powerful being in all of the Barren State. Yun Shuaisheng? Sage Daozong felt something was off. One of his personal students was named Yun Shuaisheng. Their surname was Yun. However, people usually took their father's surname, but it was hardly surprising for the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Temple to take her mother's surname instead. While there were many students of excellent caliber in the Holy Ji Palace, few fit the assumed criteria befitting the Princess of Ice Temple's caliber. With many among those that came to mind having a clear background, the only one who was left was none other than Yun Shuaisheng.
"Teacher, it's me," a girl bowed in the Holy Ji Palace and said. "Please forgive me for having hidden my true identity from you. It doesn't matter. The Holy Ji Palace hardly takes the birth of those to be trained into consideration when picking students.
Or rather, now that you've made your identity as the Princess of Ice Temple clear, it's quite flattering to have me train someone like you," Sage Daozong said with a smile, then added, "But I don't think your mother, Lord Yun, is coming just to see you." Sage Daozong had long had doubts about all that. The timing at which Lord Yun showed up was too convenient. To his knowledge, Yun Shuaisheng and Yi Futian shared a rather amicable relationship, and they had both went to Alchemy City before. "I heard from Shuaisheng that one of her friends has top-class talents and caliber," one who defeated Qinzhong, who was known in Jisheng Cliffs to possess the potential for sainthood.
Such a person, however, was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace and is to be taken by the palace as a present for Jisheng Cliffs. I heard that he would show in the Holy Ji Palace today, and so here I am out of curiosity, Lord Yun elaborated. Lu Chan and Sage Daozong both looked in the direction of the carriage. It never came to them that Yun Shuishan actually called the Lord of Ice Temple here. I assume you are all here out of curiosity, then? Lu Chan looked at the others and asked. No one answered. It was apparent that all who showed today had their own attitude and stance on things. Seeing how he did not get any answer from the crowd, Lu Chan smirked coldly and said, Well then, I look forward to how things will turn out. He stood on top of the Holy Ji Palace and looked far away. Wanxiang said today would be the day when the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace comes. With so many mighty ones from all over the barren state here, I wonder what form this ordeal will take indeed. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and Yi Futian were seen arriving outside of Thousand Holy Islands. Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu came as well. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the many island cities beneath him. He would have reached the grounds of the palace itself a little further from where he was then. If he were to go any further, the possibility of him returning would be very slim. This is far enough. Jieyu, you can head back now. Yi Futian turned around and said to Hua Jieyu all of a sudden. Hua Jieyu's eyes were frozen. She then went on to stare at him with very cold eyes. He said he would let her go with him. You promised me. She remained staring at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with determination. I did what? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Don't you know that I'm better with words and flirting than anything else?
That promise was nothing. Hua Jieyu remained staring at him without saying anything. Yi Futian started looking frustrated and said, You have any idea how annoying you are? Lulan Shui is indeed the better girl. Obedient and knows how to take care of others and all. You're just a stubborn bull in comparison. Hua Jieyu remained staring at him. Will you just leave? Yi Futian's tone turned serious. No way, Hua Jieyu answered. How can you be so selfish? Yi Futian's tone became very irritated. That day in Taihang Mountain, you cared only about yourself and you had third brother go to face everything himself. So what are you doing here today?
You're being awful, tagging along. You know that? Just what are you doing here?
To show how noble your love is. What about your folks? What about them, huh? Hua Jieyu's eyes were fixed on him as they went slightly red. She felt very guilty of what happened at Taihang Mountain. She was being selfish. She indeed betrayed third brother and second sister just so he was able to live. She was able to even betray her parents now.
But am I doing this just to show how noble my love is?
All right, I'll tell you the truth, having come so far and all. You know well what kind of a person I am. I'm a ladies' man. Unless you like fighting with other girls for my favor, I can tell you this much. I've been with quite a number of girls all this while, and I'm now getting increasingly sick of you. You're good for nothing, but still I don't want to drag you into this mess. Stop following me. Yi Futian then said dismissively, All that about you being my destiny and whatnot. I say that to girls all the time, and anyone who actually believes that nonsense is stupid. He then went on without her.
Hua Jieyu saw Yi Futian going further and further away, tears in her eyes.
She then turned around to the black-winged condor and said, Are you going to get in my way too? The bird lowered its head and said, I'm sorry, boss orders. So are you saying it's all right for you to ignore mine instead? Hua Jieyu stared at the bird coldly. The black-winged condor shook its head.
The bird was stuck in the middle of nowhere. It did not dare go against his master's orders, yet it dared not offend his master's girl. It was a pitiful scene to look at. However, it knew that its master did all that for the sake of his girl, and so it chose to keep getting in her way.
Seeing how the black-winged condor insisted on not letting her pass, Hua Jieyu turned her eyes far away and asked softly, Hey, am I useless and a good-for-nothing? The black-winged condor shook its head. It too had such a feeling when it was around its master. However, the bird progressed far faster than any other demonic beast. It had now comprehended rules of the wind. Just so long as its master kept progressing, it would benefit from it as well. Take me with you. I'll just watch everything from afar, Hua Jieyu said while staring at the bird.
The black-winged condor turned its head, figuring out what to do, before it eventually nodded. If its master were to punish it for it, then so be it, it thought. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Zhuge Minghui then said, "You know what Jieyu's thoughts are.
Why did you need to go that far? Second sister, the very reason third brother left that breakup letter behind was so that you didn't end up getting into all this. But you were stubborn enough to refuse, and he had to go all the way up to Crouching Dragon Mountain because of it. Although I know doing this would change nothing, this trip is an extremely perilous one, and I'm still rather reluctant," Yi Futian said. "I get it." Zhuge Minghui ruffled Yi Futian's hair. They were still a young couple in their 20s.
If Yi Futian was reluctant to let her go, Hua Jieyu would have been just as reluctant. In actuality, however, what he did back changed nothing, and Zhuge Minghui could only sigh over what happened. The fate shared by both siblings in training was uncannily similar. The Holy Ji Palace was within sight after passing one floating island after another. Yi Futian and the others finally saw the grand, regal core island. It was the place where he fought in the law battles all those years ago. Mighty ones from all corners were there, and they seemed to be waiting for something, him. Countless eyes turned in Yi Futian's direction. Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong escorted him. Despite knowing that he would have ended up dead, the young man in his 20s insisted on making the trip nonetheless. A noble standing in front of all the top-class figures from all over Barren State. Lu Chan, Sage Tianqing, and all the others were standing at the sky stairwell of the palace as they cast their gaze on Yi Futian, the one who had been a student of the Holy Ji Palace, a young man with peerless talents who ranked #1 on low rank and was allowed entrance to the Sage Hall. However, it was indeed a pity that it all came to this. "Futian," someone shouted. Yi Futian turned head at the voice and saw Qin Yuan, Mu Chuan, Long Ao, and Gu Yunxi's father all standing there. Yi Futian looked at them and said, "Headmaster, what are you doing here?" "Just to have a look," Qin Yuan smiled and said. Yi Futian turned his eyes to the others. Many came that day. Huang Shi of the Sovereign Family, Yu Qi of Alchemy City, Su Shang of Tingxue House, and he heard that there were many from all over the Barren State showing up at the palace just so that he would have a better chance at what he intended to do. He had never anticipated the ones ranked high on the Barren State to come. He felt rather remorseful at the moment. He, a noble, making all those top-class figures ranked on the Barren Sky ranking weight at the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, other than those on the Barren Sky ranking who were friendly with him, there were also those who were practically his enemies, such as Yan Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, the Godly Spear of Nantian House, Di Kai of Emperor Family, the leader of Sacred Fire Sect, and the others. With the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace and the group from Jisheng Cliffs considered, even if they were to be many of his seniors willing to help him, it still fell rather short. Futin! Yet another shouted his name. He turned his eyes in another direction and saw a stout, tanned figure who bared his torso walking out from the palace. It was none other than his teacher, Sage Dozhan. "Teacher!" Yi Futian shouted. "Dozhan! Get back here!" Lu Chan could not help but stand out and intervene. Things were as complicated as they possibly could have been. Is Sage Dozhan trying to get himself on Yi Futian's side? Standing out like this? If he were to join the fray as a Lord of Battle Sage Palace, what would his stance even mean in all of this? The Holy Ji Palace does not interfere with squabbles outside and is only there to pass on the teachings of old. Today, I'm standing here as Yi Futian's teacher, not as Lord of Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan replied. It was him who allowed Yi Futian to head for the Zhuge family. Yi Futian stopped the engagement, yet he had also planted the seeds of what was happening on this very day. It had been something that Sage Dozhan had totally unexpected. However, per his words, as he let Yi Futian off that day despite knowing well that the Holy Ji Palace was doing it all for the sake of having a saint emerge, they were not doing it the right way. His student did nothing wrong, and as such, he stood with the side that was doing the right thing. Lu Chan's expression turned awfully ugly. Kong Yao, who was standing with those from Jisheng Cliffs, simply smirked coldly. Very good indeed. He wanted to see how many would stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Futian, why are you here at the Holy Ji Palace today? Sage Dozhan asked. I'm here to make things right, Yi Futian answered. How? Sage Dozhan asked. I interfered in the engagement between Bailuli and my second sister back at Crouching Dragon Mountain and I got expelled for it. It was the will of the Holy Ji Palace to have Bai Luli become a saint.
As such, everything the Holy Ji Palace did was to assist Bai Luli, and I acknowledge that. Yi Futian then elaborated further, looking at Lu Chan. Third brother once said that it was easy to prove what happened back in Yu State.
Whether it was my third brother or Xianxia who killed all those sages, I believe the palace knew deep down. As such, why is the palace standing on the side of Jisheng Cliffs and taking my third brother? Why do they want to take me, an expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace? Is there any meaning to saying all this? Lu Chan looked at Yu Futian. There was nothing words were able to do anymore. Of course. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and said, I want to hear from the assistant palace lord personally whether the Holy Ji Palace had been doing the right thing all this while. Your third brother said the same thing when he came to the Holy Ji Palace.
However, I'm free of guilt, and so is the palace as a whole. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian. He admired Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, but it was one thing to admire and another thing altogether to say who was right or wrong. He did not think he had done anything wrong.
It was simply that fate had been cruel to all of them. Free of guilt, eh? Yu Futian smiled. Nice for you to say that you were free of guilt. The very reason why you insist so adamantly on the righteousness of your actions was because of Bai Luli's potential for sainthood.
What you have been doing was all for his sake, to have a saint among us, and as such you found yourself free of guilt. In that case, I have one last request. If you still feel yourself to be free of guilt, I will then surrender myself to whatever is installed for me. If you still remember the beliefs you've held on to so adamantly, I'd then like to see if you'd really see it through. And what would that be? Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and asked. The expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace is here to challenge Bai Luli. Yi Futian uttered every single word clearly and slowly. Many who were present felt their eyes frozen in place. Not even the top-class figures ranked on the Baron Sky ranking were able to react sensibly as they looked at Yi Futian. So this was what Zhuge Qingfeng was talking about when he said Yi Futian wanted to prove something? To challenge Bai Luli, but Yi Futian is just a noble. How is he going to do that? Bai Luli's unparalleled talents among his peers aside, his upper-level sage plane is already something that Yi Futian is unable to surpass. This is just ridiculous. Even the big shots who admired Yi Futian's talents felt that he was spewing nonsense. The city lord of White Cloud City glared at Yi Futian coldly. Him challenging my son, Bai Luli? What kind of a joke is this? Sage Dojan too looked at Yi Futian, feeling rather puzzled. This is a joke, isn't it? Sage Tianxing said coldly. Yi Futian, is there any meaning to all of this? Challenge Bai Luli? Lu Chan too looked at Yi Futian without saying anything. That request was indeed a ridiculous one. Do you all find it funny? Yi Futian turned to address those who were present and added, if I was able to kill Xianxia, why can't I challenge Bai Luli? Xianxia was of the same plane as Bai Luli. Countless eyes stared at him as he finished talking. Did Yi Futian just say that he was the one who killed Xianxia? You said it was you who killed Xianxia? Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. Indeed, Yi Futian said. Third brother wanted to save me, so he knocked me OU, wanting to have me leave the barren state. He then came to the Holy Ji Palace alone. I was the one killed Xianxia. So that was what happened? Zhuge Qifeng and Zhuge Mingwe felt rather relieved as they finally knew what actually happened. The great figures in the air felt rather shocked, yet Yi Futian did not seem like he was lying. But then again, how is this possible? Big words you spew there, Kong Yu said coldly. Xianxia was a son of Jisheng Cliffs and there was no way he could have been killed by Yi Futian, a noble. It was an utter insult to Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian looked up at Kong Yu before rising up slowly. He then melded his spiritual will with his surroundings. A formless hurricane whipped around violently in this air. Wind, Yi Futian uttered a word. The ferocious gale then went about rampaging in the air like a dragon. Power of rules. Many found their jaws agape. Fire. Yi Futian uttered yet another word. Power of rules of fire was unleashed, turning the air around scorching hot. Wah! Many shivered deep down. Thunder, Yi Futian uttered yet another word, bringing about rules of lightning to work. Yi Futian's body was still seen rising up. Stars shone and glittered, then wrapped around his body. Rules of the stars, Yi Futian continued. Many felt their hearts about to pop out of their chests as they stared at Yi Futian. A grade 1 noble brought many power of rules to bear. Furthermore, all of them were matured. Space. Freeze. Yifutian said yet again, and all of the great figures felt the power of space rules bore upon them, surprisingly feeling their bodies stiffen in the air. The entire space felt as if everything was about to freeze. That is the rules of space. This. Their hearts pumped excitedly. All of the great figures on the barren sky ranking felt riled up inside over someone their junior unleashing their powers. It was not enough to just unleash the power of rules of respective elements. Yifutian had even gone on to develop comprehension of rules of stars and the extremely high rules of space.
Number 1 below the Saint Plain of Jishang Cliffs. Yifutian turned his eyes at Kong Yu and said coldly, "Do you know anything about talent whatsoever?" Kong Yao, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking, the number 1 person under the Saint Plain in Jishang Cliffs.
He had seen countless talents. The Jishang Cliffs generations of 9 sons were all people with outstanding potential. However, at this moment in the declining barren state, a noble was pointing at him and asking whether he knew what potential was. However, he had no comeback.
He had indeed never seen such talent. To comprehend such complete rule power as a grade 1 noble, a prodigy could do it. To comprehend a strong and complete rule power needed an elite prodigy like Qin Zhong who had the potential to become a saint.
However, even many sage plane cultivators could not comprehend spatial rule power, not to mention comprehending complete spatial rule power as a noble. Today he had been exposed to something new. He had met a genius in the barren state. What a pity. The same with Gu Donglu.
If he had met them earlier, he could have inducted them into the Jishang Cliffs. However, they were now enemies. He was thinking, what is the head saint's intention for wanting to capture them alive? Should I disable their powers first to prevent any potential issues?
Yifutian was so impudent in front of him. Evidently, he hated him very much. Moreover, the ties between the two parties could not be mitigated. Yifutian also understood that was why he dared to be so insolent. Kong Yao had wanted to touch the people from Crouching Dragon Mountain, so there was no difference between offending him or not. Even if he was not insolent, Kong Yao would not let him off either. Lu Chan, will you do it, or will the Jishang Cliffs have to? Kong Yao asked coldly. Lu Chan's heart clenched. At that moment he was extremely troubled. He had expelled Yifutian personally. Now, outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yifutian had shown his potential to the entire barren state. As a grade 1 noble, he had comprehended multiple rule powers as well as the starry laws and spatial rule power. He had managed to do what countless sage plane figures had failed to. He wanted to prove that he was more outstanding than Bai Luli. In a sense, he had done it, although Bai Luli had also comprehended complete rule power as a grade 1 noble. The spatial rule power was enough to wipe out all his accomplishments. Had he been wrong?
Gu Donglu had questioned him, Yifutian had questioned him. Now, doubts appeared in his mind. Lu Chan, I want to see the battle between the 2 most outstanding teens in the barren state.
Since Yifutian wants to challenge Bai Luli, the palace should grant him this wish. The sovereign family's Huang Shi also chipped in. Although Yifutian had revealed such exceptional potential, it was theoretically impossible for him to defeat Bai Luli. However, since he had said that he was the one who killed Zhang Shao, this meant that Yifutian still had a trump card up his sleeve. What was this trump card of his?
Lu Chan, the Holy Ji Palace claims to have a single will for the barren state to have a saint. Now, there is a person with the potential to become a saint in front of you. I want to see if the palace will practice what they preach, Yuchi said coolly.
They were already at a point where Yifutian's potential was undisputed. If Qin Zhong and Bai Luli could do it, Yifutian should also be able to. A glint appeared in Kong Yao's eyes. These people had all come today to attempt to sway the Holy Ji Palace? They were courting death. Take them down. Kill whoever attempts to stop us. Kong Yao declared abruptly in an overbearing yet ruthless tone. His words weighed down on everyone as the experts from Jishang Cliffs stepped forward.
Lu Chan raised his head and looked in the direction of Jishang Cliffs. He naturally knew how strong the Jishang Cliffs experts were. After Zhang Zhao's death, there were people who had returned to the Jishang Cliffs to report the matter. Kong Yao did not go back, but afterward, in the group of experts that had come from the Jishang Cliffs, 2 of them were experts on the sage ranking. There were 81 sages on the 9 states sage ranking. Among them, 8 were from the U state and the Jishang Cliffs had sent 3 here.
Moreover, Kong Yao had previously been at a disadvantage because of Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong's Saint ritual implements, and one of their 9 warriors, Zhan Xiao, had died in the barren state. The Jisheng Cliffs would definitely return prepared. This time, Kong Yao had entered the palace with an even more dominant might and was more confident. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and Sage Dozhan all around Yifutian, shielding him in the middle. The Jisheng Cliffs experts traveled through the air with an astonishing air of suppression. The 2 at the front were an elder and a teen who looked surprisingly young but had an extremely sharp aura. "These 2 are on the Sage and Saint ranking," Sage Dozhan said with a somber expression. 3 experts on the Sage ranking had come today. From his knowledge, the younger Archmage, Gufeng, was the number 1 warrior in the Jisheng Cliffs' previous generation. Now, he was the disciple of the Jisheng Cliffs saint. Gufeng was one of the successors to the Jisheng Cliffs who had the chance to become a saint. He had a terrifying battle ability. The elder was also a terrifying figure. The rule power he excelled in was Ash. It was an extremely strong rule power created by combining flame rule power and transmutation. His name was Nieyen and he killed people indiscreetly. Many people died in his hands in every battle of the divine path. An expert on the barren sky ranking? Nieyen looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and commented. 6th on the barren sky ranking, would he be able to be ranked last on the sage ranking? The 9 state sage and saint ranking had 81 sages. Apart from the barren state, the other 8 states had approximately 10 sages each who could enter the ranking. That meant that even the last on the sage ranking was one of the top 10 in their state. However, the barren state did not have a saint and was ranked last in the 9 states. 6th on the barren sky ranking was probably somewhere around the end of the sage ranking. Nia Yan's eyes suddenly turned dark red. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the vast area became illusory. Under the influence of his eyes, Yi Futian had a feeling like his body would be burned to ashes. Rule power was omnipresent. With his current cultivation level, he could not withstand a rule power attack by an elite sage plane expert. Zhuge Qingfeng had already taken out his ritual implement. The 8 trigrams matrix shone in the area surrounding Yifutian within it as well. Nye Yen looked at Zhuge Qifeng, strands of dark red aura flowing in the area enveloping the 8 trigrams matrix. They then assaulted all of Zhuge Qingfeng's phantoms. At the same time, a silver 3-pronged halberd appeared in Gufeng's hands. A stunning light emitted from it, tearing through the air. Gufeng rushed down, thrusting his 3-pronged halberd at the 8 trigrams matrix. Immediately, the silver light swooped towards the clouds. Thunder struck down from the heavens onto the 3-pronged halberd. In that moment, rays of destructive silver light appeared in the area like a thunder raid. "Be careful," many people shouted as they dodged the rays. "Disciples, return to the palace," Lu Chan shouted. Thunderous sounds echoed as a shocking sight appeared. The ground outside the palace split apart and cracks appeared. The land had been torn apart. Cracks were also appearing in the 8 trigrams matrix. Saint-level ritual implement, many people looked at the 3-pronged halberd in Gufeng's hands and commented. Even the barren state had multiple saint-level ritual implements, you state would naturally have them too. However, Jisheng Cliff's saint-level ritual implements were all controlled by saints. Those under the saint plane were not worthy of having saint ritual implements and Jisheng Cliffs would only loan them out under special circumstances, such as today. Crash. Yuan Hong stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction smashing downward. In the surroundings, the Jisheng Cliffs experts headed towards Yifutian. Sage Dozhan's body suddenly became even more burly as he released his Dozhan body. Horrifying rays penetrated his body, and in an instant, an exceedingly terrifying force erupted from his body. Stepping forward, his Dozhan body crushed down like a battle god and the Jisheng Cliffs experts immediately retreated. Dozhan. Lu Chan looked at Sage Dozhan. Wanxiang had predicted that the palace would meet a calamity today. Dozhan going into battle with Jisheng Cliffs would undoubtedly put the palace in peril. Lu Chan, since you can't even control the palace's people, I will help you do it, Kong Yu said coldly and stepped forward as well. With just one step, a terrifying giant elephant appeared in the skies, crushing down on everything. Sage Dozhan's fists flew across the air and a golden glowing fist caused the giant elephant to implode. Humph!
Kongyo humped coldly and looked at Yifutian, who was protected by Dozhan.
He said coldly, I said that whoever dares to stop Jisheng Cliffs will be killed. What makes you think that you can protect him? As his voice landed, he stepped forward.
Multiple giant elephants crushed down on them, and Sage Dozhan's body emitted brilliant light, his Dozhan body keeping them at bay.
Master! Yifutian raised his head and looked at Sage Dozhan, then turned to look at Lu Chan with a frigid expression, saying, Is this the path that you have insisted on following? Lu Chan fell silent. At that moment, the other experts from the Jisheng Cliffs walked towards Yifutian, releasing their rule power. Little brother, a voice sounded and Yifutian was stunned. He then lowered his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person dressed in simple clothing walking towards him. As he saw the figure, Yifutian lowered his head in disappointment. Even Big Brother came? Even he had been implicated in this turmoil. Big Brother! Yifutian called out to him. Brother! Zhuge Mingyue saw the figure and her gaze was also fixed on him. She had not seen her big brother for many years, but he was still the same as before. Calm, simple, so ordinary yet extraordinary.
Many people looked at the figure who had appeared. Zhuge Mingyue and Yifutian's brother? Another person from the Eastern Barren territory. But what difference would he make?
The Holy Ji Palace has already given the order to arrest you and Dong Lu. Why do you even harbor any hopes for them? The Sword Saint looked at Yifutian and continued saying, What holy land is this? What a disgrace to its reputation. Yifutian fell silent. This situation could only be resolved by the palace, so he still had hopes for it. However, even after he had revealed his potential, he was not even given the chance to prove himself. Big brother, why did you come? Yifutian sighed. The cottage's disciples are being bullied and master is not around. As the big brother, how could I not show up? The Sword Saint smiled and continued, Even if we have to fight to the death, I should be the first. As he said that, he took out the broadsword on his back. Broadsword will rushed into the broadsword and broke its seal. In an instant, terrifying dark energy devoured the Sword Saint's body, engulfing every part of his body. A terrifying dark aura washed all over the place at the very next moment. Dark flowing light filled the space with the Sword Saint at the center. Every streak of light containing fearsome blade will. What kind of ritual implement is this? Everyone's eyes froze as they stared at the blade in the Sword Saint's hand. The blade seemed to have forbidden powers. These powers were being unraveled bit by bit at that very moment. The power emanating from the blade rushed into every corner of the Sword Saint's body, filling up his blood and even his soul. The Sword Saint felt as if his body was being torn apart. Every single part of his body was in indescribably great pain. It was as if the streaks of blade will course throughout his body with impunity, threatening to cut him to pieces. The pain was more than enough to crush someone's will before killing them. Dark whirlpools seemed to have formed from his eyes. At that very instant, the Sword Saint felt the power within the blade and that it was no longer just a weapon forged from power of rules. The blade had a soul. The Sword Saint seemed to see many demonic projections within the blade. The demonic spirits manifested as terrifying, devouring whirlpool. The dark aura emanating from the blade connected the heavens and the earth, causing boundless power to flow in reverse, devoured by the darkness of the demonic blade. The Sword Saint felt as if he was on the verge of being devoured by the power of that very blade. Regardless of how powerful a ritual implement was, it was limited by the one using it. He was only at the level of a magi, which meant that even if he was given an incredibly formidable ritual implement, he would still have had a hard time bringing out its full power due to the limitations of his own powers. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, the Sword Saint felt as if the blade had been crafted by the gray-robed figure just for him. The weapon matched well with the arts he trained in. Just what kind of a ritual implement is this? Many watched the scene unfolding before them in shock. The Sword Saint's plane was not all that high, and in the eyes of many he was simply walking to his own death. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, they felt themselves trembling within as if some power that got them feeling fear resided in the blade itself. Kongyao watched how the boundless dark aura in the air looked like vines, devouring the powers of the world in a frenzy. That blade was definitely a very high-level holy item. He had never thought he would have encountered such holy items in the barren state, and he deemed it crucial to get his hands on it. Such saint-level ritual implements were only accessible to saints back in Jisheng Cliffs, but if it was something that he had acquired for himself, he would have been allowed to keep it. If he were to hand it over to Jisheng Cliffs, he would have been given another one in return, instead of simply adding more to their collection. A cultivator trained in the demonic arts. Kong Yao's expression was cold as he said, "That is someone who is trained in demonic ways. What is the Holy Ji Palace doing keeping their hands to themselves with someone like that before us?" Demonic arts. Yi Futian looked at his eldest brother. Since when did he train in demonic methods? Furthermore, the blade was a very powerful one. It was a demonic blade. Reverse. A cold voice was uttered by the sword saint. The spiritual chi and power of rules seemed to have flowed in his body in reverse, being devoured by both the human and the weapon. Dark patterns appeared all over his body, as if he had been clad in a piece of terrifying dark armor. He held the blade in his hand tight, as if both of them had merged into a single being. Demon. The sword saint took one step forward and one demonic shadow after another appeared around him. Dark aura that felt even more terrifying whipped about in the air. He held the demonic blade up high and veins were seen popping all over him. Kong Yao's expression changed and said, "Look out!" He sensed a sliver of danger. "Kill!" The blade was brought down as soon as he finished talking. The streaks of dark aura all materialized into curved blades and lashed out. "Get away!" Kong Yao roared. The Jisheng Cliff's mighty ones had initially surrounded Yi Futian and the others. When the blade was brought down, everyone was within range of the blade's attack. Retreat. Everyone from the major forces all backed away and evaded the dark blade as it swooped through the air as they went down. PFFTT. Some of the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs closest to them ended up chopped or bisected at the waist. The power of rules proved utterly inadequate to fend off the move. Anyone who got near ended up dead. Blood sprayed all over the air. One sage-level figures after another perished right there and then. Countless eyes stared at that very scene and many felt their minds trembling. The move was definitely one wrought by one at the pinnacle of sage plane. The sword saint melded his blade work and power of rules together with the power of the blade, boosting himself enough to reach the very limit of the sage plane. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The blade was brought down the palace far away, with the peak having gashes on it. The sky stairwell was snapped. That was a holy stairwell leading into the Holy Ji Palace, a symbol that was cut up by that blade flash. Kong Yao, Nie Yen, and Gufeng all glared at the sword saint. The guy actually ended up killing so many of us from Jisheng Cliffs. One slash ended up killing over a dozen mighty ones. What are we going to tell Jisheng Cliffs when we return? Kong Yao's body trembled slightly at the thought. His face turned incredibly grim. The two previous battles did not end up achieving their goals, but Jisheng Cliffs did not suffer many losses. However, despite having gathered more mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs, they ended up losing more instead. He deemed such a result simply unacceptable. "You all will die," Kong Yao said coldly. A beam of holy light burst before him as soon as he finished. It was a very, very tall bronze holy cauldron, looking regal and elegant as it hovered in the air. Streaks of holy light emanated from it. Everyone in the boundless space felt themselves being suppressed by a very terrifying power of rules, so much so that they found it difficult to breathe and incapable of moving. Yi Futian felt that precisely. At that moment, he felt impossible just to move his leg. Such terrifying holy item. The minds of many trembled. Yuqi of Alchemy City stared at that bronze holy cauldron. Alchemy City was unable to produce a holy item of such level. It seemed that Jisheng Cliffs was determined to get their hands on it by allowing a holy item of such a level to be used by Kong Yao. That made Kong Yu almost invincible at his plane. "Open," Kong Yu said. The incredibly huge bronze holy cauldron blew up right there and then before reforming. It turned into armor-like protective gear, flying towards Kong Yao's body. Kong Yao's arms, legs, chest, and back were all clad in bronze armor in an instant. A boundlessly huge divine elephant life spirit appeared. The same type of armor appeared on all four legs of that massive divine elephant. "It can transform," Many people's eyes froze in place. Kong Yao stepped on the air below and the divine elephant shadow did the same as well. Incredible power radiated and suppressed all below it. Many were heard grunting and Sage Dozhan's battle form protected Yi Futian within it as well, preventing him from being affected. That one step vaguely cracked his battle form, a testament of how terrifying Kong Yao was when borrowing the power of holy items. He ranked 9th on the Sage ranking and was invincible throughout the entire Barren State. Now that he had one such super powerful holy item with him, there was simply no one below Saint Plain capable of getting his way. "I'll go take care of him," the Sword Saint said calmly, looking at Kong Yao. Terrifying dark light whooshed about him still. His body seemed to have grown quite a bit and took a demon form. The demonic blade was filled with boundless blade will, enlarging it and turned it into a 100-meter-long demonic blade. Streaks of dark aura burst from the demonic blade in a frenzy. The Sword Saint then took to the air, holding the demonic blade high in the air. "All who had a part in this will die," Kong Yu said coldly. His murderous intent was brimming as he stepped down. The divine elephant did the same, and one divine elephant shadow after another seemed to went on a stampede in the air, stepping down as they went. The Sword Saint swung his blade very slowly. Dark aura gathered in a frenzy, enlarging the blade, gleaming with overbearing force, lashing out at the air. Sharp noises were heard, and the divine elephant shadow was cut open by the demonic blade in the middle. The blade kept cutting at the air and headed for Kong Yao. Kong Yao's expression was ice cold. A Magi-level figure actually came at me with a ritual implement. His ritual implement was also an extremely fearsome saint-level holy item, and his plane was far higher than the Sword Saint's. One divine elephant shadow appeared after another and suppressed the air. Kong Yao shouted coldly, and he, who was clad in battle armor and combat boots, stepped out, turning into a foot of the divine elephant. The divine elephant right behind him stepped out at the same time. With a deafening rumble, the boots stepped right onto the demonic blade. Terrifying dark blade flashes lashed out in the surroundings in that very instant, and that power that seemed to be bringing everything to its knees landed onto the body of the Sword Saint. "Cut!" the Sword Saint shouted, and terrible light emanated from the blade, cutting up the rules that came at them from above. The blade and the boots stuck together and rose, with two shadows making for the sky. The blade flash was seen, and both stayed away from each other, each taking one side in the air. There were countless outside the Holy Ji Palace who lifted their heads, looking tiny. Eldest brother. Yi Futian was filled with boundless worry. Yi Futian knew that his eldest brother deliberately went at Kong Yao so as to get him away from the battlefield. Kong Yao was, after all, too powerful. At such a plane, Yi Futian would not have been able to fend off even one step from Kong Yao. Nie Yen and Gu Feng moved once again, fighting Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong. Nie Yen said coldly, "Isn't the Holy Ji Palace going to do anything?" Yi Futian glanced at Lu Chan, but he heard Yu Qi said, "This is a feud between Jisheng Cliffs and Yi Futian. As the sacred ground of the Barren State, it would be better for the Holy Ji Palace to stay out of this. Even though they might not be able to carry out what they believe in, there should at least have some line they wouldn't cross for whatever reasons. Go!" Yan Wuji and mighty ones from Nantian House banded together at the moment and prepared to fight Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong together. They were compelled to kill those two right there and then. "Di Kai, who gave you the permission to do anything?" Yu Qi glanced at someone, appearing right before Di Kai of the Emperor family in Alchemy City. "This has nothing to do with you," Di Kai said coldly. "I'm the City Lord of Alchemy City. If you dare do anything funny, I'd have no choice but to make my move," Yu Qi said coldly as well. Su Shang got in the way of Yan Wuji at the same time and said plainly, "It is better for the Barren State forces to simply watch from the sidelines. Are you going to become Jisheng Cliff's enemies then?" The City Lord of White Cloud City stepped out and said coldly, deeming them to be on the opposite side of Jisheng Cliffs. "No," Di Kai said plainly and added, "but the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain are both Barren State forces. As such, it is best for other forces from Barren State to stay out of this." He stood across by Gu as soon as he finished. They promised to come, but they would have never asked for a fight with Jisheng Cliffs, as doing so would have given Jisheng Cliffs a reason to wage a war against them. But if Yi Futian and the others were able to get in Jisheng Cliffs' way, they were not beneath helping out a little. Although Jisheng Cliffs had saints, all 9 states were the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, which meant that Jisheng Cliffs could not simply go about as they pleased. So long as they kept themselves from acting against Jisheng Cliffs, it would be impossible for that force from Yu State to simply kill all of them despite the fact that they had done nothing. Bai Gu, City Lord of White Cloud City, was standing against Huang Yi of the Sovereign Family. Both figures were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking respectively. Su Shang and Yan Wuji both drew their swords and faced each other.
Both of them were the most powerful swordsmen found in the Barren State. One practiced the god-slaying sword while the other practiced the Wuji sword. Devastating storm of sword aura whipped around both of them. Other than that, the godly spear of Nantian was also stopped by Monk Qingdang.
Chan Yuan, Mu Chuan, and Long Ao got in the way of the head of the Sacred Fire sect. Almost all who came to watch the fight were embroiled in the storm, and it seemed as if a war was about to begin. Yi Futyan, the one standing at the center of the storm, looked at everything around him feeling mixed. They were many seniors and elders who came out to fight for his sake. While none of them actually clashed directly with Jisheng Cliffs, it was a sentiment he would hold close to his heart. There were many who were simply little more than mere acquaintances to him, and they had only met several times, so much so that they had almost no relation to speak of.
The most that could have been said was that he was acquainted with people of their later generations and he trained with them in the Holy Ji Palace. That was all far less than adequate to actually have such great figures getting involved with such a mess. Lu Chan remained standing where he was as he scanned the place. The fiercest battle was the one taking place in midair. That was a battle between those at their pinnacle, a battle fought between the best below the sage plane.
Kong Yao controlled the divine elephant and unleashed its rules to the limit with the bronze holy item as support. Every single attack felt as if the earth was about to collapse, being crushed under his feet. The Sword Saint's blade flashes shot through the air, and boundless aura and power of rules seemed to have flowed into his body in reverse. Every single slash felt as if it was capable of cutting the space apart. Lu Chan admitted that even if he were to fight one of them, he would have been suppressed. He had never expected the eldest brother of Yi Futyan, who came from the Eastern Barren Territory, actually had a demonic blade which was capable of producing such terrifying power. He had also never expected the Sovereign Family, Alchemy City, Sushang, and many others ranked in high places on the Barren Sky ranking would have actually acted and fought for Yi Futyan. Lu Chan felt that he was able to vaguely understand such feelings. They were not asking for anything in return. In fact, the risk of getting involved in this battle far exceeded the reward. Jisheng Cliffs was, after all, a true force with saints, and what they did there was similar to what the Holy Ji Palace had been doing to protect Bai Luli. Those people went to appreciate a talent so immensely that they were unwilling to let someone with potential for sainthood perish right there and then, which was why they were willing to do anything in their power to fight for Yi Futyan.
Lu Chan appreciated such an attitude immensely and he was unable to blame those who acted. There was no right or wrong in that particular case. If there was anyone or anything to be blamed, it would have been fate. He turned his gaze at Yi Futyan, which became incredibly determined in an instant. His eyes glowed with determination to see his way through as if he had made a resolution. Take him, Lu Chan said coldly. Lu Chan. Sage Dozhan stood by Yi Futyan's side and protected him. He shouted in anger and his large eyes were filled with coldness.
Lu Chan actually ordered to take Yi Futyan down?
Isn't all this enough already? The boy has already shown his extreme genius level of talents and potential for sainthood. Many top-tier figures came to stand by Yi Futyan and are willing to fight for him. Dozhan, Lu Chan shouted, I understand what you're thinking, but what I'm doing here is for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace and for the Barren State. There is no other choice with things coming to this state. The only thing to do to end all this is to take him. If you still remember who you are, then move aside. Many mighty ones ranked on Barren Sky ranking moved and fought for none other than Yi Futyan. Almost all who ranked top 10 seemed to have gotten themselves involved in this mess, and Jisheng Cliffs was adamant to take him.
If things were to escalate any further, it would be anyone's guess what would become of the Barren State and how many forces would be in jeopardy. It would have been a catastrophe involving all of the Barren State. The end had long been decided, and it was up to Lu Chan to end it all. For the Holy Ji Palace, for Barren State. Sage Dozhan turned his eyes to look at the Holy Ji Palace and said, I've said it once. The Holy Ji Palace has rotted and so it should be reconfigured. There is no construction without destruction, yet you remained attached to how the place is now, Luchan. If that is the case, there is no hope for the Holy Ji Palace's restoration. Having the barren state be great again is all but a delusion. You have no courage to face it all, and yet you want to create a saint. But just think about it. Are those legendary figures something you can just simply create? Dozhan, the barren state is already a mess, and I don't want to see the Holy Ji Palace splintering. I don't want to fight you, Luchan said, looking at Sage Dozhan. Then I guess I'll have to see for myself what you're capable of, Palace Lord. Sage Dozhan took a step forward, and his Dozhan body stood regal and tall in the air, looking immensely solemn and imposing. Brother! Sage Jingang looked at that scene and did not know how to feel. Luchan kept his eyes still at Sage Dozhan and went silent for a moment. He then said, Tianxing. Sage Tianxing walked up just as soon as Luchan, a sword appearing in his hand. The sword looked to be the sword of punishment, shining bright with light of punishment and pulsing with devastating flashes. Sage Dozhan looked at the scene and said, very disappointed, I take it that you even got the holy item prepared then? Dozhan, you know this sword. It is the sword of punishment left behind by the previous saint. He who holds this sword will be in charge of all punishments going on in the Holy Ji Palace. One could advise with the sword in hand even if the Palace Lord were to turn their back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. Are you sure you want to turn your back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace? Sage Tianxing said while staring at Sage Dozhan. Teacher, just let it be. Yifutian was seen with immense disappointment. He had come with the intention of getting even just to get an opportunity to fight by Luli, to prove to the Holy Ji Palace that they were wrong. However, things happened just as he had expected. The Holy Ji Palace never even gave him a chance. Lu Chan remained fixated at his own, well, even though he had gone showcasing his talents. The Holy Ji Palace was now determined to take him down. As such, it would have changed nothing even if his eldest brother was to participate in all that. Just as Lu Chan put it himself, the end had already been decided, and there was simply no need for more unnecessary sacrifices, getting so many seniors and elders into the mess by fighting for his sake. He looked at Lu Chan and felt immensely disappointed. He was disappointed at the place that he used to train in. Futian, this is more than just your fight now. It is now my fight too. Sage Dozhan said, this concerns my beliefs. I've always thought that my ordeal would take place during the path to attaining sainthood, but I never thought it'd happen right inside the Holy Ji Palace. What irony indeed. Sage Dozhan walked out as soon as he finished. Limitless power burst and dazzling golden lights permeated through his body. Dozhan, you're a really stubborn one indeed, Sage Tianxing said coldly. He took one step and terrifying power of rules permeated the air around them. He gathered aura with his hand and lashed out with the sword. The light of punishment took the form of crosses and hashtags, crisscrossing with each other as they cut the air before them. Boom! Sage Dozhan stepped out, and his body seemed divine. His tan skin burst with dazzling golden light. He stood still when the attack came, letting the light cut on his physical body. However, they left only gashes and were unable to break him open. Sage Dozhan, the #1 body refiner in the barren state. His body had been refined to the limits of refinement. He lifted his fist and threw out a punch. An incredibly huge golden arm appeared in the air, lifting its fist high and bringing it down on Sage Tianxing. Sage Tianxing's expression was incredibly cold. Such was the boundless power of Sage Dozhan, Lord of Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace, and the one who ranked 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. His rules were power itself, extreme forces capable of shaking anything and everything. Sage Tianxing continued lashing out with his sword, a huge golden net appearing before them, formed by countless light of punishment in cross form, covering the incoming overbearing punch and cutting it up right there and then. Boundless light glimmered and that huge fist of power was torn apart, yet the extremely overbearing fist will continued its path. Sage Tianxing slashed with his sword. Only then was he able to stop the attack. His body was thrown backward and he looked incredibly distressed. He was still a lord of the Tianxing Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace, after all. Yet he was still thrown back in a fight despite being armed with a ritual implement. Sage Tianxing held the sword tight, and another even more terrifying power burst from his body. His beaming eyes looked at the air above and beams of light appeared. Countless streaks of light of punishment appeared and formed the word of punishment, circling around Sage Dojan's body and went on to cover everything in it.
Sage Tianqing stood in the center of all that as if he was the master of punishment.
Dojan, stand back. Your physical body might be powerful, but you cannot do anything facing the sword of punishment, Sage Tianqing said coldly, and sword aura flowed into the countless light of punishment around them, ready to unleash terrifying killing moves anytime.
Tianqing, you might still be in charge of punishments in the Holy Ji Palace, but you have lost your beliefs, Sage Dojan said, and even more powerful light burst out of his body. The 7-star acupoints went all open from the top of his head to all of his limbs. Dazzling light burst through his body, and Sage Dojan looked as if he was a god of war at the moment. He lifted his arms high and with a roar threw both of his fists in the air. Countless huge golden fists filled the air in an instant, lashing out at the void.
Kill! Sage Tianqing yelled coldly. Countless killing beams emanating from the word of punishment clashed with the golden fists punching through the air, exploding violently. Sage Tianqing's body broke out like a bolt of lightning and lashed out with his sword, throwing punishment of light, intending to pierce the Dojan body. Break! Sage Tianqing roared, and boundless light of punishment exploded with that sword move.
Sage Dojan's body was immensely formidable, yet there was no stopping the sword of a saint. Sage Dojan clenched his fist, and his battle form looked like an indestructible god of war. Boundless light shone, breaking up that invincible body bit by bit. The sword arrived as cracks formed. Countless beams of light pierced through, yet at the same time, Sage Dojan's arm lashed out and his battle form threw out an overbearing punch at Sage Tianqing as well. Devastating light whipped around the surrounding air. The battle form exploded and was destroyed.
Sage Dojan's physical body was pierced and streaks of blood were seen. But at the same time, Sage Tianqing was sent flying with one punch. The bones all over his body were shattered. If Sage Dojan had not been pulling punches, refraining from going all out, Sage Tianqing would have died.
Lu Chan and the others from the Holy Ji Palace were practically frozen at the scene, staring at Sage Dojan feeling speechless. Sage Tianqing was unable to fight anymore, and Sage Dojan's unbreakable body of the god of war was dripping blood, pierced by power of rules. However, his body remained standing tall and proud. Lu Chan apparently never thought Sage Tianqing, who was fighting using divine implements, would have ended up fighting such a bloody battle with Sage Dojan. The lord of the number 2 palace of the Holy Ji Palace had a body that was indestructible. It suffered attacks from divine implements yet stayed completely intact and went on to pummel Sage Tianqing until he lost all capacity for combat. If Sage Dojan had not been going easy on him due to both of them studying in the same place, there would have been no way Sage Tianqing would have survived that one punch Sage Dojan launched directly on his body.
Teacher, Yu Futian said softly. Although Sage Dojan was his teacher when he was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dojan actually spent little time teaching, and they both hardly saw each other much. However, Yi Futian remembered Sage Dojan's words very clearly when he was teaching, saying that his body was unlike any other, capable of withstanding all manners of attack. But it was not the case with the others, as he was able to bring them down with little more than one strike. Sage Dojan did what he claimed he was able to do right there and then. Yi Futian never thought of roping others in, yet many great figures fought for his sake at the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wondered what they saw in him.
Something that his teacher stood against the Holy Ji Palace for, something that enabled his teacher to fight for him, putting his life on the line. Lu Chan, while this is the first time I've seen him, my daughter told me to come see for myself. With so many mighty ones willing to fight for his sake, is that inadequate for you to change your mind? Lord Yun of the Ice Temple said. Lu Chan glanced at her and sighed to himself. The very moment he saw Yi Futian unleash his talent, there was simply no way he would have stayed unmoved. He too questioned himself, but with things having come so far, there was simply no turning back. I have gathered all 6 palaces and pavilions to discuss you, and we granted you permission to enter the Sage Hall. Even with the incident in Crouching Dragon Mountain, I remain steadfast in the decision to allow you to return to the palace and enter the Sage Hall. The only thing I asked was that you stop interfering with what was happening in Crouching Dragon Mountain. If you had agreed to it, none of this would have happened. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said, to have my second sister married to Bai Luli, paving his path to sainthood, yet my third brother would be taken away by Jisheng Cliffs? Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and asked, what did they do wrong? What did anyone do wrong? Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian, who returned the gaze.
It's time for all of this to end. There is no need to bring more people into this. Lu Chan then said, Daozong, take Dozhan away. Sage Daozong chuckled bitterly. Did everything need to come to this? Teacher. A voice was heard far away from the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Daozong turned around and saw Yun Shuixing. Phoenix and other students appeared. There was no way he would not have been able to read what they meant with the look in their eyes. When Yi Futian was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, he was once the champion of the low rank and many had taken his guidance. Yi Futian's prestige in his batch had no match. Many of the younger generations were friendly with Yi Futian, and it was due to this that the battle royale happened that day. Daozong, the Sword Palace is not taking part in what is happening today. A voice was heard somewhere. Sage Daozong turned around and found the voice to be coming from the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon had defied Lu Chan before. With him making an open announcement that he was not taking part, it also apparently meant that he did not wish to see Sage Daozong taking part in any of this.
Sage Daozong sighed. There was no right and wrong. Everyone had their own reasons for doing what they did. It was also an undeniable fact that things had reached a point of no return. Lu Chan saw Sage Daozong hesitate and he sighed as well. Yi Futian was able to gather many of the best the Barren State had to offer at the palace, had the Lord of the Battle Sage Palace fight for his sake, and caused the Sword Demon and Sage Daozong to turn against his will. It was obvious that everyone was shaken. However, he alone would have never wavered. Even if everyone around him thought him to be a vile criminal, he would shoulder it all. He walked and a terrifying aura descended from above, covering Yi Futian's body. Dozhan stepped forward as well. Dozhan, are you still insisting on doing this? Lu Chan stared at Sage Dozhan and said, are you really going to fight me? I fight for my beliefs and I don't need to hesitate. Make your move, Sage Dozhan said, and his body remained tall and proud. You are right indeed. If it is a fight for one's beliefs, there is indeed no need to hesitate. Lu Chan stepped forward and pointed his finger in the air. The finger shot through the air in a split second, as if countless lights of minute particles fell onto Sage Dozhan's body. He naturally knew what the Assistant Palace Lord, the one who ranked third on the Barren Sky ranking, was capable of. He shouted and stood still with his body like an ancient god. His skin went red as if burned with fire. Fiery golden sheen burst forth as if his body was some indestructible ritual implement. However, Sage Dozhan's body exploded again and again as the light of the particles hit him. It was as if he was being bombarded by some devastating force. Blood splattered and his body was sent flying backward. He was barely able to stand when he went into the fight, and there was no way he could fight Lu Chan. Lu Chan stepped forward, bringing his unparalleled, imposing might to bear. Enough. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and said, I'll leave with you. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian. Hopefully everything would end here. You were never wrong. So why do you need to leave with him? A spectral voice was heard. Lu Chan and Yi Futian both turned around, seeing a pure, flawless figure standing not far behind Yi Futian. Who are you? Lu Chan cast a glance at the girl who appeared out of nowhere. Her bearing was pure as if she was some mystical being. I'm Hua Qingqing, a student of Monk Qingdeng, the girl said. What are you doing here? Yi Futian looked at Hua Qingqing and said, Hua Qingqing, go back to where your teacher is. Hua Qingqing shook her head. She turned to look at Lu Chan and said, I've asked my teacher if I should come. He asked me to follow my heart. Palace Lord Lu, your stubbornness for the sake of the palace runs deep and your eyes are no longer still and clear. Seems that your mind has wavered. Why not ask yourself earnestly before you decide on anything? A student of Qingdeng, right? Lu Chan looked at Hua Qingqing and said, I'm not going to do anything to you, seeing that you are one of my juniors. Leave now. I understand my own mind. I'm not wrong in my assessment, Hua Qingqing said insistently. Lu Chan glanced at her plainly and said nothing. He turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said everything started because of him and everything should end with him. Don't touch him. Yet another cold voice was heard. Lu Chan was stunned as he saw another silhouette around. It was to an extremely beautiful girl. The sight of those two girls standing together made everything else in the world seem to lose color. Hua Jiu, what is the point of you showing up? Lu Chan asked coldly. Hua Jiu's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian turned his head around to look at her, letting out a bitter laugh. He and the Black Wind Condor shared spiritual powers, and it was only natural for him to know what happened. She had actually sneaked up on the bird. Who asked you to come? Yi Futian said with a tinge of anger in his voice. Hua Jiu turned her eyes at him and lowered her head for a little bit, seemingly feeling wronged. However, her eyes were incredibly clear, and she said with great determination, I won't let them touch you. Stop fooling around and go home. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu and said, No. Hua Jiu shook her head and said, I want to try. She closed her eyes after she finished talking. Terrifying aura emanated from within her body, engulfing her body. Extremely powerful spiritual power was unleashed from the middle of her brow, which seemed to be something unshackled as her spiritual will was being encroached. A shadow seemed to begin to form from her body. It all seemed as if there was another soul resting within Hua Jiu's body. At that very moment, Hua Jiu recalled that scene back in Xianxia House. Back in Xianxia House that day, she saw a mysterious figure asking if she feared death. She said yes. For him, there was nothing to fear. Jiu. Yi Futian went pale as he looked at the changes on Hua Jiu's body. What is happening? What is going on? Is there something wrong with Jiu? Lu Chan's pupils were dilated as he stared at the changes on Hua Jiu's body. The illusory shadow began to take tangible shape. Hua Jiu's hair was flapping around in rage as another face began to take over her own. It was a face that was cold as a witch's, exuding bone-chilling frost like no other. At that moment, it seemed as if two people were sharing one body instead of there being a single person. What kind of witchcraft is this? Lu Chan stared at Hua Jiu and asked, You're weak. If I were to unleash my power on a weak divine spiritual sorcerer such as you, there is no way you would be able to withstand it. Your spiritual will would simply dissipate and you would die. A voice said in Hua Jiu's mind, a voice that was bone-chilling. It doesn't matter. Just unleash your power to the limit. Hua Jiu answered. As you wish, a voice answered. At the very next moment, Hua Jiu's body shook violently, as if her spiritual will was forcefully taken away from her body. The power spread through the air as an extremely overbearing will melded with her spiritual will, controlling the powers of her surroundings. She bit her lip and blood dripped from her mouth. Her long hair and her clothes flapped around wildly in the air. The power of the pearl in her mind was cranked to max, which served to diminish the pain she was experiencing. Boom. Her spiritual will seemed to have completely blown apart as unending pain emerged. Terrifying spiritual will power shot out to her surroundings. At the very moment, everything seemed crystal clear and everything seemed to be put under her control. Lu Chan looked at Hua Jiu. He felt somehow that he was watching some godly figure before him, that fearsome figure standing in the air, a witch of near-limitless power, with her jet-black hair flapping about. He was able to sense that if that girl was not living within Hua Jiu and had instead possessed her own body, there was no way he would have been a match for her. That figure was probably someone of the Saint Plane. He was puzzled as to why a being of such power existed within Hua Jiu. I'll handle her, you all take Yi Futian. Lu Chan ordered the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Incredibly divine light burst from Hua Qingqing as well. Her figure floated before Yi Futian and the divine light seemed to be burning her body up. She turned into a lotus lamp. The light emanated from the middle of the lamp was incredibly bright, emanating light onto her surroundings. Tremendously powerful spiritual power emerged from within, and the lotus lamp floated lightly towards Yi Futian. The lotus lamp fell before Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing's silhouette was vaguely seen as the lamplight shone at the middle of Yi Futian's brow. Yi Futian's spiritual power radiated through the vast surroundings around him. His entire body seemed to have become dazzlingly bright. It was as if he was a regal ancient Buddha. Sounds of chantings were heard around in the air, resonating with Yi Futian's spiritual will. Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian spoke telepathically. It is me, experiencing the power in tranquility. Hua Qingqing returned.
Yi Futian felt as if the power of spiritual qi and rules resonated with his own spiritual powers. Those violent scenes of battle melded with his mind, resulting in his spiritual powers becoming incredibly powerful. Lu Chan shivered inside again. Monk Qingdeng had taken in a student of very special talents. However, Lu Chan himself cared little about matters of the younger generation outside of those studying in the Holy Ji Palace. He had never expected that this student would have been that special. Is that lamp the Sarira lamp told in Buddhist legends? Is the Buddhist theory of reincarnation real? Why do so many mystical, special people keep appearing around Yi Futian? I'd like to hear that song on Sky Mountain, Hua Qingxing's voice said inside Yi Futian's mind. She loved the sound of the guqin as well. Yi Futian nodded and conjured a guqin before him. It was the guqin belonging to Lu Guangxing, the nine-fingered guqin devil, as well as the guqin in the Guqin Valley of the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan stepped out and pointed at Yi Futian. Beams of the finger's power shot forth, bringing boundless light to the air. Hua Jieyu stepped forward and unleashed her life spirit. She wore an incredibly dazzling crown and looked absolutely overbearing. Her pitch-black eyes looked at Lu Chan, and a formless spiritual wall appeared all of a sudden. The godlike wall halted all of the beams raining down before blowing them up, bringing incredibly devastating power to bear. The most powerful power a divine spiritual sorcerer lies within their thoughts, which are able to reach the gods. A cold voice was heard in Hua Jieyu's mind. At the very next moment, Hua Jieyu felt that incredibly powerful spiritual will power taking form in some formless hand. Lashing out directly at Lu Chan's shapeless handprints appeared all over the air. Lu Chan felt as if his spiritual willpower was directly sealed. He looked at that power which permeated the space with a very awful expression. Break! Terrifying spiritual willpower burst, manifesting into countless spots of light tearing that formless power apart. However, Hua Jieyu moved forward right afterward, and her steps made Lu Chan feel tremendous pressure bearing on him. He, of course, knew that it was not Hua Jieyu that he was facing, but some cultivator who was like Hua Jieyu and probably a divine spiritual sorcerer at the same plane, who was simply borrowing Hua Jieyu's body and will to unleash her powers. Did some divine spiritual sorcerer at the same plane whose physical body was destroyed take an interest in Hua Jieyu? Thunder punishment. A cold voice was heard from Hua Jieyu's mouth. Streaks of spiritual lightning fell from the heavens. The attack seemed to be taking no form still, bombarding Lu Chan's mind directly. He felt as if his will was going to be torn to shreds. The attack was simply too terrifying as there were no signs to read. It was a spiritual-type spell attack that went straight for his mind, after all. A bright light flashed in Lu Chan's hand and a fearsome ritual implement was conjured in his hand. That was a willow whip. The aura emanating from it was powerful enough to shake souls. It was also a fearsome offensive ritual implement passed down through the generations in the Holy Ji Palace, the god-beating whip. Lu Chan flicked his arm and swung the whip around, tearing that formless attack apart in no time. Hua Jieyu grunted. Her attacks were unleashed from her spiritual will, and any attacks she suffered would also directly hurt her mind. Music was heard in the air from another direction while they were still facing off. The spiritual qi in the air seemed to have been affected by the sound of the guqin, flowing in a rather special rhythm. Sad, withered tones were heard in the song. The Ukiyo song sounded rather different being played at such a time and place. Many who were fighting turned their attention to Yi Futian. A terrible storm seemed to have whipped around his body and was spreading out in his surroundings in a frightening speed, seemingly out to take control of all the spiritual qi in the air. Do it! A cold voice was heard. It was Xianxia of the Ning clan. He led a group of mighty ones from Tianqing Pavilion and went for Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed oblivious to all of that as he kept his low playing his guqin. The rhythm of the song was a fast and torrential one. Glittering lights enveloped Yi Futian's body, shining in sync with that lotus lamp. Xianxia went up to the air right above Yi Futian, holding a golden halberd, then shot straight down for Yi Futian. Beams of light from the halberd shot forth with the full intention of killing Yi Futian where he sat. There were also few others who went attacking Yi Futian as well. No one had expected the fights that day to be so violent, not even Yi Futian himself. Terrifying attacks came at him, yet the spiritual qi moving with a mystical flow in the air turned into power of rules. The beams of the golden halberd halted right before Yi Futian, as if they were frozen in place. They stopped short of piercing through Yi Futian's brain. The frozen space grew wider and wider, and Ning Xian found his body getting stiff as the wave of frozen space reached him. The space where he was became completely frozen, and everything seemed to be reaching an absolute halt. Ning Xian's expression turned as he lowered his head to look Yi Futian. Is that lotus lamp amplifying his powers? How can he be this powerful? The sound of the guqin was still around. Ning Xian felt his spiritual power severely restricted. It was as if he had no way of melding his will with his surrounding spiritual qi. It was not just him who suffered, as everyone who moved against Yi Futian suffered the same feeling. The wind blew and turned into a terrifying hurricane capable of tearing everything apart. That hurricane went straight for Ning Xian and the others around him. Ning Xian reached out to sense the hurricane's power, and his expression turned for the worse. The hurricane was an offensive spell imbued with powers of rules of wind, instead of just pure wind power. He wanted to escape but found his movements extremely sluggish, as if he had no way of moving. The hurricane cut through the air like blades as it sped at them, which then landed cuts on all of their throats. Ning Xian's body shivered as it went limp, his eyes filled with terror. Zhhhh. Splattering sounds continued to be heard as everyone who moved against Yi Futian had their throats slit. The sword demon and sage Daozong closed their eyes as the scene before them unfolded, feeling pity for those Yi Futian killed. They were, after all, still mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace. But can we blame Yi Futian for doing this? Having been cornered like this, Yi Futian probably has no love left for the Holy Ji Palace. We can't expect this former student of the Holy Ji Palace to show any more mercy. They all knew that Yi Futian came to the palace without expecting to leave alive. He wanted only a chance to let the Holy Ji Palace allow him to fight by Luli, so as to prove himself and change the will of the palace. It was a chance he did not get, and that set the ending in motion. However, what happened right there was probably far beyond what Yi Futian had expected. There were many who did not want him dead, and that included many of the great figures in Barren State. Sage Tianxing's face turned incredibly sour as he witnessed that very scene. All of those who were killed were mighty ones from Tianxing Pavilion. Spiritual will burst from his trembling body. The divine sort of punishment shot out to the air. While his body was unable to move, his spiritual will was still intact, and it was still possible for him to guide the sword to kill Yi Futian. Extremely cold, murderous intent was seen in Sage Tianxing's eyes. Light of punishment glittered as the sword got closer to kill Yi Futian. Stop. Hua Jiyu turned around. Her terrifying spiritual thought ordered the sword to stop right there and then. However, Lu Chan's god-beating whip struck and she grunted, spewing blood, and her face turned ashen. Kill! Yi Futian shouted in rage. His voice was extremely cold. Sage Tianxing, who was standing far away, was able to feel the power of rules which enabled the space to be frozen. That instant was followed by golden vines going straight for him like blades. Sage Tianxing's pupils dilated as he attempted to resist by trying to control the power of rules, but quickly found all such powers around him were rendered unusable. P18. Cold vines landed right on him, piercing his brow, throat, and heart, nailing his body to a cliff in the palace. No! Lu Chan in rage. The lord of Tianxing Pavilion had been killed right before the Holy Ji Palace. He turned his eyes to Sage Dozhan and then at the sword demon and Sage Daozong. He found a ridiculous feeling welling inside him. So this is where the true ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is? The hearts of the people of the Holy Ji Palace were divided, and then Sage Tianxing was found dead in battle. There were also many of those who ranked on the Barren Sky ranking standing against the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace that was once the beacon of faith of the Barren State. He dedicated himself to the Holy Ji Palace and the Barren State. How did it all come to this? He thought that taking out Yi Futian would be adequate to cut losses to the minimum. But how did the battles get so brutally bloody? He was unable to understand any of it. His heart trembled violently and he doubted himself. Was this the ending you wanted? Yi Futian's cold voice reverberated in Lu Chan's mind. He looked up at the young man who was still playing the guqin and Hua Jiyu who was being possessed by a saint. His hand that was holding the whip shivered. Lu Chan closed his eyes in pain. At the very next moment he swung the god-beating whip in his hand about.
Countless light of particles shone in the air, gushing at the whip. In that very instant, it seemed as if the whip had turned into a howling dragon, imbued with power out to tear everything apart. Yifutian kept his head low as he played his guqin. His spiritual will radiated in the air, enveloping his body. Power of rules of space freezing was unleashed yet again. However, the swinging whip tore the power of rules around it apart, restricting the use of the space freezing rules. Sage Wanxiang, in the Wanxiang Pavilion within the palace, looked at the Holy Ji Palace completely submerged in the light of the ordeal. The entire palace crumbled with even the main palace destroyed. Yet a light of hope seemed to have emerged from the ruins of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Wanxiang trembled violently within. How did things turn out this way? Was Dozhan really right about it all? Lu Chan unleashed terrifying powers with the god-beating whip in his hand. Countless particles coalesced into an appalling storm, swallowing everything in its path and headed for both Yifutian and Hua Jieyu like a dragon. Every single particle that formed the dragon was imbued with the tremendous power of rules, and with the power of the whip added to it, no being below the Saint Plane would have survived its attack. Hua Jieyu came to stand before Yifutian. The voice in her mind said, "If I were to resist such a force, it would exceed the limit that your mind can take. Do it." Hua Jieyu closed her eyes and went burning her spiritual will thoroughly, cranking her power to the maximum. Her hair flapped around again as a terrifying power melded with her spiritual will, enveloping her entire surroundings. "Follow my lead and one strike will rob him of his capacity to fight," that voice said, and Hua Jieyu nodded. Their melded will burst and seemed to fill every corner of the space. Jieyu. Yifutian's fingers ran across the strings of the guqin. The will of the guqin was cranked to the absolute limit, rendering everything under the heavens under his command. A true star appeared with him and Hua Jieyu at the center. All powers under the heavens melded with the star and manifested as the power of rules of the stars. The power increasingly expanded, heading for Lu Chan. The frightening dragon clashed with the giant star, and a terrifying rumble was heard. The space around them seemed to have exploded. Devastating storms whipped in the air maniacally. Yet the god-beating whip maintained its course without stopping. At that very moment, the wills of Hua Jieyu and the being within her enveloped the entire space, invading Lu Chan's spiritual will. Lu Chan seemed to have witnessed a saint walking in his direction, intending to enter his mind. With one's thoughts as a catalyst, with the gods as a sacrifice. A voice that sounded like two people speaking said. The words spoken by the compounded voice resounded with a powerful impact. "Forbidden spell, judgment," that voice said once again in an imposing manner that shook the hearts of all within earshot. At that very moment, the silhouette of the saint seemed to have invaded directly. Lu Chan felt as if his spiritual will was being executed by some terrifying killing spell. His expression was an extremely pained one as his face twisted about before he lashed out at the silhouette with the whip. Space freezing. Yifutian cranked his power to the limit as well, rendering Lu Chan's movements incredibly sluggish. Lu Chan then let out a low roar. The veins on his arms popped as he shook off the shackles of rules. He lashed out with the whip, shattering all power of rules around him, and then sending it straight for Yifutian. The whip exploded in rage as Lu Chan disregarded his own well-being to attack. The whip tore apart all power of rules as it went all the way for Yifutian's head. The lotus lamp shone brilliantly with divine light, enveloping Yifutian within. Yet, the whip maintained its course and a clear crack of the whip was heard. The lotus lamp was no more and Hua Qingqing spewed blood before Yifutian, her face completely ashen. The aftershock hit Yifutian all the same. His soul trembled as he spewed blood. At the very same time, Lu Chan grunted. His aura diminished at frightening speed as his eyes remained glaring at the space before him. That silhouette stood right before him as frightening power of judgment rampaged in his mind, threatening to tear it apart. He cranked his spiritual power to the max. His robe billowed wildly as blood dripped continuously from the corner of his mouth. Lu Chan grunted again after a while. His aura diminished as if he had used up all the power in him. At the same time, Hua Jieyu spewed blood from her mouth as she wobbled about, making it seem almost impossible for her to stand. "Who are you?" Lu Chan asked coldly. It was apparent that the being within Hua Jieyu was a saint. There was no response.
Yi Futian then glanced at Hua Qingqing. I'm all right. See to her. A smile was seen on Hua Qingqing's ashen face. It was as pure and flawless as ever, with a tinge of sadness in it. Yi Futian smiled a rather pitiful smile himself. He walked towards Hua Jieyu without saying much to Hua Qingqing.
He then shouted, Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's body fell backward. Yi Futian cradled her while he was trembling deep within. He felt extremely terrified inside. Jieyu. Yi Futian extended his shaking hand and touched his face, feeling tears at the corner of his eye.
Idiot. Why are you crying? Tears were found at Hua Jieyu's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. She then said to him gently, I'm feeling rather tired. Futian, do you think I'll die? No, Jieyu. Promise me you'll be fine. Yi Futian held her tight in his arms. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded and said, Futian. Look at Hua Qingqing. She's just like a fairy. Lulan is a good girl too. She'll take care of you. Tears rolled from the corner of her eyes. Don't say anything, Jieyu. You'll be fine. You will definitely will be, Yi Futian said with a trembling voice. A few people came to them. They were Phoenix, Yun Shuixing, Mu Zhiqiu, and the others, all from the Holy Ji Palace. Phoenix took out a pill and fed it to Hua Jieyu, saying, Your mind suffered massive damage. Don't say anything anymore. Take the pill and rest.
You will be fine. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded at Phoenix and swallowed the pill after looking at Yi Futian with a smile. She then closed her eyes slowly. Lu Chan. Yi Futian's voice went extremely cold as he glared at Lu Chan. I never thought of hurting her. Lu Chan sighed.
He then looked at Yi Futian and said, All that I did was to end all of this. You still to refuse to admit you were wrong, even at this very moment. Yi Futian smirked sarcastically and sorrowfully. Lu Chan. A voice was heard from the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan turned around and saw a few people walking in his direction. The one who took the lead looked incredibly withered and old. His aura was wilting, and he looked as if he could die at any minute. There were two others by his side, Sage Wanxiang and Bai Luli. Assistant Palace Lord, Sage Wanxiang could not help but utter, seeing Lu Chan so incredibly weak, Senior, why are you out here? Lu Chan looked at the withered-looking old man. It was none other than the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the one who ranked first on the Baron Sky ranking, Sage Chunyang. Sage Chunyang turned his eyes at Yi Futian, and Sage Wanxiang did the same, before turning their eyes at the ones beside him as well as Sage Dozhan. Brutal battles were still going on in some far corners, battles fought between top-class mighty ones ranked on the Baron Sky ranking. Why has everything come to this? Sage Chunyang looked at the brutal and miserable scenes before him.
Sage Dozhan was severely injured, Sage Tianqing dead, and Lu Chan was in a grievous state as well. He looked at Yi Futian with deep, old eyes filled with sorrow. Why? Yi Futian smirked and then yelled, You tell me why.
My third brother was framed by Jisheng Cliffs. Why did the Holy Ji Palace arrest him instead?
I studied in the Holy Ji Palace and I was expelled. Even so, what did I do wrong?
I'm here today only to set things right. Yet why won't you let me? Why do you still insist that you have done no wrong, even at this very moment? Sage Chunyang listened to Yi Futian roar.
His withering eyes remained still amidst all that, and he answered, In this world, there is more than just right or wrong. So what? Yi Futian stepped forward and said sarcastically, If you want to kill me, do it. Bai Luli stepped forward at that very moment, walking towards Yi Futian and said, There is no right or wrong. If you insist on fighting, I will fight you. Is there any meaning to it anymore? Yi Futian smirked dismissively. Bai Luli took several steps more forward and said, There is. It is to prove your mind. The star wheel behind Sage Wanxiang spun. Stars shone all around them, encompassing the space in starlight. The space seemed as if it was an independent sky of stars, with star wheeling spinning and starlight covering both of them. There were only a few of them as well as others such as the Lord of Ice Temple, Phoenix, and Yun Shuixing in that space. My mind never needed to be proven. Yi Futian smiled and stepped forward. His body seemed to have burned as an incredibly bright beam of light shot up. His body became a tremendously regal beacon. The swaying light made Yi Futian look as if he was an emperor. powers of the world around them rushed at him. Under the envelopment of the divine light, Yi Futian's aura rose at frightening speed, vaguely reaching that of a mid-level sage. Lu Chan's body trembled slightly as his steps got incredibly wobbly. Yi Futian had unleashed such brilliance before when he played the Yukio song, yet that because there was Hua Qingqing boosting his powers as a lotus lamp and the Song of Kings. It was entirely normal for such a phenomenon to show under those circumstances. But it was only at this moment that Lu Chan had come to realize that the light was not something brought forth by Hua Qingqing's lotus lamp, and it was not a product brought about by the Song of Kings. It was something that truly belonged to Yi Futian. So this is the real Yi Futian? The hearts of Sage Chunyang and Sage Wanxiang trembled as they locked their gaze on him. They were able to sense that the light of emperors shining before them was higher than their own power. So much so that it almost compelled those who saw it to bow and proclaim reverence to it. Why does he possess such power? Sage Wanxiang closed his eyes and cranked the star wheel to the limit. Starlight showered from above, covering the two figures below. An heir of the Holy Ji Palace, ranked 10th on Baron Sky ranking, revered as the #1 genius in all of the Baron state. While none of this was your doing, you were the start of all this. The Holy Ji Palace chose you and they went doing everything for you. They thought whatever they did was right and so did you. You have no regrets and Lu Chan felt no guilt. You all saw yourselves to be too perfect. I never saw myself to be perfect. I did only what I saw needed to be done. Bai Luli stepped forward. Beings of lightning appeared and boundless lightning flashed about in the air around Yi Futian. Bai Luli unleashed the Eye of Devastation, looked at the sky above Yi Futian, and said, "Godly creation of all things." A silhouette looking like an ancient god appeared as soon as Bai Luli finished. The being was seen holding the heaven-shaking divine hammer, possessing the power to destroy everything in its path. Yi Futian turned his head up and his eyes burned with raging flames. A shadow of a godly ape appeared behind him and he was covered in rules of wind. He rose like a bolt of lightning at that very moment, heading straight for that giant ancient god. Bai Luli stood in the air and waved his arms. That terrifying ancient god brought the hammer in its hand down. Lightning flashed in the air as the power of rules crushed everything beneath it. Yi Futian felt appalling powers right before him. He melded his will into his surroundings and uttered a word. Freeze! The space around slowed and the movements of that ancient god seemed to have been affected. Yi Futian clenched his fists and terrifying light circled around him. His divine ape battle form took form and howled in the air. 5 out of the 7-star acupoints opened and tremendously violent power was unleashed. The giant divine ape lashed out at the ancient god with its arm as if to shake it down. The arm of the divine ape clashed with the sluggish hammer. As the punch was imbued with rules of stars, it felt as if a star had collided with the heaven-shaking divine hammer. Devastating power engulfed their surroundings and the hammer was shattered. The body of the ancient god was thrown back, and Yi Futian was thrown back as well. Lu Chan felt himself trembling inside. He closed his eyes, and his mind had been shaken. He opened his eyes and turned to his senior and sage Wanxiang and said, "Wanxiang, what did the signs say?" Wanxiang said he needed to observe the signs and his senior should not have come out. Sage Chunyang's end was near. Every time he spent any of his spiritual powers, his life force diminished, bringing his end even closer. It was impossible for them to show unless Sage Wanxiang saw some changes in the signs and informed Sage Chunyang. Assistant Palace Lord, Sage Wanxiang looked at Lu Chan and was rather reluctant to utter the words. The signs were too brutal for Lu Chan. "Lu Chan, just watch seriously," Sage Chunyang said. Lu Chan turned his deep eyes back on the two young men fighting. Yi Futian headed for Bai Luli at breakneck speed. Bai Luli's eyes turned gray as he unleashed the Eye of Devastation life spirit. Everything around him seemed to be put under the control of his spiritual will. 8 godlike silhouettes appeared in the air taking 8 different corners. Countless threads were laid out through the air with Yi Futian at the center, as if a boundless matrix was set in place. At that very moment, Yi Futian felt his surroundings and even his spiritual will were being shackled. Lines of forbidden runes appeared, hovering in every corner around his body. The ceiling of all creations held his spiritual will in a very restricted area with no way to spread out. His radiating spiritual will seemed to have been isolated, rendering him incapable of melding his spiritual will with his surroundings, which in turn heavily restricted on the means he was able to use. Even the power of the rules of space freezing would have been restricted to the space immediately around him. Yifutian looked up at Bai Luli. The light of emperors rose, and the light of all celestial bodies shone in the air in blinding brilliance. Whooshing sounds were heard as an ancient tree seemed to have been imbued with divine essence, extending for the heavens. The ancient tree grew increasingly large. A dragon of lightning circled above it, and the rock perched on one of its branches. All power of elements were melded into one and infused with the tree. The light grew increasingly dazzling, and the branches expanded. Light emanating from the ancient tree extended outside the forbidden powers, with Yifutian's spiritual power expanding with it. Both the inside and outside of the forbidden power was enveloped by Yifutian's will. He clenched his fist and punched. The huge divine ape followed suit, lashing out with a punch at its surroundings. It was as if a star trembled in the space. Cracking sounds were heard in an instant as the power of the ceiling of all creations were broken through bit by bit. Lu Chan practically went pale looking at the scene. Those are all Yifutian's life spirits? The swaying light of the ancient tree enveloped Bai Luli with the mighty power of rules brought down on him in the form of space freezing. Bai Luli felt the space he was in almost ground to a halt, before sensing Yifutian charge at him at top speed. The power of the Eye of Devastation was cranked to the limit as Bai Luli went tearing himself away from the power of rules of space freezing. His Eye of Devastation glared at Yifutian. With the Eye Sorcery Zone, it was his rules that reigned. Outside of said zone, Yifutian's rules reigned. An incredibly huge gray shadow appeared behind Bai Luli, holding a sword of devastation. At that very moment, Bai Luli's body melded with that of the ancient god. He borrowed the body of the ancient god and wielded the sword of devastation with both his hands, stabbing it into the space. A devastating storm, lightning storm, and a storm of power rampaged about. The world tree enveloped Yifutian's surroundings, and he moved forward. A true star appeared around him and enveloped him within. The swaying world tree blinked. The power of rules became insanely powerful. Clad in defense by the rules of the stars, Yifutian danced about with a staff in his hand. His twirling body lashed out with one strike after another as the divine ape roared, heading closer and closer to Bai Luli. The space felt like it was being torn apart before both of them clashed, letting out high-pitched, deafening noises. Soul sacrifice, Bai Luli uttered. His body had completely melded with his life spirit and the body of the ancient god, turning him into some sort of god. He then brought down the sword with both his hands. The sky felt as if it was being cleaved apart at that very moment, tearing the middle as devastating storms whipped about with the power to tear everything apart. The sword of devastation was brought down on the stars, cleaving it in the middle. The devastating storms tore everything in its path, and the power of space freezing was brought to bear. The sword that was being brought down seemed to have ground to a halt, becoming incredibly sluggish. The roaring huge divine ape battle form descended, and Yifutian had too become one with the ape, melding with his life spirit. Shadows of staffs all over the place coalesced as one as the divine ape crashed through the air. The world tree life spirit's light flowed in a crazed manner into the body of the ape. The staff felt as if the sky itself was being brought down, colliding with that sword of the ancient god. A devastating stream of storms whipped out with both of them at the center. The earth rumbled violently in response. The sword of devastation shattered bit by bit as the staff was brought down with boundless brilliance. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as the staff was reduced to dust. The staff was brought right on top of the ancient god's body. Cracks were seen all over the ancient god before it shattered bit by bit. Bai Luli was thrown behind with another rumble, landing where Lu Chan and Sage Chunyang were. He spat up blood and his face looked pale. Yifutian turned his eyes at Bai Luli, then at Lu Chan and Sage Wanxiang. Cracks were seen on the star wheel in the air. Sage Wanxiang looked especially pale. Yifutian stepped forward as the light of emperors shone. The world tree swayed as he was being enveloped by his other life spirits. He stared at Sage Wanxiang and said, "You know how to tell fortunes, don't you? Have you found out anything?"
Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian's eyes. His eyes turned demonic, as if he wanted to see everything there was to see about the young man. At that very moment, he saw an incredibly regal figure walking in his direction. Wanxiang turned all of his mental and spiritual focus in order to make the figure clear of all the signs of fate within. That regal figure glanced at him casually. Wanxiang grunted in the very next moment. His face was ashen and blood spilled from his mouth. His mind and spirit were severely injured. How could this be possible? Sage Wanxiang said as he kept coughing blood. His hands were shaking and pain was seen in his eyes. How could this be possible indeed? Lu Chan asked himself as well. He stared at Yi Futian, the one who beat Bai Luli as a noble. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was to have Bai Luli attain sainthood. They were willing to pay whatever price just to have a saint emerge. Despite Yi Futian's insane talent and being ranked first on the law rank, Lu Chan deemed him disposable, for they did not have time to wait for him. However, there Yi Futian stood, having beaten Bai Luli. Is that sainthood potential? A noble with sainthood potential defeating an upper-level sage. What does this all mean? We gave everything to create a saint, and yet it all backfired? He wanted to know why it all turned out this way. Cough. He coughed, spitting up blood again. No one was able to relate to what Lu Chan was going through. That very battle broke all of the illusions he believed in so adamantly before. Why did things turn out like this? Yi Futian smiled, but he looked rather sad. He himself wanted to know why as well. His life spirit dissipated and that overpoweringly brilliant light vanished as well. Yi Futian felt nothing but overwhelming exhaustion at that very moment. Sage Chunyang looked at Yi Futian and closed his eyes. Had Lu Chan been wrong? No, I was the one who was wrong. He was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. In a sense, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was his will. He had been anxious and hurried with things due to his end being near. He saw Bai Luli demonstrating the potential for sainthood and gained the acknowledgement of the Sage Hall. He wanted too badly for a saint to emerge in barren state and had ignored everything going on in the outside world, which led to that great wrong before everyone that day. He, as one who was about to die, had to shoulder the responsibility for all that. What did the signs say? Sage Chunyang opened his eyes and asked Sage Wanxiang. Unknown, Sage Wanxiang said with trembling voice and added, unidentifiable. What do you mean, unidentifiable? Sage Chunyang asked. The fact that it was unknown means that it is unidentifiable. Sage Wanxiang looked at Sage Chunyang and uttered something else telepathically. Sage Chunyang trembled slightly after hearing that, and his aura became even weaker. He looked at the one before him and did not know what to make of it. The Lord of Ice Temple, Yun Shuishan, Phoenix, and the others looked at the topmost authority of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Chunyang, Lu Chan, and Sage Wanxiang. All three of them wavered and were incredibly restless. If they had given a chance for Yi Futian to fight Bai Luli earlier, things would not have turned out like this. In yet another battlefield, the Sword Saint and Kong Yao were fighting a monstrous battle up in the sky. Kong Yao's every strike packed the power to overwhelm the heavens, while every slash and thrust of the Sword Saint's blade was imbued with force so terrifying that the heavens were in danger of being cleaved open. Their battle kept escalating. Kong Yao, who was clad in a bronze divine implement, fought ferociously. He stood tall in the heavens and a mystical phenomenon appeared around him. A boundless, huge divine elephant stood in the middle, bringing boundless powers to bear. His eyes remained fixed on Sword Saint before him. People practicing demonic arts trained by going against the flow. They swallowed all powers and then unleashed them in full force. Their might was extremely overbearing and one strike could have easily proven fatal. The Sword Saint held onto the broadsword in his hand, as streaks of black air currents flowed in reverse, rushing to his body and vaguely conjuring a shadow of a demon behind him. The broadsword disappeared from his hand, seemingly turning into sword will, merging with his body. Every single dark current flowing in the air seemed to all be sword wills. Boom! A terrifying dark current burst from the Sword Saint's body, turning into a demonic blade. Their surroundings turned incredibly dark. He held the blade up high with both hands and siphoned massive power into it. He then brought the demonic blade down, and at that very instant, it seemed to have cut the space around open. Kong Yao clenched his fists and moved downwards. His surroundings shook and the mystical phenomenon around him trembled.
An elephant roar shaking the heavens was heard as Kong Yao's fists conjured fearsome, devastating light. He lashed out at the air, clashing with the blade coming at him. A dark whirlpool swirled wherever his fists went, seemingly about to swallow everything in that space. The attacks of both men clashed in midair and a devastating storm whipped out. It seemed as if the space they were in was about to collapse. A silhouette was seen penetrating that very devastating space. That silhouette felt more like a blade than a person. The demonic blade had become one with the sword saint. That slash back then was not dealt by the blade itself, but the sword will of the blade. The heavens and the earth felt like they were being cleaved apart by the demonic blade. Kong Yao roared and the divine elephant went on a stampede. Another punch was brought to meet that incoming blade. Sharp, creaking noises were heard. A dazzling demonic flash swept by as the blade landed on its target. The sword saint's body was thrown behind while Kong Yao ended up bleeding in many places. The shadow of the sword saint disappeared yet again, streaking through the air while Kong Yao cranked his power to the maximum. He, invincible under the saints, conjured devastating light in the air continuously. Kong Yao finally dropped from the air and was no longer on the battlefield. His body was then covered in blood as an untold number of sword will pierce through his body, but he knew well that the sword saint was not doing all too well either. "You crazy fool," Kong Yao roared in rage. The sword saint glanced at him before disappearing as a flash of darkness, cleaving that wheel of stars that sage Wanxiang had laid out, entering directly. Yi Futian turned around and saw his eldest brother appear before him, staring at the figure across with cold eyes. "Chunyang, do you still wish to continue?" the Lord of Ice Temple asked. She and Sage Chunyang were ranked second and first on the Barren Sky ranking respectively, so it was only natural that they knew each other. Chunyang sighed, looking at the sword saint and the battlefield before him. Everyone took notice of the situation there. One figure after another ceased fighting and headed for them. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Chunyang, had appeared. "Here you are, finally," Huangshi said to Sage Chunyang. "Luli." Baigu rushed to his son's side, seeing him injured. Many had funny looks on their faces. Sage Wanxiang had laid out the wheel of stars before. Did Yi Futian and Bai Luli just finish fighting? From the looks of things, Bai Luli was injured. "This teacher." Zhuge Qingfeng walked up to Sage Chunyang and called out to him. "Qingfeng, I'm so sorry," Sage Chunyang said. "You were acting for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, and I have nothing to say to that. No one can truly tell all the rights and wrongs in this. From here on out, the score between both us is cleared and we are done with each other." Zhuge Qifeng cut a piece of his shirt and then bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang. "I know little in the way of truths and principles, but I do know that the Holy Ji Palace is just as selfish for sacrificing others for its ideals. You have no place to talk about having a saint emerge in the barren state. If it is truly to have a saint emerge, the result before our eyes is very obvious. How did the Holy Ji Palace go about carrying out its beliefs?" Su Shang's voice sounded rather lazy, yet his words were true and blunt. Sage Chunyang looked at everyone around him and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is a sacred ground of the barren state. I can hardly absolve myself from blame for all that has happened. Lu Chan followed my will and went throwing his weight around. From here on out, both Lu Chan and I will no longer be the palace lords of the Holy Sage Pavilion." Many shuddered at the words of Sage Chunyang. They had never anticipated him to be so decisive in the matter. He quit his job as the lord of the Holy Ji Palace with Lu Chan. "Luli, I and Lu Chan wanted nothing more than to have you become a saint. But things backfired and we roped you into a disaster instead. I hope you won't be all that affected by all that has happened." Sage Chunyang turned to Bai Luli and said. Bai Luli was calm hearing Sage Chunyang's words. He had nothing to say about his defeat. For years, he had been showered with adoration, ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, and known by all as the #1 genius in all of the Barren State. If Yi Futian had not appeared, he might have glittered just as dazzling as he had. However, as another emerged to take his place, he saw it fit to step down. Bai Luli turned around and bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang and Lu Chan, saying, "I have been training diligently all these years with the will of the Holy Ji Palace held close to my heart, caring little for the affairs of the outside world. Starting from today, I will be going on my pilgrimage to the mortal world.
and White Cloud City will no longer be involved in the affairs of the barren state. He knelt and kowtowed to both Sage Chunyang and Lu Chan before turning to pay his respects to the Holy Ji Palace. He stood up and looked at his father, the city lord of White Cloud City, saying, "Father, let's go." "Are we?" Bai Gu looked at everyone and everything before him. All he did was in line with the Holy Ji Palace's wishes, to have his son Bai Luli become a saint. So we've lost everything now? He had not been able to fathom why the ones ranked first, third, and he who ranked fourth on the Barren Sky ranking, ended up like this for standing by Bai Luli.
Bai Gu glanced at everyone around him and said, "We will be seeing you on the divine path." He left as soon as he finished without saying goodbye to his teacher, Sage Chunyang, or his uncle, Lu Chan. It was very obvious that he did not want to admit defeat.
"Chunyang, are you arranging for what is to come after you leave?" Kong Yao said coldly. "I care not for your Holy Ji Palace. The ones I came for are still on the loose.
From here on out, anyone who stands in the way of Jisheng Cliffs or Yen Wuji and the others, I will see them all as acts of war against Jisheng Cliffs. Those who act in such ways will suffer the consequences." Kong Yu was apparently threatening Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others.
He had intended to kill some of them right there and then, but he had changed his mind, opting to first take Yifutian and Gu Donglu away. While he did not know what happened in the battle before, he knew that Yifutian had defeated Bai Luli. That was something worthy of immediate attention, and he deemed that Yifutian must be taken away. Cold eyes glared at Kong Yao. He is now threatening the forces of the Barren State on behalf of Jisheng Cliffs then?
Is Jisheng Cliffs threatening Barren State now? Chunyang looked at Kong Yao. "What if we are?" Kong Yu asked coldly. An aura coursed around Chunyang. Many people of the top forces in the Barren State turned around to glare at Kong Yao. "Brother Gu," Kong Yao called out.
Gufeng walked to Kong Yao's side. "It seems that the Holy Ji Palace is turning its back on the will of the head saint. Please call out to him," Kong Yao said. "Indeed." Gufeng's eyes were ice cold.
He had not wanted to bother his teacher if things were not in such dire states. He closed his eyes and cranked his spiritual power to fearsome levels. A dazzling light was unleashed from within his body with a streak of power that did not seem to belong to him vaguely emanating.
A projection was thrown in the air before them, turning into an incredibly imposing and regal form. "We bow to the head saint." Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs bowed. "Teacher, I'm very sorry for interfering with your training." Gufeng bowed and said. The illusory figure glanced at everyone around and said, "Chunyang, are you going against my will?" "Greetings to you, senior." Sage Chunyang bowed slightly. That saint then said, "Some of the people from Jisheng Cliffs were killed in the Barren State. I'm having Kong Yao take those two responsible away, and I assume you are not against that." Yifutian turned to look at that regal figure. "Is that a saint?" Huang Shi, Su Shang, and all the others looked incredibly troubled. There was no one who dared defy a saint after all. "I beg for your forgiveness, senior. I have made the wrong decision before and now. I'm sorry to say that I cannot hand them over to you," Chunyang said.
"How dare you?" A cold voice was heard. The might of its voice permeated the air to bear on everyone present. "Brother, you asked what Wanxiang saw before, didn't you?" Chunyang asked Lu Chan telepathically. Lu Chan looked at his senior and Chunyang continued, "The main palace crumbles before the light of hope appears in the Holy Ji Palace." That was what Wanxiang saw. Lu Chan shuddered before smiling as if he was laughing at himself. It is ironic indeed.
"The main palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace." "Brother, I'm so sorry," Chunyang said. "You're not to be blamed." Lu Chan smiled and looked awfully sad. "Do you still remember what our teacher told us before he died?" "I do." Lu Chan nodded. Everyone present then saw their bodies begin burning. It was their spiritual will that burned, turning into incredibly mighty powers. They looked as if they were offering themselves as sacrifices, burning their very own lives. Lu Chan turned around and cast his gaze at everyone before him, saying, "I did what I did with the best interests for the Holy Ji Palace in mind, and I have made a grave error in my actions. For that, I'm willing to shoulder the dire consequences of that very error by offering my life to carry on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. May the Holy Ji Palace live and prosper." "For the Holy Ji Palace," Chunyang said. "For the Holy Ji Palace." Lu Chan's voice was no longer heard. The spiritual will of both men seemed to have merged into one before turning into a dazzling mark, flying deep into the palace, all the way to the holy sage pavilion. Chunyang, the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, said coldly, "I call upon Emperor Xia." A dazzling light burst from afar, deep within the holy sage pavilion. The bodies of both Chunyang and Lu Chan were no longer around, yet that voice was an incredibly solemn one. The Lord of Ice Temple, Huang Shi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others watched as they trembled inside. The sword demon, Sage Daozeng, trembled as well. The 9 states were all from the line of Emperor Xia orthodoxy. Legend had it that Emperor Xia left a mark in the grounds of orthodoxy in all 9 states, and only the heads of the orthodoxy knew how to activate the mark. However, it was also said that only saints were capable of such a feat. Palace Lord Chunyang was near the end of his days, and Lu Chan was not a saint. They should have had no way of activating the mark unless they used secret arts. However, doing so clearly came with a terrifyingly hefty price. In this case, their lives. With the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs descending personally, even though it was simply a will, everyone knew what that meant. Nobody had a way out. After rounds of brutal battles, it was still deemed necessary for Yi Futian and Gu Donglu to be taken away, and the Holy Ji Palace remained split with the Barren State. There was only one way to resolve all that way: call upon Emperor Xia. The deed was accomplished through the sacrifice of both palace lords of Holy Sage Pavilion.